This is one of my favorite meals. I get so excited every time I cook a fried breakfast, an English fried breakfast. What's your favorite on this?
Oh, I like the bacon.
You like the bacon?
Me and Winston, we like the sausage, don't we, Winston?
Winston? Winston? Come back with that leg of lamb. It was the famous playwright William Morham who once said, "To eat well in England, you should have breakfast 3 times a day." I could do that. It was the Victorians who thought that breakfast, traditional English breakfast, was the most civilized meal of the day. And they would sit down and have kippers and deviled kidneys and just the most amazing old-fashioned ingredients, not the traditional sausage, eggs, bacon, and all of the things that we associate with the traditional breakfast today. When I was at Balmoral Castle cooking for the royal family, we'd cook kidneys and kippers all the time. It wasn't until really the war years that English breakfast really took off. And then people were eating that sausage, eggs, bacon, mushrooms, black pudding, fried bread all the time. And it became super popular. It's one of my favorite meals. And whenever I fly into the UK, it's something I've got to have. I go straight to the restaurant in the airport and order a traditional fried breakfast. And it's so good. Here in the USA, a lot of the American pubs, British pubs, they serve a traditional breakfast, but it's not always the same. They use American bacon and American sausage and worse, American beans. Yuck. I'm making a traditional fried breakfast today. And to make a traditional, authentic breakfast, you've got to have authentic ingredients. The bacon, the sausage, the black pudding, and the baked beans. And I've put a link to them below in the description so you can make an authentic British breakfast too. So let's go through the authentic ingredients, starting with the bacon. The bacon is back bacon, not the long, thin, streaky bacon used in America. And it's cut from the loin and has a little bit of the streaky bacon, the back bacon, on there. In England, they're cut so thin and they're called a rasher of bacon. There's a new word for you, rashers of bacon. Sausages, authentically known as bangers in the UK. That's because during the war years, meat was pretty scarce and just wasn't available and was super expensive anyway and rationed. They filled the sausages with lots of rusk and lots of breadcrumbs and lots of seasonings and lots of fat in there too. So when they were in the pan cooking away, sometimes that fat would just burst through the skin. They'd bang, bangers, and splatter everywhere. That's where the bangers came from. There's many different types of sausages you can have for breakfast. And the traditional ones are ground pork and seasonings like mace, which is sort of the outer kernel of the nutmeg. And then the rusk in there as well. My favorite are Lincolnshire sausages. The sage and onion flavor in there is just amazing. When I cooked for the royal family, the Cumberland sausage was the favorite. They didn't break them into links. It was just one long sausage, just in a coil. And that was great for Prince Philip just to throw on the grill and just cook as a whole sausage. And then he could cut the portion that you wanted. Sausages, in my opinion, are what make breakfast. In England alone, they spend $1 billion a year on sausages. They're sausage mad in the UK. Black pudding. It gets a bad rap, but you know what? It's so tasty. It's high in fiber and rich in iron. What's in it? It's pig's blood. It's pig's blood, and it's thickened with meal, with oatmeal and things like that, and lots of seasonings, and all packed together. And it's absolutely delicious. This was a favorite of King Henry VIII. Way back in Tudor times, he'd have this on the menu all the time. Back in the war years, housewives would actually walk over to the abattoir carrying a pail and come back with a big pail of blood that they'd make their own black pudding to last them the week. It's so good. No, you've got to try it. Order some and try it. I promise you'll love it. Mushrooms need to be the little baby bellas. They call them flat mushrooms in the UK. They're a little more open than this, but they're really meaty in texture and they add a gorgeous flavor to the breakfast. And then tomatoes. Tomatoes, we can't use tinned, canned. You have to use fresh tomatoes, usually from the greenhouse in jolly old UK, right? You take the tomatoes, you cut them in half and saute them, and they're just the perfect addition to this fried breakfast. Bread. We have bread, but we don't always have toast. And it's fried bread that we normally serve with a traditional breakfast. Lots of oil in the pan. We drop in the bread and we fry it till it's crispy. As you bite into it, all that oil runs down your chin. Oh, delicious. We only live till about 25 in England, but we do eat good. Eggs. Eggs. You can do boiled eggs. You can do poached eggs. You can do scrambled eggs. But for the traditional breakfast, it's got to be fried eggs. And finally, the beans. It's got to be baked beans and it's got to be Heinz. English baked beans. In 1886, Heinz started introducing baked beans into the UK. Now, over 2 million cans a day are consumed in the UK. Everybody loves their baked beans. They really are the best. They even have the Royal Warrant. They provide beans to Buckingham Palace. I used to cook beans for breakfast at Buckingham Palace too, and Princess Diana loved them. She'd actually eat a whole tin of beans for breakfast. Sounds crazy, but you know, when you think about it, there's only 7 grams of sugar in the English style baked beans. They're rich in protein, high in fiber, very low in fat as well. And so they're perfect for her to eat that really big carb boost, ready for going to the gym and doing a workout. Now let's get cooking. Sausages take the longest to cook, so we start with those. A little oil in the pan first, and then we can add the sausages. Even Winston likes sausages. Once the sausages start cooking, then we can add the bacon. Now, the bacon is not going to go super crispy. It's not like American bacon with all that fat marbled through it. It's, like I said, like a sort of pork loin, but the flavor is so good. Then we can start the mushrooms and the black pudding. The mushrooms, a little oil in the pan, and drop the mushrooms in. And I like to add a little butter in there as well. It's tempting to add some garlic, you know, the garlic mushrooms and everything, but not for breakfast, not in a traditional breakfast. The black pudding just needs a little bit of oil in the pan. It's already cooked, so all we're doing is reheating it. And when we reheat it, we're just making it nice and crispy, crunchy on the outside and really soft and tender in the middle. The beans can go in the pan, and we're just going to warm those. And then the tomatoes, let's take out that little green bit in the center. And then just cut them in half. Salt and pepper. And into the pan, upside down. Keep an eye on the sausages. We don't want them to burn, but cooking them on low, that helps them from stop spitting. And then we can turn the bacon too. And the black pudding. The tomatoes, we're just going to get a nice sear on one side and then turn them over. We don't want to cook them until they go really mushy. I mean, we might as well use canned tomatoes. Cooking them in the same pan as the black pudding, as the black pudding releases all that fat in there, that pork fat, that flavor goes into the tomatoes. Oh, it's all coming together. This is one of my favorite meals. I get so excited every time I cook a fried breakfast, an English fried breakfast. And give the beans a stir. Whoever thought about having beans for breakfast was a genius. I mean, it's pure protein and it's carbs and it's super healthy, fills your belly, ready for the day. Now, obviously, if you're making this at home, You don't need to get 28 pans on the stove like I'm doing. You can just get one big skillet and you can push everything together and do it in there. Just remember that you have to go in order. Start off with those sausages, then go in with the bacon, and then the mushrooms, the black pudding, the tomatoes, and then finally your baked beans, obviously in a separate pot. Otherwise it goes all mushy. Once everything's cooked, you can just put it all in one pan or on a tray, a little aluminum foil over it and keep it warm while we do the fried bread and the eggs. The fried bread, we want some oil in the pan. Lots of oil. We're deep frying. If you've got some bacon juices, that's even better in here too. We get the oil hot and then drop the bread into that hot oil. The eggs, again, some more oil, not too much. And then we can take the eggs and crack them into the pan. It helps if you've got really fresh eggs. The older the eggs, they just start falling apart. Once the eggs are in the pan, let them sit there. Don't start pushing them about, moving them around. Let them sit. Let the albumin just all come together. When we drop the bread into the oil, it needs to start sizzling. It's fried bread after all. But let that cook until it starts to get crispy and golden brown on the outside. And then we can turn it. See? While the eggs are cooking, and we don't need to toss them over, we're doing them sunny side up, not over easy. And they'll carry on cooking if we just leave them there. That residual heat keeps them cooking through. While they finish cooking, we can start plating everything else. Breakfast, when I was cooking for the royal family, was always served as a buffet. So people would get up, between sort of 8:30 and just come down for breakfast. And that way they could help themselves to whatever it was that they wanted. This delicious bacon that's just gone a little crispy, but it's still nice and tender too. And then carefully with the mushrooms and the tomatoes, the baked beans, our eggs, and these mushrooms. And finally, some fried bread. The full English breakfast: eggs, bacon, sausage, tomatoes, mushrooms, baked beans, black pudding, the full Monty. It's called the full Monty because General Montgomery loved this for his breakfast too. The tradition of this breakfast. Let's go and eat. The only other thing we need to complement the breakfast is HP sauce. It stands for Houses of Parliament. It's been around for 100 years or more. This beautiful molasses flavored sauce, a little bit like sort of A1, but in my opinion, much better. Anyway, enough talking. Let's start eating some of this. There's so much food. Harry, come round and join me. Come and eat some of this breakfast. I know you like breakfast too. And Winston's here. Winston loves this food. Winston loves sausage. Winston loves bacon. Dig in, as they say in England.
Now, see that stuffed animal at the table is just fucking weird. Everything was okay until I see the fake dog. That's weird. You need to answer for this weirdness, Kelvin.
Eat up. You're at your auntie's. What's your favorite on this?
I like the bacon.
You like the bacon?
Me and Winston, we like the sausage, don't we, Winston?
Oh my
You do realize
god!
the cameras are still rolling.
Wait, what? That bit's not going in the video. Cut. Thanks for watching my videos. Thanks for subscribing. We're almost at 100,000
Good morning,
viewers,
Esther.
100,000 subs. That's incredible. I can't wait till we get there. We got a
Yeah, I can
huge
tell by
Q&A
his
when
accent.
we
It's
get to
almost
100,000. If you haven't
it's almost
subscribed,
some of the way he pronounces his vowels are almost like Scottish or something. So welcome to Stanley versus the World, everybody. It's kind of a pop-up show. It was iffy if I was even going to do a show. But they're retarded up there. It was kind of iffy if I was going to even bother doing a show today. Kind of It's been a tough week on the YouTube airways. It has been brutal. Not because people were so necessarily mean to me, but it takes a bit of effort to fucking just hear stupid ideas and stupid people saying stupid things. And me being an introvert, I actually, probably will take tomorrow off and just read a book or something just to recharge my brain cells. I actually woke up fairly early this morning, and as I usually do, actually, and started listening to some folks talking about Jasmine Crockett. And, I have problems with Jasmine. Excuse me. First time I've used my voice today. I have some problems with Jasmine Crockett too. However, some of the criticisms that are that were being leveled at her, I consider the source. Sometimes it's not the message, it's the messenger or the person who has the opinion. And no, I'm not sick. I'm a little bit congested here, apparently. But who knows? I may be catching a cold. But hey, Sugar Bum, good to see you, by the way. What I'm trying to say, and I'm going to actually do a show, maybe a standalone or a short or something. I don't have a problem with people making a criticism or even a critique of Jasmine Crockett as a politician. But it is so weird to hear people say, well, I don't like the way she does her ghetto thing. A senator or a congressman needs to speak a certain way. Well, that comment came from a fucking racist. So he just doesn't like Jasmine Crockett because she's black. And then another criticism, which my main problem, the other criticism is she's trying to be something that she's not. I would tend to agree with that sort of criticism. Maybe she is, maybe she's not. But these people are calling her ghetto while basically saying, well, she's a rich kid. She's a little rich kid. I literally heard a racist say, well, she's a little rich kid, and Congress people should speak in a certain way, and then talk about her acting all ghetto. And there are so many critiques, and I'm going to try and get that person up on a panel. And that's part of it as well, Sugar Bum. You know what? That's the other thing. She will call you on it. And now the problem is, the racist I'm talking about happens to be white, but there are black conservatives who make the same arguments. And I kind of went after the racist white guy from the chat. I wasn't up on the panel because I'm almost anti-panel these days, unless it's my panel. It's not like I will never go on a panel again, but after this week, I'm a little gun shy. But the question I asked this white guy who's a racist, and I don't even have to go supposed racist. I'm not using the word incorrectly. When I called him a racist in the chat, he didn't respond because he knows I have him dead to rights. The problem is the racists, and some of them are black, they want their cake and eat it too. They want to act ghetto while criticizing people for acting ghetto. You know, and that's what I mean by I consider the source. If you're a ghetto motherfucker calling someone else ghetto, do you really have a leg to stand on? If you expect your senator or your congressperson to not act ghetto, well, why not? They're of the people too. The people elect these people. Why can't they be themselves? And again, my criticism of Jasmine Crockett would be that you know, she needs to be who she is, and who knows, maybe she is ghetto. But these ghetto people who happen to be racists giving ammunition to white trash who are racists doesn't impress me. And what pisses a lot of people off is, I'll just be blunt about what my opinion is, not only of your message, but also of who's delivering the message. I'm not gun shy about that. And as a matter of fact, the reactions often make me laugh. So anyway, I'll get off of that. This video that's coming up, I see you, Mela. Hold on one sec. I watched Frank Zanu. He's, I think he's Nigerian. And he has a lot of critiques of Black Americans. And it was SKC who brought him to my attention. And of course, SKC is like, this dude is spot on in his critique of American Blacks. He's not born here. He's not raised here. Doesn't even have an American accent. And some of his critiques are just ridiculous. And I just have some problems. And this is another show reviewing a talk that Frank Zanu had. Damn it, I can't. My memory's going. On the Shoulders of Giants. I'm sorry. And we're not going to watch. Well, it's an hour long. We might watch the whole thing, but I'm just curious to see On the Shoulders of Giants. The guy at the very top of the speakers on the left. He's a smart guy. I don't always agree with his opinions, but you know, who agrees with everyone 100% of the time? But I'm just curious to see how they approach. My approach is literally just going, dude, you don't know enough American history. You're getting the politics wrong. You're getting Black people wrong. And guys like Frank Zanu, the guy sitting in the chair in the video they're reviewing on the left, it's always people who are outside looking in at the culture, which sometimes is a good vantage point. But in Frank Zanu's case, he just doesn't know enough. He makes a lot of assumptions. And I don't know. I just find his critique off. And probably what I should do, what I should have done is gone and just found the video, because I actually subscribed to, I think it's on Patreon. So I don't know, maybe I wouldn't be able to get it. But anyway, we'll watch a little bit, at least until I get tired of watching it. And we'll go from there. Hey, Mela, good morning.
Same to you.
Have you are you familiar with Frank Zanu, or do you have a comment on
I hit the
Jasmine
link
Crockett?
when you were talking about Jasmine. I don't know
Oh,
Frank.
okay, well, no, we're not done with Jasmine yet. Speak your mind on Jasmine. I'm not like a big fan of hers. I would do it differently. However, some of the critiques that I hear, especially from Black conservatives, are just they don't pass my intellectual muster. I'll put it that way. So go ahead. You
Crockett is highly educated. That's a plus. She's attractive in the face, and that's a plus for men. However, when you had mentioned ghetto, ghetto, ghetto over and over again, what I would say is that it would appear that she's appealing to a particular audience. I am confident, absolutely confident, she is well equipped to competently articulate herself. However, she chooses not to do that in order
Okay,
to
well, you
pander.
go ahead and let's stop right there because
She wants to pander.
you're not getting my point.
What was your point?
My point is all the critiques that these people have about her acting ghetto, they're acting ghetto while criticizing someone who acts ghetto. My personal critique is that you should be who you are. Okay. And you hit the nail on the head with my personal critique. I don't care what she acts like. She doesn't represent me. I'm in Georgia. She's in Texas. I have a problem with the way people who are racist and or ghetto themselves critique her. The part about be who you are, I understand she's trying to appeal, but she's 42 or something like that. This is my personal opinion. You should always be who you are. Okay. If you are able to articulate it the way Jasmine Crockett would articulate it. Don't try to appeal to people. And maybe that's something a politician has to do. So that's my only criticism. My only criticism is be who you are. And if who she is a performer, then I guess my critique is null and void.
Yeah. If I didn't know any better, she's been groomed to be a performer at this point. That would be my thought.
Okay. Well, the other part of my critique about some of these folks, who don't like her putting on the ghetto act or trying to relate to her constituents, these are the same people who would critique Barack Obama. Barack Obama isn't black. He speaks perfect English, etc. The same. So if she did speak, the King's English and used her training as a lawyer, and by the way, her undergraduate school, her Rhodes University, I think it is, or maybe it's Rhodes College in Nashville, she went to the same school Amy Coney Barrett did. So, they put out, at least two pretty smart women. So she is an elite. She went to private schools, high schools and stuff like that.
She is an elite. Absolutely.
Right. And the point I'm trying to make is if she sounded like a Barack Obama or she sounded like an elite, the same people who are calling her ghetto would be saying, oh, she doesn't think she's black, or oh, she's acting white.
Absolutely. They would.
And that's my main problem. These people cannot be satisfied. And basically what the actual criticism is, she is a woman who's not afraid to speak her mind. She's 42 and unmarried. That's really what the crux of their argument is. But the ghetto is just kind of icing on the cake. And again, the people who are ghetto as hell are calling her ghetto. And maybe it's because they feel she's putting on a pretense. But if she didn't put on the pretense, there would be a whole nother critique. They just don't like women who stand up for themselves. And I'm not a feminist or anything like that, but I do think women are equal. They're perfectly, they make perfectly fine politicians. And a woman who I never hear anyone talk about, say, Marsha Blackburn, who is a senator from Tennessee who actually is going to be running for governor of Tennessee. I guess it's in 2026. Now, she's kind of a steel magnolia type, but No one ever criticizes her because she'll stand up for herself. I've seen her do it plenty of times.
Is she
So,
Caucasian?
yes.
Okay, that's the difference. Unfortunately, in this country, that would be the difference. When it comes to,
Well, she's also a conservative. I think if Jasmine Crockett were a conservative, they'd have no problem with her.
that's a good point.
So she's got a lot of things, and I'm gonna also say that I tend to dwell in these Black conservative spaces, mainly because it's boring, if everybody agrees with me. But anyway, I'm trying to actually put together a couple people for the two people who had the main problems with Jasmine Crockett. Trying to get them to come up. We may do a standalone show or it may be live, but I need to round them up. And both these people are actual like content creators. So that's the hint. One's Black, one's white. So we'll get a cross section of racists. So this Frank Zanu thing is called the title of this show, Frank Zanu disrespects Black American history and culture, a Friday breakdown. And they're absolutely right. He doesn't only disrespect it, he does it from an uninformed position. And notice he's always talking to younger people. Frank Zanu, and it's always like this with these Frank Zanu types. They will always have people who don't have knowledge. This young woman, if I recall the show, is maybe a college student or something. I want to see him go up against like a Cornel West or someone who actually knows as much and way more. And conservatives in general, they love to go on college campuses and talk to these college students.
My sister is calling. I'll have to go on mute for a while, okay? She's
Okay.
recovering from a temporary illness, so I got to check on her. She's calling right now.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Well, hopefully all is well. So anyway, we'll play a little bit of this and I'll just comment. And it's an hour long. Not sure we'll do the whole show. And again, the show is called the channel is called On the Shoulders of Giants. And I do subscribe and I do occasionally watch if the topic is of interest.
Because we are not sophisticated enough to understand that what we did was wrong. There is nothing honorable in asking for independence that you can't do anything with it. There is nothing honorable or valuable in asking for freedom. You don't have the foundation on which it can grow.
Well, I mean, I would ask for freedom because I don't want anyone abusing me.
And it's become useless. You become a slave again because you have no foundation. See, African Americans asked for civil rights, but they didn't have a foundation on which it can germinate. See, things you ask, especially.
What do you mean it didn't have a foundation for it?
They have no culture, they have no language, they have no history, they have no ethnicity, they have nothing.
Yes, they did. They came here with their culture. They came.
Who is
here,
they?
The different African tribes.
Different African tribes. So whose culture?
Okay, and let me give you a little bit of Zanuck. Basically, if you want to go to, basically what Zanuck is one of these Africans, and if you're ever up on some of these panels, there are Africans who have immigrated to the United States, and their view of Black Americans is, hey, you come from a slave ancestry. I don't come from a slave ancestry. Therefore, my roots, my family, my background is better than yours. Well, the problem with that is your family, where is the honor Where is the elite? If that's your logic in your family, because I actually talked to, I think it was Afrodamus or whatever the hell his name is. He was like his family or his tribe was involved in the slave trade. Like his ancestors sold slaves, sold sold Africans or participated in the slave trade, the triangle, the transatlantic slave trade. Yeah, therefore, I was royalty, and my family, my ancestry, my lineage was royal and all this. And I'm like, well, where's the honor in being a slave trader? Why? So you're going to revel in the evil of the slave trade and tell me that you're elite? And then based on, Black Americans, that part of the diaspora, the African diaspora, tends to be more wealthy than any other part of the African diaspora. So you came over here and you're going to tell Black Americans that you are elite, you are better, what the fuck are you talking about? You come from a slave trading lineage, and then you come over here and tell the slaves who are richer than most Africans, what are you going to tell us? That you're elite? Well, dude, that argument, you may think you're elite, but name me, how rich are you? And the dude I'm talking about is a fucking former corrections officer. Okay, so you came from your royal heritage to come all the way over here to be a guard in a prison? Something's not right with your elite attitude. So, and this happened like a year ago on an HB show back on the John Galt network. It was pretty amazing, to be honest. Hold on one sec, Pagoda. So that's kind of the background on Zanuck. He basically thinks that that Black Americans, legacy Black Americans, have no culture because they were disconnected from it ancestrally through the slave trade. Now, the actual reality is, yeah, we have a culture, and look at Gullah culture. Sea Islands of South Carolina and Georgia. It's a hybrid or a Creole type of culture. But Zanuck just preys on the people who don't know shit. And I would love to get his dumb ass up on my panel. Maybe I ought to try and do that. Dude, I would have a field day with this dude. Let's see here. What's up, Vagoda? You there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm there. You hear me?
Yes,
You hear me now?
I do.
Okay. I fixed it.
How'd you find the show?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, I looked. Some guy named Freeze or something mentioned you or something that you have a nice show, something like this. I've been once in one of his shows, and I
Who,
checked you out.
Freeze?
So,
Free
some-
Zone Lou
some-
or Free Zone Lou or Freezy?
something, no, Freeze or something. I forgot some guy with glasses, some rapper
Oh.
guy. I just been one 10-minute show. I just look and as a joke in one of his videos, and I saw in one of his videos that he did half a year ago. I saw that you he said something about you, something like this.
Yeah, your connection's a little robot like.
You hear me? You don't hear me good?
It's in and out.
Okay, give me a second. Just a second. I'm using my phone to talk to you. How is it?
It's still a little staticky. So, what got you interested? What are you interested in politics, culture? American
Yeah,
politics, American culture?
well, you are the most powerful and important country of the era, so everybody should be interested in what's going on in the States. No?
Well, that's a very refreshing attitude.
Yeah, you are the Rome of the era, literally.
So, what do you? Let's see. Let's have a look at this.
If you are going to ask, I'm not a YouTuber. I'm just hopping from place to place.
Oh, are you?
And it's the weekend, so well, it's the Sabbath, so I don't have much to do anyway.
You know, I was going to ask you about that. There was an American actor named Abe Vigoda. I know him mainly from from an old '80s show called Barney Miller.
I
So-
don't have nothing to do with him. Because
Oh no! I understand that. It's just the name Vigoda is kind of an unusual name.
You tell me.
So if it's a Sabbath, how are you even on YouTube? Are you allowed to do that?
Yeah. It's maybe the resting day, but over here, I'm not working on the Sabbath like everybody else here. But I can still. I'm not a religious person. I can be on the internet.
Oh, I see. Okay, gotcha. All right. Well, let's.
If I didn't say so, I'm not from the States, but I think that you get it.
Yeah. Where are you from? Or where are you residing?
Yes, I'm from Israel. I'm in the Gush
Oh,
Dan.
nice. Okay, I've been to Haifa once.
Haifa, huh? You been to the Baha'i temple?
Well, no, I was in the Navy years ago. So this was back in the early '90s. Spent a week in Haifa during the Christmas holidays.
It's a shame that you didn't see the Baha'i temple. A shame. Yeah, big shame.
You know what? I got to see the Israeli Symphonic and met Zubin Mehta, and I had no idea who Zubin Mehta was, but he's a world famous conductor. It was only a week. Most of what we saw was, the USO kind of, was our tour guide. But I've always wanted to go back to Haifa. I absolutely loved it. Believe me, if I couldn't live in the United States, I would live in Haifa.
Why Haifa? There is a lot of pollution.
I grew up in a place called Savannah, Georgia. It's on the coast. I just like port cities.
Okay. Well, Haifa is definitely a port city. There's a lot of shipping activity there.
Yeah.
But if you want, let me give you an advice. If you want to go to a restaurant here with classic, like shipping, like Shipyard, and there's a good restaurants in Tel Aviv that will give you that satisfaction in that wonderful environment.
I've heard good things about Tel Aviv. Unfortunately, I didn't make it there. Because of my job, I had to stay, pretty near the ship. But no, I will definitely, if it's allowable. Probably Israel, Haifa specifically, but Israel is definitely on my bucket list.
Yeah. You know what should also be on your bucket list in terms of city here?
What's that?
You know what? Nahal Oz. You heard that name once?
No, I've never heard of it.
It's a kibbutz in the south.
Oh, okay.
You know what it's famous for?
No.
It's a symbol of the 7th of October.
Okay.
It's of course that is not only.
Now, was that the one that was attacked?
There was multiple villages, Israeli villages that were attacked. Multiple of them. But Nahal Oz is different from the others. You know why?
No.
You want to different? Because in Nahal Oz, you have one of every 4 people being slain or taken to Gaza.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, also big names of the some big hostages names are from there. For example, Arbel Yehud, if you know, or for example, the famous Bibas family is from there. From there, some of the horrifying videos of Shiri Bibas being abducted with her babies. The
Mhm.
video was filmed in Nahal Oz.
Mhm.
The
Yeah, it was definitely a tragedy. Now you're Baha'i?
no, I'm
Oh,
Jewish.
okay. Because and forgive me, I forgive my ignorance, but I thought there was Orthodox were not allowed to even use electricity or anything like that. But forgive my ignorance. I could be
I'm
wrong.
not a religious person. When you say
I
Orthodox,
got you. Okay, I
it
got you.
depends on what you mean. You mean, most of the Israeli society is traditional, or you can even say, how you call it, not religious, but below traditional, how you call it? Not
Secular?
observing. Yes, secular, that's it. Secular.
Yeah,
Most
well,
of it
I kind of get that. So forgive me. It shit. It's been 30 years since I've been to Israel, and though I went to Catholic schools and growing up, and there were a lot of Jewish kids that went to Catholic schools, and of course they didn't have to go to mass or anything like that. But so you pick up bits and pieces when you're hanging out, playing basketball or something like that. So, but like I said, I absolutely adored Haifa. Just it was just so cool, and I'm dead serious when I say if I couldn't live here, it would literally be in Haifa. It was just I now I haven't been in 30 years. It's probably changed. It was a very walkable city. I walked all over the place. The only weird thing was getting on the city buses, and everybody had a rifle slung over their shoulder. It was
you're
like,
talking about M16. You're going to definitely see an M16, and you're also going to see a Tavor, if you know what gun that is.
yep. And
Yeah,
it kind of, you hear a lot about the Second Amendment in the United States, but no, I tell you what, there were grannies with with automatic rifles slung over their shoulders. I'm like, there's no one's gonna be hijacking this bus.
I don't know about grannies, but you have women. Well, there was a picture of a woman with a bikini with a M16, and you also had women carrying their babies, and they have on their shoulder a gun. But unfortunately, the average civilian doesn't have a gun like you have. We need to arm the civilians more, definitely, especially the ones that are living in the borders. If we had a gun,
well, let me ask you a question though. I mean, are there obstacles for anyone? Are there do you have to get weapons licensed? How does that work in Israel?
You need to get license. You don't. It's not like in the US that you can get guns like candy. Well, at least that's in Texas, no?
Well, I wouldn't say it's just like candy, but it is pretty easy to get one.
I saw videos of little girls in the age of 6 shooting in guns in a field with their dad. So that's at least what I saw. So whatever. But because of the war, it's more easy to get the guns. And I see that somebody put a nice terrorist flag in the comments, but never mind that.
Wait, say. Oh, don't worry about Kelvin. He's just a rabble rouser. The host is. I'm the host of the show. This is my channel. This is my show. The rabble tends to be on the youngish side, and they get full of piss and vinegar and an English breakfast, and they just want to show out.
Okay. Yeah. I don't want to interrupt your show, so what you were talking about before I came?
Well, I happen to be a Black American, and this particular man on the screen, the one in the light colored shirt with his hands out, has a specific critique of Black Americans. And when I say Black Americans, I mean descendants of American slavery.
Yeah, I heard what you said about the slavery, about him, that he thinks that he's better than you because his people were that he comes from royalty. That first of all, only because he came from an established family does not mean that his ancestors owned slaves. Of course, it definitely make the chance of that happening bigger, but still. And,
it's a little bit more complicated than that. This particular man is from Africa.
Where in Africa? That's the question.
I think the guy on the screen is from Nigeria, but he's not the one I'm talking about. There's a guy I talked to on a panel about a year ago, and I can't remember where he's from, but it was somewhere in West Africa. So we're up on the panel, and he basically said that Black Americans have no culture and they have a slave culture. And basically, Black Americans don't have a culture like a native culture or one that sprang up from nowhere. And my argument is a Creole culture. You can take it, even if you are taken as a slave, you will literally take your master's culture, blend it with the culture you grew up with, and you come up with a hybrid. And my argument is the hybrid is original. And there are people who are more purist, like your culture can be African or some form of African or English, and that's not how culture works. Culture, people, when you have a child, and say you're a husband from, I don't know, the north of Israel, or you know what? And please forgive me. I don't mean to be abrasive. I'm sorry.
You said Israel, so let's let's work with that. Let's say the father is from the Galil area of the upper Galil of North Israel, if you want to be accurate.
Right. Well, yeah. Well, I was actually going to say, every now and again you'll hear a story about a Palestinian, woman or man, pairing up with a spouse who's Israeli, and it may not even be. Let's say it's in the United States. I mean, there are a lot of marriage couples where one is Arab, the other's Jewish. That's probably
in here. In here it's very rare to see such a thing. And
right. Well, in the United States, I won't say it's common, but it's not that unusual. So that child may wind up speaking Hebrew and Arabic. My point is that child is the blend of the father and the mother. When he or she grows up, he or she's going to be a unique blend of maybe two cultures. And that's kind of how I see culture. So when someone, like this guy up on the screen says, well, African Americans, Americans with, African heritage don't have a culture. Well, they have a third culture. It's one that, culminated in jazz, or culminated in blues, or culminated in rock and roll, or culminated in rap music. Those are things that you don't find anywhere else in the world. Why are you saying there's no culture here? We literally, now maybe the culture is more musical and not scientific, but name me a scientific culture. Name me a scientific achievement that is specifically attached to a culture.
Yes.
So anyway, I cut you off.
Hello, you hear me?
Oh, I'm still here.
Yeah, I want to ask a few things. First of all, you saying that you invented pop, no, or rock?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't use the word invent. Came up with. Okay, now your connection's getting a little choppy.
What?
Your connection is getting a bit choppy. What I am saying is that when people want to say that Black Americans have no culture, blues, jazz, rap music specifically, didn't exist anywhere else and still don't. Everyone acknowledges that Black Americans, for instance, caused jazz. They invented it. Now it's a fusion. You take someone like a Duke Ellington, who basically blended, kind of an African heritage using a European system of music, but he came up with a third thing called jazz. So saying that there is no culture native to Black Americans is false. It's demonstrably false.
Of course. I just want to
So
ask.
that's
Now you hear me better?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I wanted to ask to make sure your community is the one that invented jazz and pop. Yes.
Communities. Hold on. Communities don't invent stuff. Specific people do.
Yeah, but the people from your community.
No. Don't yeah, but me. Individuals or maybe teams, cultures don't invent stuff. Specific people do, especially when it comes to things like math, engineering. No, cultures don't invent stuff. Specific people do. And if those people are a part of a certain culture, it gets attributed to the culture. But I don't buy that bullshit that, white people invented this or Black people invented that. The answer is no. Attributed to specific individuals or teams of individuals, but not to a culture.
Okay, but
I don't do butts on this panel. I don't do butts on this show. You either acknowledge my point or disagree with it, but there will be no but.
I disagree. Now,
Well, you don't have to agree or disagree. Look, you don't. That you disagree, we don't need to go farther because I know I'm right.
That's what you're saying.
You can disagree all you want, but you cannot deny that. Let's say Edison actually didn't invent electricity, but he was the one who was able to pull a bunch of threads together and market it. Okay. But white people didn't invent electricity. Edison did, just to pare it down and be essentialist about it. White people haven't invented shit. Black people have not invented shit. Cultures and nations don't invent stuff. Individuals and teams of individuals do.
Who financed those individuals?
Doesn't matter. Finances allowed an individual to continue his work. Individuals or teams of individuals. For the financiers to take credit is simply stupid. It's disingenuous.
Okay.
It's hypocritical.
Okay, so if let's just say it like this: if a group of people have one of the things that is culture is clothing, special clothes, right? You can agree with me on that?
When you say clothing, I'm not sure
Clothes.
about.
Okay, so traditional clothes.
Oh,
So, for
if
example,
clothing.
yeah, if traditional clothes. Okay, so those clothes were invented by somebody. So if that somebody is
Right.
inventing it, and the coach and the people of that person use it, according to you, it's not really theirs. So it's not a part of the culture.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying the person who invented it, it was invented by one person, whoever that clothes designer might be. Now, everyone might love it. There may be other people who copy it and make more of it, and even take the original design and do variations of it. But there's one person. There is a locus or loci that invented it. And over a period of years, a culture may take the credit for it. But the bottom line is it was invented by an individual or team of individuals. White people ain't invented shit. Black people ain't invented shit. People invent stuff. And then, over the years, a culture or a people may take credit for it and may improve it. They may do all kinds of things, but it is untrue that a culture invents stuff. It may sponsor it, it may finance it, it may nurture it, but it doesn't invent it. Individuals invent stuff.
Okay, but if let's just say a scientist invent a machine that, for example, will turn salt water into drinkable water, and then he gives it for his people, and he gives it to his people. So according to you, you cannot say it's belong to his people and him.
No, I'm not talking about belonging. I'm talking about who invented it. There was a person who came up with the idea and gave it to his people. The people did not come up with the idea, they benefited from it. And him giving it to them, hey, they may have pride in that individual and they may adopt it as a cultural icon or something like that. Fine, as long as you understand that the people didn't invent it, they invent it, they benefited from it and adopted it as part of their culture, but they didn't invent it. They didn't come up with the idea.
Okay, so the same stuff you can say about language, no?
Yep.
Also somebody soon.
But language is kind of a different thing. I'm not an expert on language. If you're not an expert on language, I'm kind of unprepared to make the comparison, but I imagine it's probably so. Someone makes a grunt and then someone, language, I'm not prepared to discuss the origins of. I'm nowhere near that kind of expert.
I'm not talking about how language.
Okay, I'm not going to talk about things I'm not qualified to talk about. Origins of language, too complicated a topic to compare to what my point is. If look, for instance, let's talk about Newton and gravity. Well, the concept of gravity in calculus is an even better example. You will hear that Newton invented calculus. Well, that's not true. Calculus existed probably centuries before Newton. He just kind of perfected the idea, and then someone in Europe independently kind of came up with the same idea. You can't say white people invented calculus because it actually has a history.
Okay, I don't know what is calculus. I don't familiar with that word.
You've never heard of calculus? Google it. CALCULUS. It's math.
Calculus. Okay, I will check it out later.
Right. Well, if you don't know calculus, are you really prepared to talk about language, the origins of language?
I
Calculus is
know
like basic.
calculus is
Calculus is
but in
basic
English.
math.
Okay. Okay. In any case, about the guy that you were talking about, if he comes to the USA and say that stuff, I hope he have health insurance.
No, he'll be fine. I mean, he's getting rich off of it, probably. That's the wonderful thing about America. You can
People
get
will
rich
probably do them up or something.
off of misinformation or just bad ideas or bad opinions. That is kind of the beauty of America.
What?
So anyway, let's get back to, oh, I'm sorry.
That you can say everything that you want to say in the USA. That's the beauty.
You can't say absolutely everything, but you can say most things. You know, the yelling fire in a crowded theater. You know, if what you say causes damage to other people, like a defamation or, you know, actual physical harm. No, you can't say stuff like that.
Okay.
We are not quite a free for all. The First Amendment does not allow for verbal free for alls. So anyway, let's get back to this fool.
Culture is going to be the main culture.
Right.
So with time, it became Ebonics. Nobody has anything. They are now still using two.
Don't different African countries have different African cultures existing at one time? Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just saying, don't African countries have different African cultures existing in that African country at the same time? So what's the dominant culture? And a lot of I just wanted to put that out there for thought. I'm gonna let it keep playing. My bad. I be thinking.
Two English names.
Well, this is
They are now having only Christianity as their religion. They can remember their history, culture, traditions, customs. So you have no foundation, is what I'm trying to say. African Americans in this country are the only groups. They have no culture. It depends on who you meet, where you meet them.
But currently, there's not an African.
You know, I actually think Frank Zanuk's English isn't that good. His understanding of English, I think that's part of what hampers him. I actually do wonder how good is his English. He wants to sit there like people understood what his point was, and he literally made no point. Does he mean a native culture versus a hybrid culture? Everybody has a culture. You know, culture is basically the software that allows you to function in a society. Culture is the software. You know, society, you know, the mechanics of society is kind of like the hardware. Maybe I picked the wrong video to watch. I just saw Frank Zanuk, and I know that I think he's a clown. But we may not make it through this whole video.
In American culture?
No.
Yes, there is.
What is it? Name two value systems in the African American culture.
Value system?
Yes. Name two taboos in the African American culture system. Name two traditions, by the way, in the African American culture system. Okay, forget it. Name two customs in the African American culture. Look, I'm being serious.
No, but I mean, I'm thinking about it.
Yes, there is no value for freedom if you don't understand what it is. The concept of free.
Okay, see, this dude wants to intellectualize freedom. Essentially, it sounds like what he's saying is if you don't understand freedom, you're a slave. Dude, look at it from since he is such a genius, go back to the same culture that you worship and talk about natural law. If you understand natural law, you understand why slavery is an evil. This dude is a moron and he just picks on people who can't push back. First thing I would do with Frank Zonik is start asking what are your references for coming up with all these weird ideas? And if his response is, oh well, that's just what I think, then I start trashing him. Obviously, I go into ad hoc mode about that shiny bald head. I suspect he hasn't done his homework. He just kind of feels that way. I've literally never heard him reference any sort of book. So we're going to listen to a few more minutes of
I have
this
a question.
because.
Wait a
Sure.
minute, I have a question. First of all, does he have American passport or ID?
Oh, I have no idea. I assume he does. I'm gonna bet he does. He would be the first on my deport list.
How much time is he in the States?
I honestly don't know. I imagine a lot.
No, it's,
Look, I was introduced to him. I haven't done a deep background research on him because I don't really care that much. But I do know that he's a problem. And I do know that a lot of African immigrants who come here literally think this way. Because I've talked to them on YouTube. Hell, there are a lot of Black Americans, like legacy Black Americans. And when I say legacy Black American, I mean Black Americans who have roots back, into American history, like actual descendants of slaves, people who can trace, their heritage back to the American South and American slavery. A lot of Africans have this attitude.
Yeah, maybe some of those people that are migrating, they literally escape from slavery. We need to remember that even today you have slavery in some parts of the world.
Okay, I don't care about that. I'm talking specifically about American history.
Yeah, I just said that maybe some of those people that are migrating from Africa, maybe some of them escaped literally slavery.
I don't care. If you're going to talk about American culture, if you're going to talk about American history, you isolate what I'm talking about. We can talk. That's kind of a different topic. If you escape from slavery in Africa to come to America, and I assume you mean in the modern era, there was no one back, between the 16th and the 19th century who escaped slavery in Africa and made it over to America. That didn't happen. You were kidnapped or sold into and bought into American slavery. And then, talking about Caribbean slavery, talking about Brazilian slavery, and specifically the African part of the slave market. Everybody had slavery, doesn't work for me. I'm like an American history guy, an American culture guy. So if you want to talk about other cultures, we can, but only briefly. In that brief period, I'm going to tell you not what I'm talking about.
Okay, bro, relax. Okay.
Oh, I'm relaxed. I just want to set the parameters right quick.
Okay. Well, we talked a few minutes ago about what's going on here shortly, and you didn't have any problem with that.
Well, no, I assume there are no slaves in Israel.
Of course not. But actually, if you want to talk about
so I can't talk about other things than America, but if I'm talking specifically about American history, and the title of this video that's up on the screen is called Disrespects Black American History and Culture. Well, guess what the topic I'm talking about is?
Yeah, I know.
Would you like to talk about something else? We can.
No, I just want to add that we don't have slavery here, but of course you say no, but still, if
Well, no, well, if you want to talk about slavery in Israel, I'm game.
No, we don't have slavery here, for God's sake. We don't have it. Oh my God.
Does Israel have a history of black of African slavery, slave trade?
No.
I bet it does.
The only
But not
no,
not Israel the state, but the region does, I'm sure.
the Bedouins do it. The Bedouins have. Not us.
Exactly. There is a
Bedouins
history,
don't
but
do
it's just not Israel's history.
Actually, yeah, and also the Gazans doing, if we get into this, the hostages
Islam
that they
has a
abducted were in
slavery.
the females that they abducted, and all the people that abducted were literally turned literally to slaves.
Oh yeah. Islam has a strong history of slavery. So
That's what the former female hostages told us that they were
Yep.
they
I
make
remember
them
the
slaves.
Yazidis. Remember the Yazidis? This is
Yes.
a while ago, back in what was it? Iraq? Was it? Were they living in
Northern
the
Syria.
Kurdish part
They
of
were in
Iraq?
Northern Syria in Iraq.
So anyway, this specific show in this specific segment of the show is about ZANU and who disrespects Black American history and culture. So that's specifically what I'm talking about.
Okay.
And I think that he has all kinds of problems. And after watching him over a couple videos, I honestly think he actually hasn't done his homework, or if he has, he hasn't done the type of homework where you read on both sides of your argument, and if you still think the same way, you refine your argument based on what the opposite side has written or thought about or talked about. And this guy's literally ignorant of the topic he's criticizing, because again, if you're going to criticize a topic, know what you're criticizing better than the people who defend it. That's literally how you critically think and win arguments.
Yeah, and of course, if he comes to your home, your country in this case, and say this against you, then he's asking for problems. Somebody's going to be the
Doubt it.
or later.
I think he's here, and so far he has survived.
So far, somebody will fight. He will anger somebody. He will anger too many people, and then somebody will hunt him down. Literally.
Well, no, we don't have our version of Mossad yet, but eventually, who knows? Trump may do that, but he'll be okay.
Hey, we don't. If you compare it to the Mossad doesn't.
Oh, hey! Before you go too far, and then I'll let you finish. I did that for a reason. I brought it up just to keep you in check. For people who dissent or stir up trouble, I posit it's more dangerous to do that in Israel or anywhere that the Mossad can operate than it is in America. America is less dangerous than Israel.
And I don't think so. Actually, the opposite.
Well, you don't have to think so. You don't even have to defend what you think. I just want to check your opinion. America doesn't have a Mossad yet, is my point.
You have FBI.
So he'll be they don't go out and do that sort of stuff.
Still, the Mossad doesn't also.
I am thinking, and I would have to go back because I didn't save all that stuff. But there was an assassination in Iran that the Mossad or some sort of Israeli, secret special op, where they called up the general and warned him to leave because they were about to bomb some shit. and they gave him warning, and I think he got out. So we're not at the Israeli black ops level. So Frank Zanuck will be safe.
You are talking about, if I'm mistaken, you're talking about Hania. You're talking about
I
Hania.
don't care about any of that. I think. Do you get my point that America's safer than Israel, and definitely safer than Iran? Don't be a military bigwig in Iran. Israel will reach out and touch you. Either get out, touch you, or just kiss a bomb.
The people that Mossad is after is literally people with.
You don't have to. Please don't feel the need to justify it. I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong. The reason I bring this up is that don't compare Israel to the United States. That's what I'm saying.
Why not?
Because there is no comparison. We don't have a Mossad.
You have CIA.
Yet. Not quite the same thing, buddy.
Oh, come on. The CIA also hunts down.
This is I'm not going to even bother debating because that's not the topic of the show.
Okay,
I just want you to kind of don't be ragging on the United States as a dangerous place for Frank Zanuck when you can actually be a virulent sort of guy in America and survive the experience. Not so much if you got a Mossad.
Still, he mocks the.
No, I don't do still. I just need you to say no. It's not like that.
No, it's not.
We don't have. America does not have a Mossad. And we know what the Mossad is capable of, and I admire. It's not that I'm criticizing. I admire, but we haven't quite got to an Israel sort of paranoia here in America. We might get there, but not yet.
Paranoia? What kind of? If you.
I'm not going to even get deep into it. I'm not making a critique. As I said, I love Israel. What I caution you to do is don't go America's all that dangerous for people like this black dude here. It's not.
It will be for me.
I don't know you that well, so I can't speak to that.
You have to have.
So we're gonna. He done said a lot. He done said a lot. I'm being a little petty. All right. So he's from my understanding, he's from Benin, and so why can't the people on the African continent, who, according to him, who have culture, who have values, who have traditions, where's their freedom?
Well, is she African American?
She's a Haitian. She's a Haitian American who grew up here, but within the Haitian household under Haitian culture, according to her.
So two people that are not a part of the group are having a conversation about the group.
Well,
okay.
I just remember this is our second time doing the breakdown on Frank Zanuck. I've watched plenty of videos of Frank Zanuck, and what Frank Zanuck like to do is just get random people who are not subject matter experts and grill them on things that they're not subject matter experts about. So
exactly
that show you
this is literally conservative 101. Get people who don't know what they're talking about, random people sometimes, and then ask them hard questions and then mock them when they don't know and then try and make some larger point. So look who's here. It's my favorite brony, Palomino Ricky Z. Hey brony, how you doing? Let's see. He's asking, are you watching a guy talk about other cultures, telling your guests not to talk about other cultures while talking? I don't even know what the fuck that means. I guess I'm just gonna have to ignore you, Palomino. You're galloping into something you don't understand. Now I know why FBA is mad at other blacks. I don't know that mad. I'm not mad. I find it disturbing that quote other blacks want to come in here and talk about shit they don't know.
That show you what type of dude he is off top, because this is the person you decide to sit down with to have this conversation. You choose her.
So wait a minute, he's from Benin.
From my understanding, we can look. Let me look. We can look him up. We can Google him.
I'm just saying, yeah, look that up real quick, because if he's from Benin, he needs to talk about history and culture that they've been trying to rewrite for for decades. Especially considering their role in the transatlantic African slave trade.
I mean, what
you want to join? You want to talk about? And I know it was kind of petty to go that route, but when you know, and this is one of the reasons why you have the diaspora wars. You have the people who have decided to identify with their nations, such as here in America, Foundational Black Americans, or ADOS. But this is one of the reasons why a lot of blacks who are born here in America, have heritage here in America, take issue with this, because it's never been. It's always. Here's the thing, right? You want to talk about a culture? Let's talk about a people who never came for their people. Every other culture he wanted to name, when their people were enslaved, they actually came for their people. They traveled across seas. They traveled across boundaries. They traveled across all terrains.
Yeah, I don't really care about any of this.
Let's talk about not getting their people back.
Who doesn't know nothing at all. And a lot of times he springs these conversations on his guests, like he don't prepare them for the conversation. And so you pick random people and then don't prepare them for the conversation. And so this lady cannot accurately answer those questions. And I don't think he can either. And, we don't even really have to get into the history of Benin. We can.
And see, that's literally my point. Xanu, literally, you can tell he makes the same arguments over and over that, Black Americans don't have culture. And apparently he's not done his homework, because a Creole culture is literally a culture. What does he mean by not have a culture? And this young lady apparently doesn't challenge him on that. And I don't know why.
Look at Benin.
I wish SKC were here. Maybe he could explain
culture,
why.
values, customs, and taboos, and look at the turmoil that Benin is in now under colonial power and because of colonial influences. Some of the same things that they try to look down on us about. But also, if you really listen to what he's talking about, a lot of the Caribbean people and a lot of the Central and South American people don't fall into the category of having culture, if you go by what he's saying.
I just think it's crazy that and you know what, and I don't want to offend those brothers and sisters over there who don't share these beliefs, these compromised beliefs and so forth, who understand that there is
names like him. And shout out to the continental Africans and the Caribbeans and everybody who are down for Black people, period, who calling him out on this board. Because there are people who are continental Africans who are calling him out on this board. So shout out to them. But this is, like you said, these are things like this that throw logs on the fire of this diaspora war, because people like him.
Let me I just did a quick, down and dirty search. So this dude is not even using his last name. Frank Xanu Adjusegbe. He's not even using his real life name. And he's different. He is intense, explosive, analytical, and deeply thought-provoking. He is a life coach, inspirational speaker, and human development consultant.
Okay.
This
Listen,
motherfucker.
bro, I need to go. I have some stuff to do. So
Okay, well, it was great
see you.
having you here.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe I will see you soon.
Make sure you subscribe to the show. Make
Yeah.
sure you come back, by the way.
Yeah, if you want to talk about stuff that's going on here or about the war or in general, then
Oh, absolutely.
yeah. Very soon, we will have a lot of talk. There will be a lot of stuff that will be worth to talk about very soon.
Well, tell you what, look at the crawl here. It's got my email address. We can do a topic.
Look at the what?
We don't have to talk about this. Right there, Stanley@jghb.info. Email me with show ideas.
Okay, I want to ask you something
Sure.
before I leave. What do you think about Eli Sharabi?
About what?
Not what, who? About Eli Sharabi. You heard about him?
I do not know. Never heard.
Okay.
Never heard of him or her.
Okay, if he was in the States, you would probably say he looks like somebody from your community, or could be.
Okay, well that's fine. But how about tell us who he is first?
He's one of the
Let's
hostages
not
that
go.
were-
Let's not go by phenotype. Tell me about his character.
I'm telling you who he is. He was taken to Gaza and he was freed in the second ceasefire, and his family, his wife and two daughters were slain by the people that took him. Before he didn't know it.
Who are
After
the people? Who are the people who took him?
The Hamas.
Gotcha.
Okay, and after they snatched them from his family, they you know what they did with the guns. He didn't know it until he was freed. He was, and also they took his brother Yossi, and they executed Yossi later on in Gaza. So the body of Yossi is still in Gaza, unfortunately. In any case, he been into the USA a number of times. He also met with Trump, and he made a special book. He made a book about his time in Gaza.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, you want to do a show about that?
And in general, his book is going.
Do you
is,
want
now,
to do a show on this topic?
If you want, if it's okay with you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, in any case, just
I'll even read the book.
Yeah, its book is going to come in English in the 7th of October. I have.
Okay, well, tell you what.
A copy of it.
You have my email address. You have my email address. If you want to talk about his book, absolutely we can. I would love to do it.
You want me to tell the audience what's the name of the book?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, spell it out and drop it into the chat.
The name of the book is Khatuf in Hebrew, but it's probably will be in English. It's abducted. It's a hostage in English. Of course, the book is not yet in English, but it's going to be very soon in English. I will check. Of course, depends on what kind of translation it will be.
Well, you actually have you took down my email address. Send all that stuff to me, and we can get it organized into a show or an interview or whatever you want.
If your email is in the in your information, then I will see it. I'm using my phone now, so I'm not exactly.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, go back and look at the show. In the crawl, there's a banner crawl at the bottom of the screen. It has show ideas, contact Stanley@jghb.info. Absolutely.
What's your name? Is Stanley?
Yeah. Stanley versus the world. Yep, I'm the Stanley, not the world.
Okay. When I think, I don't know about the world, but when I hear the name Stanley, I think about the TV show The Mask. Get it?
Sure.
You know what? Forget that dumb. It was a dumb joke. Never mind that. Well, see you, Stanley. Ciao.
All right, take it easy. All right. Well, again, we're gonna do a little bit more of this show, but I think we're gonna have to switch over to the Admiral's show. You know, I was so hellfire to hear a cogent critique of Xana, and I don't know.
Who come out and say this dumb like what he be saying?
Well, what is he doing over here if it's like that?
Why is he dressed like that? Where everybody who say we don't have no culture, why are you wearing another person's culture? Why are you speaking another person's language?
Yeah, those look like some British knickers on. So, and let me shut up.
No, I'm just saying he's not wearing traditional Benin garb. He's not even expressing his own culture, traditions, and values, right?
Okay. Well, you know what? Fighting a bad cultural perspective with another bad cultural perspective, yet not actually dealing with the argument. We're gonna have to do what the Admiral wants us to do. This has just gotten me bored. Ugh. You know, I'm actually starting to get kind of disappointed with YouTube. Or maybe this sector of YouTube. No one knows how to argue actual points. And yeah, I'm horrible about going to ad hominems, but I usually go to ad hominems when I figure out, you know, whoever it is I'm talking to just is too stupid for me to be that into. Let's see here. You know what? I'm gonna let this play while I look up Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, well,
And one of the reasons you are in America is because of Black culture. Like, you want to talk about the civil rights movement. One of the reasons
No,
you
it's
are
not
here, my
Black
brother, is
culture
the
that got
civil
you
rights
here. God
movement.
damn it.
And guess what? The civil rights movement was not all of Black
Argue.
people. It was a sector
Countering
of
bad
Black people.
arguments.
You don't even know your history, brother. You don't even know what you're talking about. If you want to look down on the civil rights movement, but your ass wouldn't be here if the civil rights movement didn't happen. And with that being said, welcome back to Breakdown Friday. Joseph Ward, Professor Carl, Tone Jones, Patrick Irvin. Man, that's how we do it, man. Frank Zanu on that bull, and we getting into it. We just hop right in. But I did want to give you a hearty welcome to Breakdown Friday. We told y'all we was I was having a conversation with one of our commenters, and I told him we was going to do this video. So I told you, so here it is, because Frank Zanu on that bull. But another log on the fire. This video went viral this past week because basically Frank Zanu is saying, oh, you heard him. Black Americans have no history, no culture, no customs, no values, no taboos. We have nothing. It was stripped from us, and we have nothing. So we just whatever. And yes, when African people came over here, most of the history, the customs and things were stripped from it. It was not completely stripped because there's African customs and cultural things that have survived that is all up in Black American culture.
Well,
that's how we get gumbo.
The thing with it is that this is that the whole approach is wrong.
Yeah.
Like, and we'll call out the foolishness too, like, because he's giving his people extra work, because the last time we responded to them, we did a video recovering him. Didn't they reach out?
No, well, somebody from one of his PR teams was like, it would have been fair if we would have had him a part of the conversation. It's a reaction video.
No, but here's the thing. It would be fair if you would encourage your guy to stop saying foolishness. Like, what if he would stop saying dumb shit?
He wouldn't go viral when people wouldn't react to it.
Right. Like, so, and then once again, he's talking about a community in an environment, in a setting, in a situation that he is unfamiliar with. You're not a Black American. From what I can tell, you didn't grow up in America. from what I can tell, you don't know humans. Like, you don't know. It is impossible, right? It is impossible for a group. You get one person in the room, they're gonna die from lack of engagement. All right, whatever, cool. Two people in the room, they gonna either get along or they gonna start fighting, right? Somebody's gonna subjugate somebody else. Three people in the room, culture will form. Period. It doesn't matter if there was nothing else there. Three people in a room will form a culture. It is how groups display commonality in terms of how they see and recognize the world. How do you not have culture?
Well. See, that's the thing. So I've seen a couple videos of people, and their thing is he's explaining it through his worldview. But I don't give a damn about him explaining it through his worldview. You're positioning yourself as an authority on this subject, so you're supposed to have knowledge of what culture is and how culture is formed. And don't tell me that we don't have culture now because of the traditional African cultures that came here was stripped away from us. We recreated stuff.
Look, it don't. His worldview. That's another one of them. I have my truths and you have your truth. No, that's the truth.
But see, that's why I disagree with those content creators about that, because I don't give a damn about his worldview. You're supposed to understand what culture is if you're gonna have this conversation.
And so that's where I'm like, it doesn't matter if it was stripped from us, given to us, barley, flipped, stirred, and ripped to the side. None of that matters. You get a group of people together, they're going to create culture. Now, we can argue about whether the culture is beneficial or not. There's going to be a culture.
So according to him, are the Garifuna people, do they not have culture? Because we're talking about, and I'm bringing up all these different people from Central America, South America, and the Caribbean, because we're talking about people similar experiences who do not speak the language that they were speaking when they came, who most of the culture and traditions and ways of living that they had, most of them were stripped. Of course, the bulk of it was stripped from people coming to America, but not all of it was stripped. How do you think Gullah Geechee culture and Gullah Geechee language exists, but African Americans don't have no culture? We don't have no language.
Him a benefit. I'm not even giving them. It don't matter if it was stripped or not. Everybody got culture.
Well, he's supposed to know that if you're gonna have this conversation.
Well,
I'm sorry, PC. Go ahead.
No, that's cool. No, he need to be fricasseed and fried just like you did filleted. The grill is hot. And listen, my apologies to the people of Benin, man. It's not y'all, it's him. It's just Frank, not y'all. I was triggered. I'm big enough to own that. I was triggered. Just for the simple fact that, and I blame, Joe for this.
And I blame Frank. And I blame Frank.
Nah, PC is right. So because this triggered me too. I'm glad PC was talking. I could calm down.
This triggered everybody who saw this, who got sense, was triggered. Everybody, because everybody's looking at him like, "Are you freaking serious, bro? Are you serious? Like, as black as you are, you sound real white right now."
I actually found at least somewhat of a full version of this Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens interview, which I'd rather do. Just see it raw and somewhat uncut. Okay, let me ask you a question. Well, certainly it wasn't for me, and I guess I won't just comment on it. So what I want to do is just, here's what I'm thinking. This is literally not a good critique of Frank Zanuck. We want to talk about, too much about where he's from and his style of dress. Let's attack the arguments and then mock him when he can't back them up. I don't think Frank Zanuck literally has a leg to stand on. The critique that he just randomly selects people versus subject area experts, I would love to see him go up against a Cornell West, or even, someone like an Eddie Glod, or there are all kinds of people. Glenn Lowry. Glenn Lowry would shred this dumb fuck. So let's do conservative versus black racist, or African racist. There are all kinds of people that Zana seems to not be talking to, who could correct his misinformation. Dude, people like SKC are idolizing a guy who calls himself a life coach. These people, a racist life coach is what SKC is fucking like idolizing. You know what? And I'd never actually looked up Frank Zanuk's background, and too bad I didn't, because I just said, hey, if SKC's recommending him, he must be worth me watching. And boy, was I wrong. I'm going to have to start vetting. I have to start vetting SKC's recommendations from now on. So let us move on. How's your sister doing, Mela? How's your sister doing, Mela?
She's still ill in some way, but it may not just be clinical, so to speak. She got a lot of resentment issues about our family. I don't know if she got a fever or whatever, but she was just on a rampage about complaining about the matriarchs in our family, and I find it uncomfortable to discuss that.
Good. Well, let's not discuss it.
She got mad at me because I didn't want to engage.
Let's not. If you feel uncomfortable discussing it, then let's feel uncomfortable discussing it.
Mm-hmm.
So we are moving on to
moving on.
I'm sorry, what?
I agree with you. Moving on. Yes, let's move on. Yes.
Well, yeah, I don't want you to out your family business, it should, and I certainly sympathize and even empathize, but I don't want you to, reveal too much information.
And I appreciate the protection.
Oh no, it's not protection, it's decorum. I have nothing to protect. I just don't want you to, present present yourself the way you don't want to be presented by yourself.
Yeah, I've done that for many years.
Yeah, but not on this show. And if anything, I'm protecting the show. So anyway, and by the way, look at someone has misspelled Candace's name. Nick Fuentes, Candace owns full interview full. So who knows? Candace misspelled, grammar bad, but let's see what we got. And I could have looked harder, I guess, on her site, but I didn't see it immediately. So let's see what hell this wrought.
To invite you onto the podcast, because a lot of your videos have been going viral. Obviously, it will not surprise you to learn that, according to the media, you might be the most evil person in the world.
They say that about me, yes. That's my reputation.
Definitely anti-Semitic, racist, right. Misogynist. There have been real fears of people speaking about your Groyper movement. So I did something before this interview, is I went back into my phone and wrote Nick Fuentes. I wanted to try to remember the first time that I actually heard your name. And it was in 2019, a text message that somebody had shared with me that Ashley St. Clair had been kind of fired from Turning Point USA. And this person was speaking about Ashley St. Clair and had mentioned that she got in trouble a while back, or whenever it happened, because she took a photo.
Is it me, and it could just be me, Does it look like Candace Owen has used lip filler? Someone tell me. It
It's
could
just
just be
you.
me. Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Her lips look false.
with you and that you were this big anti-Semite. And then later that year, I had a conversation about the Groypers. It was something that I had never seen
Maybe
before.
bad
Who were
makeup.
showing up on college campuses and asking questions about conservatism to various speakers, whether it was Rob Smith, Dave Rubin, and asking, hey, if we're conservatives, why are we promoting gay people?
Right.
You're the person that is the face of that movement. So
Yes.
can you just tell me, I guess, a little bit about Nick Fuentes before the Groyper movement?
Sure. Well, yeah, that was my big claim to fame. That was kind of when I came on the map in 2019. But before that, I was at RSBN, right side.
Has anyone ever noticed that Nick Fuentes has a very Trump-like style of combing his hair? I wonder what's under there.
Broadcasting network. I was a freshman in college. I was 18 years old. I was at Boston University, and I was a big pro-Trump guy. You know, and
Natural
I was very into
succulent
politics,
lips.
extremely political.
Oh my God,
but like a
Brian.
lot of people, I was pretty
What
mainstream.
do
I was
you like
very
sucking on? Would be
pro-Israel,
my
libertarian, big
my
PragerU
response.
viewer, Ben Shapiro fan, all that kind of stuff. But of course, in 2016, everything changed. You know, he had the rise of the alternative right. And so it's guys like Jordan Peterson and Stefan Molyneux and Richard Spencer and Jared Taylor. And of course, Trump being the king of them all. So in 2016, everything changed. I became very racialist, very pro-white, very critical of Israel, very aware of the Jewish phenomenon that's happening in the country. And so I went to the college campus. I was freshman, 18, and I did a big debate with the student body president at the school. And it was kind of weird how it came together. I was pretty vocal on Twitter, didn't have a big following, maybe 200 followers, but I was wearing a MAGA hat everywhere I went. Cafeteria, to class, down the street. And I became known on the campus as that guy wearing the MAGA hat. And I would go on Twitter and I'd talk about my experience. You know, people are picking on me. People are saying they were going to beat me up. People are threatening me, stuff like that. And I said, I was defiant.
I honestly have to ask the conservatives in this chat, and I'm thinking all of you are. What the fuck do y'all see in these two? Well, Nick Fuentes is what, Candace Owens's height? He's not a tall, imposing guy. And I think Candace Owens has lip filler, you know, to be succulent for Brian Nichols. Why are these people the intellectual giants of either the MAGA right or the far right? And MAGA is far right. It's just these two, in my opinion, are farther right. What is it you see in these two? When you see Nick Fuentes sit in the chair, he is no taller than Candace Owens. What is going on with y'all? It's like two little girls.
You know, I was very pro-Trump in spite of all that. And so I got a lot of flack from the liberals on the campus, the Democrats, and one of these groups, Young Americans for Liberty, they came in and contacted me and said, would you want to set up a debate on the campus with one of your detractors, one of the people that's threatening you, trying to fight you? And I said, yeah, I'd love to do that. You know, I had been a broadcaster in high school, so I said, yeah, let's set something up. And so they put out like an open casting call. They contacted a bunch of the people that had been talking trash about me, and they said they'd like to set up this debate. And they found the student body president. He was like a senior, and he was like some Democrat socialist or something, and I didn't even know the guy. But they set up this live event, and like 300 students came to it. It was like a big deal. And actually, someone you know, Cassie Dillon, who's now known as Cassie Akiva. At that time, she was a fellow at Daily Wire. She was like, I guess she was working there temporarily. They had taken her to Israel. She had been there a few times, and she was studying at Mount Holyoke in Western Massachusetts. And she was involved with some of the campus groups, so she went to the event. And she live streamed it on Periscope at that time. And I didn't even know her. I had heard about her. I had seen her on Twitter. And when the debate finished, she came up to me and she said, "Oh my gosh, I just streamed that. You had 30,000 people watching." She goes, "Ben Shapiro watched it. Milo Yiannopoulos watched it." She said, "And you've got a bunch of different job offers." And we do a little post-game interview. She's asking me questions. And the last question she asked me, which is like the big setup for my whole life, she said, "I just got back from Israel." She said, "Would you ever take a trip to Israel? Because I think you'd love it," and so on. And, you know, I sort of knew what was happening with Israel, but not 100%.
You know what, though? Two agents of chaos. I keep hearing people go, well, you know, these people are majoring in they're majoring in things that, why is this a real job? Why is Nick Fuentes, of course he'll never talk about real jobs or anything like that. Dude, these motherfuckers working for Ben Shapiro is not a real job. But there will be people who will go, well, oh, hey, this person's a thinker, or that person's a thinker, or Frank Zanu's a thinker. What the fuck are their real jobs? They're not building anything other than, as CKJ3 points out, chaos. They're building chaos. They're building animosity. They are muckrakers. They are just talking a bunch of shit. Why do these people get held up as a real job? Well, apparently grifting's a real job. Dude, Jason, you know, John Galt had Jason Kessler on. Like, it was like John was sucking Jason Kessler's dick, his pink penis. But this motherfucker will literally say, well, you know, blacks can't get real jobs. What the fuck job has Jason Kessler ever had? Why is he being held up? Other than being a grifter. Yep, CKJ3, Jason Kessler grifter. But I never heard. If I heard John Galt talk about real jobs, it would be, well, Jason, what do you think, sir? What do you think, massa, about black people not getting real jobs? The fucking massa doesn't have a real job. This is literally why people get pissed off at me. You know, sometimes you got to ask the hard questions. What real job does John Galt have? He has never produced anything. Software engineering, what are you producing? Apps? So I produce some minor apps, and I'm a fucking slumlord. What the fuck has he produced besides misery for the tenants who can't pay and apps that nobody gives a fuck about? John Galt didn't come up with that shit. He was following directions. Dude, I've worked in IT. John Galt is not an innovator. He's a follower. Hey, John, we need you to write this button to work on this app.
And I said, yeah. And I said, it sounds interesting, but I think I have everything I need right here in America. And she goes, oh, okay. She wraps up the interview.
Yeah,
she gives me her card. We exchange information. I get involved with her.
You know what?
She was involved with RSBN. And
the part about the English breakfast and open bar, I am following. There's a reason it's titled this way. John Galt's a fucking clown. I did software for 20 years, and here I am fucking scraping up dead bodies. Motherfucker, you didn't write any code. You wrote pieces of code until you were stupid enough to fuck up so bad you're unhireable. Dude, you'll never write code because you won't be able to get a security clearance. And this is what John, see, so many dumb fucks. You know, CKJ3 knows what I'm talking about. And there's some others. Black Knight knows what I'm talking about. Motherfucker, you got to have a goddamn clearance. Dude, you're not going to write high level code. John Galt is so full of shit. And I watched him on a CT show yesterday, and I did fuck with him a little bit from the chat. But, and by the way, this show isn't about John Galt, but I started, thinking about Nick Fuentes having a real job. Working for the Daily Wire is not a quote real job. At least the way, people like the black conservatives think. John Galt's never had a real job, to be honest. And if he did, he fucked himself out of it because he couldn't be smart enough not to take guns into a goddamn federal building. Dude will never hold a security clearance again. That's why he's fucking developing his slumlord empire. And he might have been a landlord for 20 years, but now landlording is his own business. When he says, well, I'm a software developer by nature. No, the fuck you aren't. Software developers don't fucking take guns to software developers are smart. And the way you write code is you think ahead and predict future errors. And I can't imagine a bigger error than taking guns in a briefcase into a goddamn federal building. That is more, I bet the motherfucker was high. Dude, it is so sad. And people bought that shit. People bought that shit. Oh, I made a mistake. Motherfucker, you didn't make a mistake. Just say you forgot that oh, fuck yeah. CKJ3, dude. I told you, hey Mello, hold on one sec. I told you about this kid coming out of the Air Force. This is back in like 2005 or 6. Kid was an E5, like a data type. I don't know what they're called in the Air Force. This motherfucker, on his terminal leave, took a Windows boot camp. He had, and you know what? He had his $150,000 job lined up as like a 23-year-old, 22-year-old maybe, because he was an E5. That motherfucker, they didn't have to do a background check because, he had his clearance. He had experience in the Air Force. And he spent his terminal leave doing a fucking Windows boot camp. Dude, that job, he probably had his desk picked out and his shit already there. Hey, I'm going to hang out and make this Air Force money, and you're going to pay me because you already hired me. That motherfucker was double dipping like a motherfucker. And you know what? He was a smart kid, good kid. I know that motherfucker's probably, somewhere, making 4 times what his starting salary was. And John Galt, nowhere near as smart. Yeah. John Galt ran from the military. That motherfucker, they grabbed his balls and said, turn and cough. And he panicked and quit. Turn your head and cough. Ah! That motherfucker is hilarious. And on CT show yesterday, oh, it was prime John. It was dancing and saying the N-word. It was prime. corporate HR for a tech company and what they offer them. Oh shit. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, you know what?
Saw CT show yesterday.
You what?
I viewed this show.
Well, good for you. The part I viewed was John Galt doing his usual song and dance, and I just got so disgusted after a few pithy comments and just fucking left. John's a goddamn fool.
Yeah, I didn't see John up there.
Well, I did.
must have checked out later.
Yep. So anyway, this is Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens. I assume that means Owens. Someone who can't spell, but so far it's been commercial free. So let's play a little bit more. John is Thurgood Stubbs from wasn't the PJs wasn't that a claymation, like a stop animation, or was that actually a cartoon? I've heard of the PJs, but if I remember, it was kind of a cartoon, right? Was that a toilet flush?
No, I'm just laughing because you don't have premium.
Premium what?
There's an option called YouTube Premium where you get uninterrupted streaming.
Oh, really?
Okay, I'm gone. Take care, Stanley. Bye.
Okay, well, no. Take a look at the top right corner where it fucking says premium. This is why, Mela, what the fuck are you talking about? Of course I have premium. How can you do a show without premium, ma'am? Oh, Mela, do you think I'm bottom cherry fancy pants? Of course I have premium. See it? Top right. It says premium, you silly woman. See, here's the deal with Mela. If she can't come up here and fucking just take over the show, then she gets mad. Ma'am, I have premium. My point was I'm surprised there are no commercials because this isn't from Candace's show. This is someone else's, and sometimes they have inline commercials. Well, Stanley, you can't afford premium. That's your point? Dude, I've had premium ever since I've been on the internet because I don't like commercials. Oh, look, John has a show that's coming up at 2 p.m. says, I still have some words for the mentally ill DEI pilot. Oh, God. You know, I have words from the drunken motherfucker who does a dance every time he says the N-word for the white man.
Said they were going to start up a bunch of original programming. They had Mike Cernovich, Bill Mitchell, a bunch of these guys that were on Twitter. And she had a show, it's called Raised Right. And so she contacted Joe Seals, who's at RSBN, and she said, I saw this guy give the speech. He's really great. He debated this guy on campus. We should give this guy a show. And so I got in touch with them. We got to talking. This was around the end of 2016, beginning of 2017. They said, what do you want to call your show? I said, well, let's call it the Nicholas J. Fuentes Show. They said, that's too long. Nobody knows who you are. We don't want that. I said, okay. They said, you need a different name. I said, all right. So I watched the Trump inauguration, which was January 17. And he said in the speech, a new vision will govern our land. It's going to be only America first. And I said, I like the sound of that. I said, we'll call it America First.
So question, how old are you exactly at this time?
I was 18.
18. Okay, so all of this sort of happened 17, 18 years old, or this all happened very quickly at the age of 18.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, and it all happened rapidly, and this was a time when I was still even figuring out what I'm about, because I'm a teenager. And I've been extremely political since I was like 12 years old. I read Thomas Sowell, Milton Friedman, all that stuff, all the libertarian conservative stuff. even a lot of the neocon stuff, honestly. I was kind of all over the place. And I started to get red pilled. You know, I started to go on 4chan. I started to go on far right Twitter. I started to get into some of these more interesting ideas. And I wasn't sold yet. That's sort of the thing, is I was sort of in this questioning phase, not sort of innuendo, but questioning, you know, my political ideology. Like, you know, I had these libertarian priors, and I had this kind of pro-Israel bent because that's just what there was on the internet at that time. All of the online content, it was PJ Media, which was Shapiro and Bill Whittle and Andrew Klavan. It was PragerU, Breitbart. That's what there was. But then in 2016, you had this alt-right movement, and suddenly you had all these other people that were in the conversation. Like I said, these guys like Jared Taylor and Sam Francis and a whole other crew. And so I really was open-minded and questioning what I really believe. And so that's really when I came into conflict with this establishment, you know, something that I sort of began to figure it out and started to pay the price for this line of inquiry. And so that first conversation I had with Cassie Dillon, it prefigured kind of like my entire adult life until this point. And at that time, in the early months of the Trump admin, I was doing some digging on the Israel situation. And there were some notable news stories with Obama and then with Trump that made me ask some questions. You know, in December of 2016, during the lame duck, Obama declined to veto in the Security Council a resolution condemning the settlements in the West Bank. And everybody called him a Jew hater for doing that. They said he was an anti-Semite. And I said, well, wait a second. And I was a big conservative. I didn't like Obama. But I said, wait a second. I said, it is the official policy of the United States since 1967 that we're against the civilian settlements. Every president, Republican and Democrat. I said, and all Obama did, he didn't even vote no. He didn't veto it. He didn't vote in favor. They voted present, and they allowed the resolution to pass. I said, that's consistent with our government's policy, the American policy. Obviously, Israel and America don't have the same policy on everything. I said, but now you have Fox News and Mark Levin and all the usual suspects are saying he's an anti-Semite and a Jew hater because he merely advanced our own position. I said, isn't that a bit of a double standard? Isn't that hypocritical? I said, and you know what it sounds like? It sounds like the left. You disagree with the left on race, and they say you're a racist. You disagree with the left on Islam, you're an Islamophobe, and all the rest of it. And so that was something that really set off an alarm bell. I said, something's not right here. And I wrote a big article about it on my blog. A couple months later, guess who comes to town for Trump's first visit from a foreign leader? It's Bibi Netanyahu. That was the first foreign leader that he hosted at the White House. And Netanyahu goes up there. They do a joint press conference. And Trump turns to him and says, I need you to take it easy on those civilian settlements in the West Bank because it's a big liability for us. Netanyahu goes home and authorizes the largest expansion of the settlements in Israel's history.
Wait, that's super interesting. Is that on camera?
Yes.
And secondly, on the settlement issue, are you both on the same page?
As far as settlements, I'd like to see you hold back on settlements for a little bit. We'll work something out, but I would like to see a deal be made. I think a deal will be made. Bibi and I have known each other a long time. A smart man, great negotiator. And I think we're going to make a deal. It might be a bigger and better deal than people in this room even understand.
See, this is the most amazing thing. People think that America is ruling in foreign policy. America, and I don't know whether it's Trump doing this on purpose or what, but the bottom line is Trump says we'll solve Ukraine, Russia on day one, and fucking Putin is like, nope. Trump set another like 2-week point, and Putin just ignored it. I saw a news article on it yesterday. And I'm not doing news articles today because I just don't feel like doing it. But Trump is the world's puppet. Okay. Netanyahu's doing what the fuck he wants to do. And maybe it's by design. I'm not saying, but it just appears to me that Trump is not the baddest dog on the world stage. And I don't know what to think, but you know, this we are respected on the world stage fantasy. We're respected because Trump, when he says, "Hey, I expect," people do the opposite just because they can, and they know Trump. What tariffs? You're going to tariff us? Well, motherfucker, who do you think pays for the tariffs? Not Russia doesn't pay for the tariff. India doesn't pay for the tariff. American taxpayers paid the tariffs. The companies who import pay duties or tariffs on the stuff they import, and the people who choose to buy what they import pay the tax because it gets passed through. This is literally I just don't want to get too deep into the politics or even into the economics. By the way, I will be talking about two sides of the tariff argument, but not today. Probably not even tomorrow. I may just do an independent short on it. We're raking in tax dollars. Calling it tariffs, saying France is paying the tariffs is untrue. That's not how it works. People who buy imports from France are paying the tariff.
And that's a possibility. So let's see what we do.
Let's try.
Doesn't sound.
Oh, let's try. See, this motherfucker didn't say Mr. President, yes, sir, or let's try, Mr. President. That motherfucker just said, let's try.
The art of the do.
That's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, and it's pretty obscure because, if you're not watching this stuff day by day, it kind of slips through the cracks. But that was the first foreign visit. I remember it very distinctly. And so I said to Cassie Dillon.
So you're just more dialed into it at this time because I was paying attention to politics, definitely, obviously, because I was kind of getting kicked over the BLM stuff. But I would have never tuned into that because we weren't really confronted with the alliance as much in 2016. But you're kind of dialed in and you notice this moment. And Bibi just kind of says F you to Trump and proliferates it further.
Right, exactly. And
well, the problem is most people aren't that dialed in. I'm actually impressed that Fuentes was dialed in that much. So far, I actually don't have a problem with this conversation.
I was paying attention because I was really big into foreign affairs. I was a big Model UN kid in high school. That was like my thing. So I was really focused on all that. And I just pay attention. I ask questions. I noticed the patterns, so to speak. And so at that point, I became friends with all the Daily Wire people. There was Cassie Dillon, this writer named Elliot Hamilton, a writer named Aaron Bandler. Those guys were Jewish, and I think they had visited Israel a lot. They were involved in Jewish groups. I thought they were my friends, and they were talking about, they were setting me up with a writing gig at Daily Wire. They basically did like a preliminary interview. They wanted me to work over there. And I did a lot of collaborations with them. I gave them interviews for articles because I was like a campus team that was pro-Trump and all that. It was big fodder at that time for the culture war stuff. And then I started asking them. I said, why does the United States give Israel $3.8 billion per year? Because at that point, the new MOU had just passed, the new Memorandum of Understanding. That's the foreign aid for Israel. And they actually increased it. And they expanded it for 10 years. So I said, why are they the number one recipient of foreign aid? I said, they're not a poor country. And I don't even really know what the strategic value is there. I said, so why, since 1978, uninterrupted, have they been number one? And number two and number three, it's the same story. It's Egypt and Jordan. They're the second and third biggest recipients. And we basically pay them because they normalized relations with Israel. It's like a bribe. I said, so, what do you make of this whole arrangement? I said, is it because they are our closest ally and I'm missing something? I said, or are we being lobbied? And there's this deep contradiction and double standard and it's obviously being enforced by foreign influence and money. And I remember they hated the line of questioning.
And when you say they, you're referring to this friend group?
Yes, this Daily Wire friend group, they were all writers there, and you could still find their articles online. And they, at first it was sort of playful. They said, oh, haha, very good. They almost thought I was joking. They said, oh, it's very funny, but you really shouldn't ask that, they would say. They'd say, there's a good answer for all those questions. They'd say, but the way you're asking it is anti-Semitic, they said. And, we're happy to talk with you one-on-one in person, like they're going to teach me how to ask the question. They said, because the way you're saying it, it sounds hateful and it's wrong. And I said, I'm asking a question. It's free marketplace of ideas, I thought. So I kept pushing and pushing, and I was tugging on a lot of these different threads. I was also asking about World War II and about some of the narratives there. And I was asking about 9/11 and the Iraq War.
And where are you asking this? Are you in a group chat? Are you just face-to-face, like with your friends eating a burger? Like where, when you say I keep asking these questions, what's the setup for that?
We're texting in group chats, and we're even doing it one-on-one. One of the venues, we had a big Christmas party out in Western Massachusetts, and Cassie Dillon invites me back to her apartment with a couple of friends, and everyone's drinking wine. I don't drink, so I wasn't drinking, but we're playing apples to apples, and it's a party atmosphere. We're friends, we're having fun, we're political, we're talking about it. And this is the venue. And it just got increasingly cold over time. And it turned into stop. Like, you need to stop asking or else. And eventually, I kept pushing on a lot of these different things. And Cassie hits me up on Twitter, and she texts me this huge block text paragraph. And she says, we're not in the same movement anymore. She goes, I don't really recognize what you're about and your views. She says, I'm pro-Israel. She goes, and the things you're asking, the things you're saying about Ben Shapiro and other people, she goes, I'm just not a part of that movement. And she said, so we can't be friends anymore. So she stops talking to me, cuts me off completely. All the other people block me. Elliot, Aaron, there were some other people involved. They all blocked me on Twitter, complete ghosting. And I'm shocked. I'm floored. This is my first encounter with this kind of pushback, because you go into it as an 18-year-old in college, and you get involved in these groups. I was involved in the Trump campaign, YAL, all these groups. And you think this is the free marketplace. We're here to debate ideas. It's a free speech atmosphere. And I'm also thinking we're all pro-Trump. And that's another big dimension of this is me. Trump was a huge influence on me. He made me a nationalist when I was a conservative. And America first was that operative phrase. I wasn't any longer a small government, constitutional individualist. I said, I'm America first. I'm about America. And so there's this deep contradiction on the Trump strain in particular and what they're pushing. And I said, it really shouldn't be there. If we're America first on China, Mexico, Russia, everybody else, NATO.
And see, that's the point. America first is not necessarily traditionally conservative. They will spend inordinate amounts of money to whatever they think America first is. There are all kinds of problems with this America first stuff. There are all kinds of crossing lines. Trump taking 10% of, say, what was it, Intel and other companies. And I'm going to talk about this probably, with the tariff talk. There, when I say horseshoe theory, the government taking 10% stake in Intel to save it or to help it is a socialist move. It's literally what Obama did with Too Big to Fail. Yet I don't hear a whole lot of pushback from the people in this conservative blackosphere crowd, because they don't actually understand or know or care. Trump is literally not a small government guy. He just wants the big parts of government to conform to what he thinks should be right. Cut USAID, but let's add to, other parts. All he's doing is being big government, but reallocating to what he thinks and what MAGA thinks is important. Tariffs going to pay down the debt is literally Americans paying down the debt by demonizing. Look, it is a huge ruse. Well, France is going to pay for it. Or, no, motherfucker. If you buy an import, you're going to, if I go to the grocery store and I buy French cheese, I'm paying down the debt. Trump has literally reframed an argument that Americans and mostly MAGA voters don't actually understand. Motherfuckers, you're going to pay down the debt because if you like something imported, hey, it's a tax. And I don't have a problem with it, but how about just be, quote, transparent? Trump is not being transparent, and this is literally a populist movement that didn't understand what they were voting for. Okay, no taxes on tips, while Elon Musk, I saw a story today in the New York Times. This motherfucker might be the first trillionaire ever. and we got a future trillionaire cutting government jobs without any sort of pushback for no taxes on tips. And by the way, no taxes on tips is not unlimited. You can't make more than $25,000 in tips. Dude, it is literally it is literally the kind of bait and switch. I heard someone talk about, well, I'm cool, no taxes on tips. Well, motherfucker, yeah, but there's a cap. And when I mentioned it to this gentleman, he's like, oh, really? Well, yeah. It is a classic bait and switch. We are not getting small government. The cutting regulation stuff, Trump is literally fucking you while he's cutting your tips. Okay. Who do you think created this immigrant crisis in the first place? Who do you think sent American jobs overseas? It was literally the corporations that did that. It wasn't Democrats. It wasn't even Republicans. Corporations under a free market system sent their jobs overseas because it was simply cheaper to do that than pay American workers a fair wage. And that's a valid criticism. So you were fucked sending the jobs overseas. Now you're going to be fucked coming back, encouraging American business to come back to America means Americans have to pay tariffs to get them back. I don't know why people don't see this. And this isn't even like a left or right perspective. That's literally what is happening. It doesn't matter what your political orientation is. It was corporate America who sent the jobs overseas in the first place. There was I talked yesterday about a Hyundai plant in Bryan County, Georgia. I see it every time I go back to Savannah. It's heading to Savannah. It is huge. It's the biggest manufacturing facility I've ever seen in my life. Off to the right, off of I-16, it's a Hyundai battery plant. And yesterday, something like 200, was it 400 or 200? It was hundreds of illegals that the Homeland Security, it was kind of a joint effort. They rounded up I think it was like 400 people who were illegal. And guess what? Guess what? They weren't Mexicans. They were illegal South Koreans. So Hyundai is a South Korean company. You know, when I first saw the story, I'm like, well, how did they get so many, you know, south of the border people? Well, some of them came south of the border, some of them were here and overstayed visas, but these were South Koreans. And South Korea is putting up a little bit of a fuss, but it did shock me. My point is that Hyundai is building a business over here which should satisfy Donald Trump, except to do it, they're a bunch of illegal South Koreans. Business in America, and in this case, it's a foreign business, but businesses in America caused this crisis in the first place. The immigrant issue, people crossing south of the border, it was corporations. The gardener, you know, who's illegal, but he works cheap and he keeps my hedges trimmed up nicely every week. Dude, Trump is literally doing an end around, and it is hilarious how these fucking black MAGA types, ooh, Trump, ooh, well, he's not taxing my tips. Well, motherfucker, make more than $25,000 in tips and see how that works. Now, $25,000 in tips is pretty nice, but if you're getting the idea that you can just work for nothing but tips, Trump's got you. Trump's got you there. Dude, y'all need to start paying attention to politics. You know, even if you have to wake up an hour early and read the newspapers or read something, these motherfuckers, Trump has got your ass. Business fucked it up, and now he's telling you business can fix it. MAGA rode the plumbers and the carpenters and the slumlords all the way into office, and now it is Elon Musk might be the first trillionaire, but yet Elon Musk had a say in how the government was shaped, and this motherfucker wasn't even born in the United States. Well, let's get back to Nick Fuentes.
Why aren't we America first on Israel? So this was deeply disconcerting and weird and disturbing to me. And I was honestly just taken aback. I was like, why are my friends now turning their back on me because of a disagreement? Well, fast forward, I'm doing my show on RSBN. This is in my second semester. So this is winter and spring 2017. And I'm doing the show. The show's going okay. I'm not getting great viewership. Nobody was. And I get a call from my boss, Joe Seals, who runs RSBN. And he goes, you know, you got to keep this between us. He says, but did something happen between you and Cassie? Because she's still doing her show too. I said, yeah, you know, we had this falling out, blah, blah, blah. He goes, she's been calling me every day for the past 2 weeks. He goes, and she's telling me, well, you know, Nick said this on his show. Isn't that so racist? Nick said this on his show. Isn't that so hateful? That's not conservative. He says, and she's been trying to get you fired, calling me literally every day for 2 weeks. I said, wow. I said, I can't say I'm surprised. I said, she gave me this very cold, standoffish thing. You know, she blocked me, all the rest. He goes, not only that, he's a pastor. He says, she's talking to me about converting to Judaism, which of course she now has. You know, fast forward all this time later, about a year ago, she marries some Israeli guy and she converts to Judaism. But he goes, you know, I'm a Christian. He's an evangelical pastor. He says, and I'm trying to talk her in off the ledge. I don't know what's gone into her, all this. And so this was how my college career began. That's sort of what created me. And then for the next 3, 4, 5 months, my life turned upside down, where it was these people like Cassie, this guy Cabot Phillips. I think he was a Campus Reform. I think he might be a Daily Wire now. His father, Tim Phillips, ran this big nonprofit, Americans for Prosperity. He's friends with Morton Blackwell from Leadership Institute. This guy was coming at me
I hope he gets asked, did he complete his college degree? This motherfucker was one and done.
He was on me all the time on Twitter, and these people are just pushing this line. Nick Fuentes is alt-right. He's a white nationalist. He's a Jew hater. He's an anti-Semite. And, you know, me at that time as an 18-year-old guy, I'm thinking I'm just asking questions, you know. I'm just doing what we're supposed to do. It's free speech. I'm American.
Why the fuck are we even listening to 18-year-olds? I can tell you right now, he's still 18. He's splaining.
America First, the rest of it. And then the first big hit piece was actually written about me by Media Matters. Come to find out, Media Matters sourced the material from Cassie Dillon. She sent one of my clips, and I'll admit, you know, it wasn't the finest clip. I stand by it, but it was, you know, the way that I said it was sort of unfortunate. But she took a clip from my show, she sent it to Media Matters, and they did this big hit piece about me. And then I had the left breathing down my neck, Right Wing Watch, Media Matters, all the rest of them. And this was kind of like the launch of my career. They were trying to throttle me in the crib.
So just to, how do you know that Cassie sent the clip to Media Matters?
This was told to me by Joe Seals.
Okay, got it. So she was sending around clips from your show.
Right.
Okay, well, I heard it from someone. Don't have proof. I heard it. And then Candace Owens buys it. Ugh. Well, folks, it's time for a commercial. Everyone, please make sure that you hit the like button. If you like it, don't feel obligated to hit the like button. If you don't, hit the don't like button. I'm sure someone notices somewhere. And I want people to be honest. Make sure you support the host. I could use some beer money today, or there are ways to support the show that are not necessarily monetary. Do like Vagoda did, and we might do a show about something that's not about American politics. Give me a one-liner that I turn into a show title, kind of like Kelvin put me up to this English breakfast part of the title. So there we go. But the best thing to do, because it's free, is hit the like button. Do share it out if you're new. Subscribe and share it out if you're new. There's enough criticism for everyone. But this is like and I'm gonna have to do a rant here. This is like the second time Mela has just annoyed me to a point. Mela, I just don't know what she expects when she comes up here. She thinks I'm gonna be like Bomb Cherry or someone who's gonna be like, go sister, whatever you say, sister, is gonna be right. You are subject to the same rules up here, Mela, as everyone else. You need to make sense. I don't give a fuck about your personal life unless you make it compelling. If you say, hey, my sister's calling because she is ill, hey, that's fine. Hopefully she feels better and y'all are okay. But coming back and wanting to tell me your sister's life story and she has problems with matriarchy in your family and all that bullshit, I don't give a fuck. So stop pretending that I might care. I've never given you the impression that this show is about your sister and her feelings. And then you want to go like, well, Stanley, you don't have premium. Motherfucker, you literally have problems with everyone except your sister girl, Bomb Cherry. If you come up here, we don't want to talk about your family travails, ma'am. This is not the fucking View. This is not the Red Table or whatever it was that that Will Smith, that Jada Pinkett had. This is Stanley versus the world. And right now, Mela, you are too often the world. Half-witted, half baked, half just fucking stupid, come up here and be relevant. I don't give a fuck unless it's relevant. Dude, sharing your business is half of what black people didn't do. Like when I was a kid, first thing my parents would say, you know, this is what happens in this house, what happens in this family. It's our business, not other people's business. That's the blackness I was raised in. Dude, that's why I'm a little bit, you know, what I share is probably too much, but it's usually towards a point. And I sympathize. I hope your sister's better. I hope you're better, Mela. But don't you ever come up here thinking that this is your panel. This is a politics show. This is a culture show. If you have a cultural point that your sister's making, but I don't give a fuck about your family. And you know this. Why would you ever come up here and intrude your sister's business before God knows how many people? Why would you do that? That is rude. It is disrespectful to your sister. I bet you didn't even ask your sister if you could talk about her. It's low class, Mela. It is fucking ghetto. Well, I want to talk about my sister. Fuck all that. Don't. If you got something to say, and I'm belaboring the point, but I'm surprised at you, Mela. You've been married twice. You've been in the Air Force. This isn't your first rodeo on my panel, but yet you want to talk about your sister's maladies? This ain't the show for that, sir. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I call you sir? I meant ma'am. Go to Bomb Cherry. Go to one of those panels where you can pop your gum, get drunk, and get comfort from your fellow sisters. This isn't the show. So hopefully you hear this. We will never. I care about what you think, Mela. I want to know your family's well, but I don't care about what your sister thinks. Hopefully she's capable. If she wants to come up on the panel and speak for herself, absolutely. You speaking for your sister and telling her business is ghetto.
And that's their move. That's what they do. You know, as you know, and the show wasn't even big. I had like 100 live viewers. I would get 1,000 views per episode, but they were on top of this. And even Ben Shapiro, you know, he quote tweeted one of my tweets and said, you know, because I said something to the effect of, if you're Mexico first, live in Mexico. If you're China first, live in China. If you're Israel first, live in Israel. And he quote tweets me on Christmas Eve and says, well, that's the surest sign you're an anti-Semite, is to accuse a Jew of dual loyalty. And I'm sitting there like, it's true. You know, you do have dual loyalty. You're going to sit there and say you don't? So this was like it's maddening. You know, it's literally will drive you crazy because by definition, it's gaslighting because you see it. If you're a logical person, it's obvious. And, you know, this is something that maybe is helpful to explain my mindset. I'm waiting for someone to prove me wrong. I'm pushing on all these narratives, the foreign aid, the Iraq war, all of it. And I'm waiting for someone to tell me, here's all the evidence, the obvious evidence that it isn't all just a big thing. It's not just a big conspiracy. And I'm asking in good faith, where is that evidence? Cassie, my friend, and all the rest of them. And instead of getting an answer, I'm getting blocked. I'm getting tattled on. I'm getting clipped out of context. They're selling me out to the left. I'm getting called names. And, you know, from the very start, this made me extremely cynical and resentful and furious about the whole thing. And I said, I'm like at war now with the whole conservative establishment and the same opportunities for advancement that other people are getting. You know, they get their spot on Fox News or they get to run a Turning Point chapter, you know, you name it. I'm now being closed off because there's this smear campaign now going on behind the scenes of powerful connected people at Daily Wire a whisper campaign telling everybody this guy's an anti-Semite. And this went on really for many years, goes on until this day. But that was sort of my origin story. That's how I got started.
Okay, so you were 18 years old when that happened. How old are you now?
I'm 26.
Okay, so that was a long time ago.
Yes.
And since then, would you say that going through that period of being rejected when you were literally just asking questions from people who were your friends and then kind of sold down the river, did that then make you go, okay, no, actually, I do hate Jews because of what you're doing to me? I'm now responding, and my response is, I hate you all.
No, I never said I hated all Jews, and I've always had Jewish friends. You know, Laura Loomer actually used to be a friend of mine back in 2018. We did a show together in June 2018. I had a Jewish assistant at one point in 2019 after the Groyper War. I'm a Catholic. I've always been a Catholic. I'm a cradle Catholic. So I've never hated anybody. You know, I do have some provocative statements and some controversial views, but I never said they're attacking me, now I hate them all. I never took it that far. But what it did do is it demonstrated that, you know, where there's smoke, there's fire.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly, if you're pushing on something and you get that hard of a pushback, I'm thinking, I'm not a big deal. I'm an 18-year-old kid. I don't have a big show. What do people care what I have to say? If I'm pushing on this and I'm getting forceful response from these institutions, Campus Reform, Daily Wire, the rest of it, I'm thinking something must be up. So what I did is I just kept pursuing that line of inquiry and saying, well, you know, if this is what they don't want us to talk about, this is what we should be talking about. Obviously, there's something they're hiding there. And this led what I would describe it as is like an 8-year inquiry. You know, I've been digging into this subject for 8 years, and it's sort of a difficult subject because since it is so taboo and since it is so censored, there's like this layered deception where the first layer is they make it so that you don't even want to think about it. No one wants to be thinking about the Jews, you know, or Israel. And certainly nobody wants to be on the wrong side of that. No one wants to be called an anti-Semite or a Nazi or a Hitler. That's sort of layer one. But layer two, because there's so much censorship, you don't even know where to get the information. If somebody wants to know more about this topic, try Googling it. All the search results are curated. If you go on Wikipedia, the sources are curated. So where do you go next? Well, you have to go to the kooks and the cranks and people that have been canceled. Some of them have been canceled because there are hateful people in this world that do hate Jews. There are people out there that are schizophrenic, but they're lumped in, censored, and called names and banished from society, just like the real scholars, just like people like Ron Unz, just like people like Michael Collins Piper, you know, people that have investigated this and are intelligent, logical people. And so once you sort of descend into the second layer, you know, the second ring of hell of being an anti-Semite, then you have to parse out the information and discern what's real, what's fake. You know, is it a religious thing? Is it a racial thing? Is it an Israel thing, a nation state thing? And then there's subtleties even beyond that, you know, things I've been getting into on my show for the past few years. The deception is so much more
I want to make a point, and you know, Brian, you are a moderator and a valued member of this team, as it were. Speaking truth does not justify your whole being. Okay, the devil speaks the truth every now and again, but not always to positive ends. You gotta get away from he's speaking truth. Okay, and why all the curating and censorship? What curating, what censorship, what information can you not get a hold of? Like, I'm a center-left guy. I subscribe to the New York Times and the Washington Post, but I subscribe to the Washington Examiner and all this sort of stuff. What fucking censorship is there? You can get the information if you actually look for it, but you might have to look for it, Brian. You're not going to be force-fed shit people don't want you to know or the government doesn't want you to know. You might have to work a bit, but there is no censorship to the point that you have to worry about censorship. And by the way, Nick Fuentes is an articulate moron. He's not super dumb, but he is uneducated about a lot of things. He speaks in talking points, as does Candace Owens. They're just trading talking points. They're not coming up with anything original in their thinking.
Convoluted and nuanced and subtle and ubiquitous than even people think. A lot of people think, and not to kind of leap right into the topic, but people have a vague notion Israel has too much influence over our government. That's really just the tip of the iceberg, because then you get into some of these people that have coalesced around Trump in the past couple of years after October 7th. And it's like there's an obvious reason why there's elements in the right. There's almost this form of camouflage they'll do. And one day they're limited government, another day they're white nationalists. Guys like Stephen Miller, who will present as very racialist. And
okay, again, two things can be true. You can be a racialist and a small government or a big government. They're just reallocating the money where they think it needs to go. The fuck? Why does this moron not understand this? Two things can be true. Stephen Miller would rather have the money go, like, we're going to take the money from Medicare and we're going to put it into defense. Doesn't affect the overall size of the budget. It's really an allocation thing. So you can be small government and a white nationalist. Why don't these people understand this? That's why I don't think Nick Fuentes, he is unsophisticated. He speaks in talking points. And Candace Owens, the best thing she ever did was marry rich. In the end, she's actually doing her main job. That's why she's wearing that floppy, ugly looking polo fucking safety vest.
Very nationalistic, very conservative, but yet still extremely loyal to Israel. And you start to say it's not just
we know that, Imperius.
Israel
Hey,
influences the
Imperius,
government.
I
It's
haven't
not
seen
just
you
there's
in a
some
while.
vague thing
Welcome
going on.
aboard.
There is this pervasive penetration of our society by a fifth column. And it's so sophisticated and multidimensional and spans many
Imperius, I bet you
disciplines.
never
It's
thought
such
I'd be
huge
looking at a
topic that
Nick Fuentes,
you almost have to be a little
Candace
bit
Owens
insane
video.
to
Now,
tackle
did
it
you?
and to get to the bottom of it, which
They're
is sort
both
of
idiots.
me going through the looking glass over the past 8 years. So
All right, so I want to tell you where I agree with you and where I don't agree with you. But first, I just want to ask you, going back to your high school years, because obviously you were very
Okay. And by the way, now that I think about this, no. Actually, they are different things, but they're not. You need the economics. And in capitalism, they're intertwined. Sometimes you can't tell the difference. This isn't art. This isn't Bob's channel, Imperius. This is not orthodox guy. Economics and civics are different, yet depends on your framing. Economics funds civics, and civics allows economics and begs for money from the economics. Come on now, Imperius.
very dialed in. You cared about politics. I think you mentioned that you were involved with the UN. What did you say when you were in high school?
Model UN.
Model UN. What's that? What organization is that?
It's like a debate club,
Okay.
but you
What,
simulate
Kelvin?
the United Nations.
Come on now,
So
married
politics,
to a gay
politics was a
Brit.
passion for you.
Come on
Yes.
now.
Okay.
He's
You mentioned that you're Catholic.
three,
Raised
four,
cradle Catholic.
what?
You said
Yes.
mom and dad in the home.
Yes.
Okay. So I think on your show, somebody told me that you mentioned your mom a lot. Were they together married?
Yes.
Okay. So your parents are still married.
Yes.
So you come from a pretty good home, it sounds like, obviously. So have a good relationship with your parents.
Mhm.
And you went to Boston University.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's going great for you. You kind of
Hopefully she gets into this.
should be, like you said, maybe offered a contributorship on Fox News, and your whole life kind of gets derailed.
Right.
Where I'm going to push back on you is to say that you didn't have this anger where you applied it to everyone.
Okay, where she should be pushing back on Nick Fuentes is he went there his freshman year, then fucking left, which isn't a bad thing, but Went isn't graduating from. So, it's almost like and I hate to do this because this is so fucking Tim Pool, but you know what? Luke wasn't quite finished as a Jedi or Padawan or whatever they're called when he left Dagobah. And Yoda didn't want him to. So that's as weird as I'm ever going to get with these movie references. Stop treating Nick Fuentes like he's actually important. He's not. And
because
and
one
by
of
the way,
but I know
by the way, Candace Owens isn't that important either.
that recently, and this was after I was fired from the Daily Wire, you kind of went on the attack about me speaking to Dave Smith, right? And saying, actually, I think we do have that clip. Skylar, I think we do have that clip of me speaking to Dave Smith. Do you want to run that clip?
She has nothing to do with me. She wants nothing to do with me. Doesn't do anything with me. No invitation. Won't bring me on the space. Won't bring me on the show. No acknowledgement. Nothing. But she is going to do a show with Dave Smith, Jew, Aiden Ross. You know, and I like Aiden Ross. I've said that before. I like Aiden Ross. But it's like you get canceled and attacked by Jews, and then you go and give it away to all the Jews, really? And finally, Aiden asks her, so what are your thoughts on Nick Fuentes? And she gives this load of PC response. She goes, well, you know, when he was a kid, he got attacked by them. And I understand why he would be angry and why he would be mad about that. But he needs to grow up and figure out what he wants to do. Oh, really? Oh, really? Bafangul, Candace. Oh, he needs to figure out what he wants to do.
And someone's claiming this guy is straight. Interesting.
I think you need to figure that out. Talk about accusing other people of that which you are guilty. I think he needs to figure out what he wants to do. I think you need to figure out what you want to do because you're full of and everyone knows it. You clearly have no idea what you're doing.
No idea what I am doing.
True.
What do you mean? True?
You didn't invite me on the
Oh,
show.
here we go.
What does that? Just let's first go back to the first layer of what you're talking about. She's speaking to Dave Smith. Yeah. What does that have to do with anything? You call out the fact that I spoke to Dave Smith, that I spoke to Aiden Ross. I didn't speak to them because they were Jewish. I also talked to Piers Morgan, all of these shows following me being fired. So you're just looking at the fact that these two, I didn't even know Aiden Ross was Jewish. I just had a PR agent say, do this. I swear I didn't know.
He's visibly Jewish.
Okay, but just so we're very clear,
No, I know. I'm
I
kidding.
genuinely had no idea. Your PR person comes, here are the shows. Okay, yes. Dave Smith, we had amazing conversation when I was on the Daily Wire.
Mhm.
And so your purview here is, okay, well, they're Jewish. And
He's visibly Jewish. Really? So, yep. Well, whatever.
she's doing their shows while not saying to your audience she's doing a bunch of other shows too. How is that not you just kind of honing in before we get to the why you think I'm
Sure.
full of
Yeah.
and don't know what I'm doing?
Well, here's the beef, okay? And it's pretty simple. Dave Smith, in my opinion, and I like Dave because I've done a show with Dave too, and I think he's a good guy. I respect him. I think he's super intelligent. And, he gave me a chance when a lot of people wouldn't. He had me on his show, and he defended me because he got attacked a lot from the
And
libertarians.
that's why you suck, because you get somebody who comes out and defends you and has you on the show when you're being canceled, and then you throw him under the bus for what? Because I don't even know what your beef is. It's like, why not just have be totally like, oh yeah, that was cool. We had a conversation. I disagree with him on some points.
Well, here's why. Because I don't think that I should be grateful for being given a chance.
It's
I
not being
feel-
grateful. It's
You know what? Actually, CK, I kind of saw the answer and did a one line. But you know what? What does visible Jewish mean? Well, you know what? Nick Fuentes is visibly fill in the blank. What is Nick Fuentes visibly? I'll let you fill in the blank. The dude's despicable.
Just being a decent enough human being. Forget gratefulness.
Okay.
You don't owe anybody anything.
Okay.
But the point is you kind of lament the fact that you've been canceled. You lament the fact when nobody will have your platform.
Mhm.
And in the very same breath, talk about being a
People
hypocrite,
like Nick
you're going
Fuentes
after Dave Smith for
lament
what? Like, why
a
is she
lot,
Dave
like
Smith?
a Greek
Jew? I'll tell
tragedy
you.
Can I
lament.
explain
You
why?
can.
I'm telling you
You
why.
can.
So my feeling on Dave Smith, and although I like him, is that, look, he is Jewish. He's also a libertarian, which means that, you know, when he talks about, for example, the situation in Iran or Israel, he's an anti-war guy. He says, you know, Trump is a war criminal who needs to be impeached. I don't believe in any of that. I don't care that Trump violated international law. I care that he's influenced by a foreign government. He said on another show, he said, Israel's a satellite of the U.S. We're the empire, and they're our satellite. They're like our aircraft carrier in the Middle East, which is something Joe Biden said, who's an AIPAC man. I think that Dave Smith is somebody who, because he's a paleo-libertarian, like Murray Rothbard, like Ron Paul, like a lot of these guys, he is someone who, because he's anti-war, is sort of forced to confront the Israel lobby. Because if you're anti-war ideologically, you have to talk about who's driving it, which is the Israel lobby. But he's not a religious Christian. He's a religious Jew or agnostic or atheist. He's not really a right-wing guy. He's a libertarian. He's
He's not a religious Jew.
He says that he's proud of being Jewish. He's proud of his ethnicity. He's proud of Judaism.
Should he not be proud that he's like, you know, like he's just born this way?
Well, but here's the point, though, is so he's not really 100% aligned with my view. Now, here's why that matters. I think that
it doesn't.
No, it does.
It doesn't.
It doesn't. I'll tell you
It
why.
doesn't.
It
You
does.
can't say I want to create people in the image of myself.
No, but
That's
I'm
completely ridiculous.
I'm criticizing people that I disagree with. And to put it very succinctly, I think that this conversation about Israel has blown up. It's gotten out of their control. Everyone's getting red-pilled. They want to control the conversation. And I think that Dave Smith is somebody that, because he's Jewish, because he's libertarian, they have selected him as a convenient spokesperson for it, because he doesn't really have a problem with Jews and their Jewishness. He doesn't really talk about the whole fifth column aspect of it. He talks about a very narrow aspect of it, which is there's this Israel lobby and they're sort of influential and they're driving us to war. That's one small selection
So
of
you
it.
think, just to clarify, you think he's like a psychological operation?
Yeah, effectively, yes.
Okay.
And I don't think he's doing that knowingly, but I think that they're creating the bounds of the debate by having him be the spokesperson, because
Who is choosing him as a spokesperson? I mean,
Joe
I
Rogan, Piers
could not
Morgan.
disagree with that more. I just want to say that I patently disagree with you on this one. This is crazy. I think that he has moved the ball forward so much for, first and foremost, a lot of American Jews to have the courage to even question Israel, because in the same way that we were kind of brought up in the classroom with the, I guess you want to call it, emotional engineering around the Holocaust, learning about the Holocaust as like the biggest, most evil event that ever happened. Imagine if you're Jewish and you learn about that. It's the same way that Black Americans in the classrooms learn about slavery. So I understood the trigger emotional response that Black Americans had during BLM, because there was so much conditioning that happened in the classroom that makes them think that when someone says white supremacy is back, you have to riot. And I will extend that same understanding. I disagree with it, but I understand that when October 7th happens, it's almost like a childhood trauma for these people.
Right.
You learn this, your whole existence, it's existential crisis for you that something happened in Israel. And then you add in the fact that the ADL is sponsoring these trips to kind of make sure that they stay into this, this is who you are. And if somebody questions this, like we could end up in the Holocaust again. You have to have some sort of an understanding, even if it's they're wrong,
Right.
you have to give them a little bit of time, a little bit of grace here. And so for him to be doing what he's doing and to be enduring a lot of the same stuff that I'm enduring, like he is on lists, he is being attacked by every single people. All people that are attacking me are certainly attacking Dave Smith. And your excuse is that he just is born Ashkenazi.
No, that's not my excuse. My problem
And he's
is
married to a
this.
Catholic, by the way. So that
Oh,
even
good for
that
him.
that's the part that I am even more confused about, because you said like he's a religious Jew. No, he's not. He's married to a Catholic.
What I mean by that is my criticism of Jews comes from a religious place. As a Catholic, we recognize that the Pharisees put Jesus on the cross, and the Talmudic Jews are the descendants of the Pharisees. And we also
And
recognize
he is not a Talmudist. That's
Okay.
what I want to say.
But that's
he's
what I'm
not
saying.
any of those things. He's married to a
Okay.
Catholic. He's just born Ashkenazi.
But
So when I
he's-
hear you say Dave Smith, Jew,
Okay.
I think it conflicts with your point about how even white people, like you're just kind of trained that you should just like there's something wrong with you for being born white. No one should feel guilty about how they're born.
Look, it's
Like, you know what I mean?
To sum it up succinctly, it's tokenism is what it is. It's a form of saying, you know, we're criticizing the Jews in Israel. How do we soften and dampen the blow? Because we're going to get caught.
See, this is where tokenism, this is literally taking something that wasn't meant for this type of analysis, a talisman or a chess piece or whatever. The right does it as well as the left. I understand the respect, but what the fuck does tokenism, a form of tokenism, it's not working in this type of argument. Why do these morons want to borrow from separate and disparate forms of protest to make their own logic because they can't come up with new stuff? Maybe.
All the anti-Semites, if we bring on a guy criticizing Israel, I know we'll bring on a Jewish person, because then we get to say, I'm not an anti-Semite. Here's a Jewish person saying this. And here's the
But
reason.
that's not why I had Dave Smith on. Actually,
Okay.
I had him on my podcast before I even left the Daily Wire. We had a 3-hour conversation
but
about talking about war, and truly, because I think it's important for you to hear this. I think sometimes you internet too hard. The way that Dave Smith came onto our podcast on Daily Wire, he wasn't even on my radar. Skylar, who you just met, the producer, was a massive Dave Smith fan for years. And just kind of like what the libertarian debate was that was being had. He's like, you got to check out this guy, Dave Smith. I was like, cool, book him. Let's get him on the show. And it was my favorite podcast that I did at Daily Wire. So I just liked him.
Okay.
That's it. There was no incentive of like, well, let me get this guy on again. I was like, can we create the magic of what we spoke about war? Because I'm kind of falling, I guess, down the rabbit hole and learning a lot. And he had a lot of information I didn't know.
Yeah.
And that was it. So there was nothing behind it. So when I hear you say it, I'm like, okay, are you interneting too hard? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A little bit. Do you think that you can kind of believe your own ideas? And look, we're all guilty of that.
No,
but
and look, I mean, I'm going to stand by my point here, which is that me and Dave Smith are not ideologically on the same page, and will never be, because I am a Catholic and he is Jewish. Because he is Jewish, he still has affinity with Jewish people. And so my end game is to say, look, Thomas Aquinas said that Jewish people should be basically enserfed to the Catholic Church. I don't believe that. But the idea that we have Jewish people in America that are billionaires, that are running all the major media conglomerates, that are influencing the government, and they take advantage of the dual citizenship, it literally cannot be allowed. Like by definition, systematically or systemically, this creates problems. And so when I go on my show, I'm saying we can't have Jewish people in government.
And again, if Candace Owens had half a brain, she would ask, what kind of problems? Because I don't see any problems. And I guess maybe I do, but Nick Fuentes is a half-wit. He's speaking in talking points, and he is literally with a he's literally talking to an incubator who has a brain.
We can't have them having billions of dollars. This is a problem. It's like a national security problem because they are a fifth column. And as evidenced by recent developments, they're not loyal to America. Now,
I agree with you. And that's why I want to add this. I agree with you on the point that there is this operating fifth column of Zionism.
No.
No, but I want to be clear. And I'll tell you,
Okay.
this is where we disagree.
All right.
Because I think it's ridiculous to say to someone who's literally just born, he's like, I'm Ashkenazi, that is just his DNA, who is married to a Catholic, so you cannot call him a religious Jew. He is not a Zionist. He hasn't even been to Israel. So how do you just condemn him? And then also, how is that not toxic to what you're trying to do? So if you're saying that your entire platform is, I want to awaken people to this fifth column. Well, if I'm a Jewish person, okay, and I'm being raised and maybe I'm worried about Israel because I kind of grew up and was told that I have to care about this because of the Holocaust, whatever it is. And I see this guy who's just going, Jew, guilty, you're Jew, doesn't matter. DNA, like you're 23andMe up there, Jew, guilty, okay? And you think that your ideas are going to grow with that perspective?
Well, they are. So that's happening. But
Yes, the answer is yes. Kanye West.
Thanks to me. But if you're asking me, I will answer. If you're lecturing me,
No,
I'll take a
I
lecture.
genuinely I'm asking you the question
I'll
sincerely.
tell
You think
you.
it's growing because of you and not because of people like Dave who are going, okay, like, yeah, you can also think like this. It's okay to have this perspective. Like you think it's because they're watching your show and they're going, he's got it right.
Let me give you a direct answer about the first part about Dave Smith. Just because he's born Jewish. What did he say when he went on Joe Rogan and he debated, what's the guy's name? He debated the British guy, I forget.
Douglas Murray.
Douglas Murray. When he debated Douglas Murray said, and you hear this is the woke right phenomenon, which Dave has criticized, but Douglas said, there is this dark element that is growing on the right. They're Holocaust deniers. They hate Jews. If they slip on a banana peel, they blame a Jew and all the rest of it. Dave Smith said, I agree with you. Those people are a problem. I'm against Holocaust denial and all this sort of stuff. Joe Rogan went on the attack against Jake Shields, who's a friend of mine and a fighter and a boxer. And you see this over and over and over again with people like Dave Smith and even someone like Daryl Cooper, who's not Jewish. And I talked to Daryl recently and we kind of made amends, but Daryl Cooper put out an article on a Substack saying the same thing. He said, I started talking about the Jews. I opened up this can of worms. Now that's all people want to hear about. He said, so I'm done talking about it because, there's people that can't handle it and they're taking it too far. And when I hear that from Daryl Cooper, when I hear that from Dave Smith, when they say Israel's our satellite, our aircraft carrier, I say something's not right here. There's clearly a subtle difference here. And that has a lot to do with, maybe Daryl Cooper not being a complete radical. And I think that has a lot to do with Dave Smith being Jewish because he says that his ancestors died in the Holocaust. Now, I don't think that he'll ever be able to say in the way that I can, that maybe the Holocaust wasn't legitimate or, maybe there's more to the story on World War II because it's his grandparents.
Okay, but
he says my ancestors went up the smokestacks at Auschwitz. And someone like me, I say, I don't care about Auschwitz. I don't care about the Holocaust. I'm done hearing about it. I have no affinity with that.
Right. But you also mentioned Daryl Cooper and you also mentioned Joe Rogan. These two people are not Jewish, right?
Right.
So are you saying that they're all condemned? Like, why does it matter? If Dave Smith, maybe he believes that, maybe he's wrong, maybe he believes it, who knows? If Joe Rogan says that, maybe he's wrong, maybe he believes it. Let's say we don't know. Daryl Cooper, what is the difference between these three individuals? Like, why is one represent a problem for you versus like your idea, going back to what you said, right? Let's tackle the idea. Let's actually debate the idea. So do you not see how you run into conflict with yourself? You're like, well, here's my story. I just wanted to debate the idea. And then when it comes to Dave Smith, rather than saying, I disagree with what you just said about whatever topic, saying that there is this strand, let's actually have the debate because the better idea will win. That's how my brain works.
Yeah, well, here's why. Because this is another form of gatekeeping. When Joe Rogan says, okay, you're cool. Dave Smith is cool. But Jake Shields, he's a Holocaust denier. That's not cool. That's dark and evil and real anti-Semitism. You hear that all the time. They say, are you like a Dave Smith guy or are you a real anti-Semite? Because you know what they say? If you're a real anti-Semite, you're out of the club. You don't get invited on the show. Piers Morgan won't have me on the show. He banned me. Tim Pool banned me. Joe Rogan banned me. And it's like, wait a second. So, clearly some people are able to go on these shows and express some form of the view, which is, again, like what you're saying, there's this Israel lobby. But if you go out and say, you know what, 6 million, I'm not buying it. I think this is a political narrative. I think it's atrocity propaganda serving a fifth column. Suddenly they say, well, that's real anti-Semitism. We want nothing to do with that. You remain outside. And so, and look, it's not to me about, people then say, oh, well, you're envious. Look, I love doing my show. I love doing what I do. I want the real truth to prevail. And there's this concept of a limited hangout. This is a CIA tool, and I'm sure you've heard of it, but for your audience that maybe hasn't, when they believe that disclosure is inevitable, a secret, a taboo, hidden narrative that they don't want to get out, when it's inevitable that it is going to go out, what they will do is they will leak out some of the truth. The public is so enamored with the new information, they go no further, and they actually don't get to the critical details. And I think that, we're basically at that point with the Israel lobby and the Jewish topic. Clearly something is going on.
So you're just distrusting, and that's fine to say that you're distrusting.
No, well, I
I mean, I think it's fine to, and you are correct, by the way, that there are these operations where they do these limited hangouts. And I'm very aware of that. That is true. And sometimes I have that in my mind when I'm watching something. I'm like, this feels like a limited hangout. Like they're not really kind of getting to the nucleus of the conversation. But I just really disagree with you about just Dave is just guilty and condemned simply because he's born
I didn't say because he's Jewish.
Well, on the clip, I think you just went like Dave Jew, and it's like, what does it matter? Dave Joe Rogan not Jew.
I'm sick of the tokenism.
Okay, and I'll tell you another reason why I disagree with that. And we can move on from Dave Smith because I like him, and I'm whoever I like. I don't really care. To adapt my opinions on the basis of yours, but I also just in general feel like I was that person for BLM, and I'm genuine. I was totally genuine, and that was kind of my wake up call. BLM, I didn't really accept the victim narrative. Maybe a little bit like you, naive, walked into it like, oh, I'm just not going to support this thing, and I don't really want to be a Democrat. And then I dealt with the full weight of an attempted cancellation by the left at first, and kind of like she's the token for the right, and people saying, well, they're only platforming her because she's a black person that agrees. And to some degree, maybe that's true. Like obviously, like there is an element of tokenism, but I'm saying what I believe.
Sure.
I was saying what I believe.
And I don't doubt his sincerity. I don't doubt his sincerity at all.
So why problematize it? That's what I'm trying to get to. So it's then he's out there having to fight amongst these pro-Israel people. He's fighting the same Zionists that we are on the topic of Israel. And on top of that, he's got to deal with Nick Fuentes talking trash about him because it's like, well, this is just, who cares?
Oh, my Lord.
If he can't help
You know
me, if I
what?
couldn't help it, I was black and disagreed with BLM.
You know what? I figured I would be a purist and just watch this through. Who's getting bored? Put a 1 in the chat if you're bored and want to move on, or a 2 if you want to see the rest of this. And as you can see, we aren't even halfway through it. I kind of get the gist, but I am not like I have an agenda today. So, oh, what? Fuck, DiCaprio, you want to really? You all want to see that? Oh, wow. Okay. Well, apparently DiCaprio is speaking for everyone, and Diwali is speaking twice. Okay. Anyone got a 2 that you're bored and want to move on? Anyone got a goddamn more 2? Anyone got 1 2? Do I have to put a 2? You know what, Diwali? Linwood has never. I think Linwood's been up on this channel once, or actually since the great great rift. Be Brave is more interesting, actually. That's because he can be illiterate with gusto. So there are no 2s in this chat. There are 18 people in the chat. No 2s. We can move on. Anyone? No one wants to move on. I was hoping that there would be someone who would see my side of this. It's just predictable.
I'm just black and disagree with BLM,
Well, here's the reason why. It's a little
Well,
bit
thank God,
irritating
Brian.
because
Your
Dave
your
Smith, you know, for all the flack that he's getting, he remains
your
on
two
YouTube.
is
He's
noted.
been on YouTube the whole time. He remains on Twitter. He's been on Twitter the whole time. He has bank
You
accounts.
get
He has
to, as
payment
a moderator,
processors.
you get
And
to
now that
choose the
people are
next
waking up
program.
about
Then,
Israel,
Brian,
they want to invite a Jewish
you
person on
agree
to
with
tell
me?
us
You
we're
have
not real
privilege for the next thing
anti-Semites.
we
You know,
watch.
we're not Holocaust deniers, but maybe something's wrong with Israel. And here I am, having been banned on YouTube, been banned by banks, every streaming platform, all of it condemned, life destroyed, and people still are gatekeeping me and saying,
No, these motherfuckers, your life was destroyed because you're a horrible person and you just spewed hate. Dude, nobody has to fucking support your contrarianism. This is literally white privilege complaining that he couldn't say what he wanted to say and then be supported in saying it. This is literally a good example of white privilege. God damn it. And half these motherfuckers, like a Galt or a Brave or a CT, y'all don't have brains. You can't read between the lines. This motherfucker, a bank, a white bank, didn't support me for what I said. And now this white supremacist is going to complain. It's not because a black bank didn't give you money or support you. Your own kind, if we must be racist, aren't supporting you. Stop whining. White supremacy hurts white people too, you fuck. And if you weren't born rich, you know what? The stupidest white supremacists are the ones who weren't born rich, like Elon Musk or Trump. Motherfucker, you want to be poor in a white supremacist, it's gonna goddamn cost you. Literally. This is my whole point about white supremacy actually does affect white people too. And Nick Fuentes is proof of concept.
you're a real anti-Semite. And I'm saying, well, you know, obviously we didn't come far enough. So I don't doubt his sincerity. He's a big boy. You know, he doesn't mind that I'm trash talking him, and I still consider him a friend, even though I've been critical of him.
You know
But,
what?
You know,
Let
we
me
have
tell
to
you
go
something.
a little bit further.
Hey, CKJ3, no, you know what? Maybe what he needs to do is go on John Galt's channel and fucking do like Jason Kessler did. Let's see if we can do a niggathon. Two racists trying to raise some money. This motherfucker, he's a white supremacist and he's mad because the white banks, you know what, they are probably doing the white supremacy thing too. But dude, you're just too, dude. If you're gonna be a white supremacist, you best be a trustafarian. You best be able to fund your fucking racism, your racist thoughts, your racist behavior. You need to contribute millions to the racism. And racism equals systemic. Nick's real problem is he was too poor to be as fucking racist as he is. And a racist like Candace Owens literally married into white supremacy so she can be herself now too. Again, racists will literally do the things that they have been programmed to do since the end of the Civil War to be a real influence in the little peons contributing to racism in America. You know, they are grassroots. You know, they'll grow corn and some show will go, oh, hey, we blame the N words because a corn won't grow. However, there will be the occasional Nick Fuentes who thinks he's so articulate. He's so smart. He grasps so much. And then he will learn, dude, unless you have like some infrastructure, you can't be the level of racist that you want to be because you're not rich enough. Banks aren't going to give you goddamn money. Fucking foundations. This motherfucker might as well get on CT show or Ock Nation show or fucking John Galt show and do a fucking fundraiser of racist behavior. Racists are the true color blindness. It doesn't matter whether you're a white racist or a black racist, or it doesn't matter. We're all racists. Give us some money. fucking Nick Fuentes needs to grift better. At least Candace Owens had the good sense to marry. Would you call him Kelvin? And I'm not going to use your term, but she I think in the British parlance, a poofter. So she's a poofter's wife. Is that how it goes?
Further than to say something's up with the Zionists or
Poor
Israel.
white
It's not
trash
Israel, it
trying
is
to
the
be
Jews. And
a
I think
rich
that Dave
racist.
Smith,
Banks aren't
being
going
a
to fund
Jewish
it.
libertarian, I don't think he's ready to go that far. I don't think he
I
is.
want to
that
know
far.
what you mean by that. So I'm just so we're clear. Is your perspective that if people don't platform you, it's because they don't want to go too far?
It may be that they aren't that far ideologically, but then that's my job to push them farther. And that's why I say it. That's why I say, and
But maybe they just disagree with you.
you're a good
But that's
example.
another thing.
Then
Maybe
they
they
should have
just
me on the
disagree
show,
with you.
but I'm gatekept.
Okay, but if the more important, so for me, if like I care deeply about what's happening to the Palestinians, obviously, I've made a point to talk about that. And I very much see what you're speaking about, that there is this coordinated, very sinister movement. I think it operates on the left and the right, whether it's the ADL or APAC, the money is flowing to instantly cancel people, to get them fired. And it's vicious. I mean, it is dirty business. And to survive it's hard for most people to even survive it when they go through it, because they're so smeared. It's like an effective tar and feathering. And for it to happen when you were 18 is ridiculous. But at the same time, if I'm going to use my platform to speak about that, I want to make sure that I'm hosting people that can explain that to people that otherwise may not even be aware of that.
Right.
Right. So if you're going to host, why are you sitting this person down on your show? Well, because we're having a conversation about something that's important. I can either learn from that person, right? Or I think that this person can teach something to my audience, right? If I were to host you and that was the clip that's coming out, do you think people are going to go, yeah, that just made me realize here I am just believing that we should, I'm a normal conservative like you. You said you were 18. I like these people. And the first thing I hear Nick Fuentes say is, Dave, they're not going to think that you're a good person.
This is concern trolling. I'm sorry,
No,
but this is tone
But you
policing, and
just
this is
said,
concern
no, it's
trolling.
not. It's not. No, it's not.
It is
It's not tone
absolutely.
policing. Hold up. Let's back it up because I'm going to let you speak. It is not tone
someday.
policing. What I am saying is that you just went through the fact that you genuinely were coming up, that you were a conservative, you genuinely liked Ben Shapiro, you genuinely thought these things. So that wasn't you would not look back on yourself and say, well, that I was problematic. You just would be like, that makes sense.
Right.
And I'm saying to you that the majority of people have that perspective. You don't have to assign an evil motive. You get into something because you believe it. That's it. It's just that simple.
Okay.
And if you're then going to have somebody who's condemning them, what are we learning? If you're just going to say you're this, you're that, it's like you've forgotten yourself. Like some people just aren't there wherever you are.
Okay, but I missed the part where I condemned him. I missed the part where I condemned
She
him. And
literally
I talked about the Dave Smith
rattled
part
off
repeatedly.
bullshit.
And by the way, you're mixing it up and saying, well,
She literally rattled off nothing. But she sounded smart.
If people watch a show, what are they going to think if they see that clip?
This interview is a dumbathon. This is a race to the bottom. Candace literally, I don't even know what the fuck she said. And you know what? it's going to be a very blah 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 response as well. To this is midget wrestling.
I'm just trying to say to you, why would someone
Okay.
maybe say,
Can I
okay,
talk?
if I
Can I
want-
answer?
Yeah, go ahead.
Come on.
Go
I
ahead.
mean, so, look, I'm a funny guy. I'm bombastic. I'm provocative. That's
Oh
part
my
of it. And
God,
you know what?
he's funny.
You can
When?
concern, troll, and tone police about, whether
Not
I
tone police. I wouldn't
you
have
kinda
a lot of tone
Bombastic,
police
he's a
playing in
bomb.
clips.
Jew this. We're laughing during the clip.
Yeah,
You and I are
it's
laughing. It's
funny.
funny. And
I'm
that's
laughing
why
at you making fun of me. I don't
Literally.
mind you making fun of me.
So this motherfucker is a comedian. Therefore, we shouldn't take him seriously. Why doesn't he just say that? And look at Candace. And you know what? Candace is not ugly, but if you have seen her in the last couple of years, she's very matronly in how she keeps herself. Cute face, cute hair. There's a reason she's wearing a big ass floppy sweater here. She is not a gym rat. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
I don't
I'm
mind
chill.
you making fun of me if you've ever done that. I mean, and I'm chill too.
No, I don't care. I'm not, like I said, I
know, and
told you, it's
I
funny.
like that about you because I
Oh,
think
and
that
by
you're,
the way,
you're hardcore. I think
let
we're
me
kinda
say
similar.
this because I'm always horrible. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. Support the damn show. I don't always want to talk about these two people too often, but apparently it's becoming a fest. So support the show. Cash App or show ideas, which I'm actually really more interested in, stuff that will just kind of give me something to do. One-liners, as we all know, they can always be show titles. And I guess that's that. All the information you need is in the banner crawl at the bottom of the screen. And y'all have a taste for the long game. I was bored with these two fools about 15, 20 minutes ago.
That way we don't have thin skin. So I appreciate that about you. And I know that Dave Smith is the same way. And I said on that show and other shows, I like him. I think he's a good guy. And I agree with you. I think he's sincere and I respect him. And I think he's a good person, actually.
He is.
And I
You
do
like
think
the
that we
Major?
disagree.
Oh, dude.
And
I'm
to the
gonna
extent that I'm critical of this
roast you about
situation,
that.
it's not a personal
Remember that you
directed at
said
him.
this,
I know
Brian
maybe it comes
Nichols.
across that way or it sounds like that to you, but I've said it repeatedly on my show and that's not the only time I talked about it. I said the problem is this idea, and again, intentional or not, that we need permission from a Jewish person sitting there.
I don't even think about the fact, well,
Jesus
he's a Jew,
Christ.
so let me have him on to tokenize the situation. I don't care. I just like
This
him,
is
you know?
literally
And in terms of why
a
I
low
could try to
hairline.
appreciate,
I
or if somebody's
appreciate
trying to
this
wake somebody
has
up to
a
something,
low hairline.
you know, you could dump, I guess, a bucket of ice on
She
someone
could
when they're
do
sleeping and
something
wake them
more
up.
with that
Or you
middle
could kind
part,
of say,
the
okay,
edges.
you know, are you starting to, with my sisters, we have this debate right now about me being a Catholic, my sisters are not Catholic. I don't need to be like,
Oh,
you must
by the way,
understand why the Catholic thing is right. And
let me say something. All these motherfuckers, all these conservative idiots, Candace Owens, and there is a YouTube provider or YouTube content creator, dude. You know what? They're all of a sudden becoming Catholics because some Catholics on the Supreme Court seem cool. That's what I'm guessing. Y'all don't know. You know what? It is going to be so funny. And I'm going to be honest because I'm a goddamn cradle Catholic. I went 1st through 12th to Catholic schools. I have a Benedictine education. Most of the motherfuckers like Candace Owens who have converted literally are stupid. They're doing it for style over substance. And I'm literally a cradle Catholic. A black Catholic back in the day. Like 1965 was my baptism. Y'all don't know what the fuck you're doing, and you're not smart enough to be Catholics. You will get bored and become Baptists in a couple years. And there is a fuck Eastern Orthodox. I don't give a shit. I'm talking actual Catholicism. And yeah, I'm a little tipsy, but God damn it. Candace saying she became a Catholic and talking about Catholicism is ridiculous. She is a popular Catholic. And this is what, sometimes I don't necessarily have a whole lot of problems with Antonin and Scalia. I understand what the fuck they're doing. I kind of understand what they're talking about. I understand their perspective, but Candace Owens, welcome to the club, but do you actually understand the rules?
Like, I got there, they're not there yet. Like, chill. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Here's where I was. My sisters were Democrat when I got into politics. And we've always kept a sense of humor about things, so it never became this toxic name calling stuff. Well, it was, but it was like with a sense of humor about it. Like, my sisters would be like, "Have fun at your Klansman rally," and I'd be like, "Cool," because I'd ask her to watch my cat. But the idea that I think that at the moment that I recognize something, or at the moment that I become something, everyone else must therefore become that thing. I think that's asinine. I do.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that. Look, my show is my platform, and I say what I feel about the situation, and my audience is already there with me. I'm doing a show, and by the way, I don't even do it for the audience. I say what I say. I said it 8 years ago when it really wasn't popular. I said it 5 years ago when it was a little more popular. I'm saying it now, and and that's the difference, I guess, is this is a common critique of me and my audience. People say, well, are you being tactful? Are you being strategic? These kinds of things. I'm not setting plays. I will acknowledge I'm impulsive. I am bombastic. I'm out there. I'm a maniac, but my job is to put the truth out there. I am the bucket of ice cold water, and I'm dumping it on people, and some people are going to get it, and some people it's going to take them longer. I'll let other people set the plays. I'll let other people kind of do the breadcrumbs and do this incremental approach. Me, I kind of figured it out. I was off to the races from the beginning, and I just want to cut to the chase and get to the most fundamental part of the idea. And so, that's why some people don't like me, granted. But I think the big picture is that I have been suppressed for 10 years, because we could sit here all day long and say, were you mean to this one? Were you mean to that one? Was this out of pocket? The fact of the matter is I have been more censored than anybody for 10 years.
Yeah.
And that's the real reason. So, and
but you're not still being censored. I'm just trying to provide feedback.
I am though.
Provide feedback to what you just said in that clip. Like, why wouldn't they have me on their platform? I'm not tone policing. Go on your show, say whatever you want. Actually, I would make the argument that you're kind of tone policing our shows by saying, why won't they? Look, whatever. I'm just saying, don't assign evil motive where there just might not be one. Like,
I don't think I am.
Okay.
I was
fine.
mad that you wouldn't. Well, you don't believe me, but I was mad that you're saying, okay. You're mad that, I was mad that you wouldn't have me on the show because, look, I stand you so hard on Twitter. I was Standis Owens, and the Groypers were there for you for Daily Wire, and they wanted the collab so bad last year. And you kept saying, well, we'll do it. But then you said,
what are you talking about? Let's back this up.
Okay.
Because I do want to get to this. This is actually something that I find to be very funny. First and foremost, because I don't know what a Groyper is. Okay. This is, and I will give you credit where credit is due. You have managed to infect the brains of 40-plus-year-old men. And that is actually, I think, the most compelling part about you. Is I watched as I was coming up in my career, and I will say I've had 4 kids in the last few years. I don't pay attention to, I think you were on Cozy TV.
Yes.
You were banned everywhere. I only know that because 40-year-old men were obsessively asking me to come out and condemn you. I'll name one of them, Seth Dillon of the Babylon Bee. He lives in a Groyper simulation. And I'm just, to me, interested in the idea that the 18-year-old kid who's been banned everywhere, and you have to jump through the hoops to watch him on this obscure cozy.tv, has managed to completely send you mad. That's fascinating to me. credit where credit is due. The Groypers like are truly living in the minds of neocons. There's no question about it. Okay. So for me, genuinely, I didn't watch your content. I gotta tell you, you're not for moms. Like I'm very into the anti-vax stuff. Like no one's, I'm not tucking in at night after 5 days a week of a show and 4 kids being like, what's on Cozy TV? What's Nick Fuentes saying over at Cozy TV?
You're not?
No,
Oh,
I am
man.
not. And so the first time that I started seeing your clips was kind of at the same moment that I got fired, because at the same time-ish is when you got put back on Twitter. And I am active on Twitter, and I'm seeing clips here and I'm seeing clips there. And I did see the clips of you speaking about the Christ is King scenario, some which were hilarious, just kind of getting into the theology of it. And I'm starting to go, okay, I'm kind of getting this Nick Fuentes thing, especially when Jeremy Boring, then the CEO of the Daily Wire, hosted this Christ is King audio live. And that was the first time I ever heard your backstory. So I genuinely was so, I guess, not blind to the Groyper movement, but like how influential you were, that these people, as Jeremy admitted in that audio, were watching your show, which was on an app that I had never even heard about. So I want to give credit where credit is due. But your strategy of, I'm going to go on my show and call this person out for not having me on the show when you didn't ask to come on the show, and you had a line of communication because of some legal stuff that was happening in the background, where I was asking you to do a decent thing and tell the truth about the fact that we didn't have this relationship that I think some people thought that we had going on in the background, a political relationship or like strategizing together. So I just think it was ridiculous. Like, I'm like, if you wanted to come on the show, why didn't you just send a big boy message and say, hey, Candace, we should collab? And that's what I mean when I say I think you internet too hard. Like, you think the way to get that is to go Groyper war, Groypers, go at, and I am the exact opposite demeanor. Like, if you do that, I will definitively not have you on the show. And the irony is, we had the discussion. So I think I messaged you and I was like, what's the deal with you on YouTube? If I have you on the show, we were just kind of getting set up here. Are you allowed to? And you answered and said, I don't know. You said, some people have had me on, some people have gotten hit. And I'm like, okay, well, we're still trying to figure this thing out. And the next thing I know, you've launched a Groyper war. And I'm going, if you think this is the last strategy you should possibly take if you ever want to get anything with me, I don't respond to like anonymous accounts. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not 13. I have toddlers at home. Like, I get the, like, I want. And I say to them, if you would like something, you need to use your manners. You need to say, can I please have? And thank you. And that's how I felt you were kind of executing this request, was in a really immature way. Which is immature.
Well, I think you're kind of starting in the middle of the story, because when you left the Daily Wire, everybody was on Twitter and in your live chat and in the comments saying, we want the collab with Nick Fuentes. And you said in the live chat, we're going to do it. We have the screenshots in the live chat for your show. You said, we're going to do the collab. I have the screenshots. So, if this goes up, we'll post it.
Are you potentially speaking about like a live chat that was going, and you think that I responded to somebody saying,
your channel said, we're going to do the collab?
Okay, maybe are you talking about YouTube?
Yes.
Genuinely, I don't know what you're talking about, but we can add the screenshot. We can add it, because I definitively do not remember saying we were going to do the collab. Even if I indicated I did reach out to you and say, what's the deal? Because we were talking about, like I said, we were like, we should get him on.
Yeah.
But then in between me saying we should get him on and you saying, I don't know about YouTube, suddenly there was like, we're launching a war on her.
Yeah, well,
and then I was like, no, I don't want to do
let's
this.
talk about that beginning of the story, because people were pushing for the collab, and there's a screenshot where you say, yeah, we'll do the collab. And this was like a period of many months.
Okay, fact checking Nick Fuentes again here. So he sent us 2 screenshots where he says that I said, we'll do the collab. And I do not believe these screenshots say that. So these are the ones that he sent us. Here's number 1. He doesn't show us what I was responding to, but we can guess, because I said, yes, I would talk to Nick. Why not? So that makes me believe that the person probably said, would you ever have Nick on the show? Or would you ever speak to Nick Fuentes? And I said, yes, I would talk to him. Why not? I never said we were collabing. And then this is the second screenshot that Nick sent us. It reads, I will literally speak to anyone on my podcast. My podcast is not for crybabies who hate speech. So I'm not certain how he could have interpreted that as I confirmed I was doing a collab with him, but those are the screenshots he submitted. So I will allow you guys to interpret that yourself. Back into the conversation.
And then you go and do a Twitter space with Dan Bilzerian, and there was I think one of those Jewish guys was on there. I forget his name. Mike something Myers was on there. Andrew Meyer was on
Oh
there.
yeah.
You brought him on there. I think Andrew Tate was on there. People said in your replies, get Dave Smith, get Dave Smith. You said he's invited to everything I do. All the replies said get Nick Fuentes on there. I'm not banned on Twitter. And so, and here
But
was
that was after you had launched this, like.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, I think it was.
I don't think it was. But either way, here's the point. He just felt we're making excuses, which was, oh, well, it's the YouTube thing. Oh, well, it's the legal thing. If it's YouTube, we could have done it
Okay.
on my platform.
You know the legal thing was real. I still can't speak about what that legal thing was, but that was very real. That was very real. And I was
Is it not in effect now? Has something changed?
not for a discussion for another time, but the point being is like that wasn't a joke. You know that wasn't a joke. You were on the phone with my lawyers.
I know, but it
And
was a
the
legal thing.
accusations that were being thrown at me were just inaccurate in regarding that legal thing. And so when I reached out to you to ask you to just clarify that this wasn't real, whatever it was, I was asking you to just do a decent thing. Like that was not on a, okay, well, let's collab or not collab. It was like, hey, this is my real life. It's
And I
being
did.
impacted by something that I didn't do. But then you kind of, in a really crappy manner, spoke about that on your show, something that I was privately going through that is still lasting. Okay. I have a lot of stuff going on in the background. And I was just like, what kind of person is this? Like, like I'm fighting for my life. I'm being attacked by Zionists. I've just gotten fired. I have kids at home. I mean, at no point you just go like, and then you knew that I had some legal stuff, drama going on in the background. At no point you just go like, maybe she genuinely just like, or I'm just going to reach out to her and say, hey, we're already talking. Do you want to maybe collab down the future? That's the adult thing to do. And going to your point, when I said he's always invited to anything I do, I literally had not invited Dave Smith. I would just,
Yeah, I know.
I had not invited him. I was just saying, if he wants to jump on and say, let me on, I'll let him on. That's
Okay,
it.
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing. I think that you can't have your cake and eat it too. Okay. Because you also went and said, I've never spoken to Nick Fuentes before in my life, but that was a lie.
Okay.
Or you didn't know, but we had spoken before.
Okay. Yeah. Let's clarify that. Yes, I was wrong that there was that one conversation you pointed out about when my husband was working for, what was the app called? Parlor app.
Parlor. Oh, I'm sorry. So there were two actually.
Yeah, but like, I mean, come on, Nick. The verse is like, we had this long relationship.
Okay, but we can't play this game now. We
What
can't play
game?
this because you can't then get on my case and say, well, look, I'm just going through a lot and I have this crappy stuff going on.
No,
And then
I'm
it's
just
like,
saying
wait,
why I
but I
think
don't
you're
know
a
about the
crappy person
screenshot,
because
but
you-
I forgot about the conversation
Nick,
and
that
the
was
other
from
one.
years ago. I mean, okay, yes, okay, you're right. At first, I there was a conversation that you can read it live.
Convenient.
Well, we should throw it up. Let's throw it up and post so people can read what you're okay. Like back in 2019, 18, 19, there was a communication.
And then in 2022, during the Kanye thing.
Yes, and
during
I've always been
A24.
honest. I've talked about that many times. That was the
No.
first time I remembered us having a conversation was the Kanye stuff. So when I was saying the first time I spoke to him was over the Kanye thing, and I've been very honest
You
about
said that after, because first you said we had never spoken. And then I insinuated, oh, maybe that's not true. And then you said, oh, we talked during
I can legitimately tell you that that's factually you're very wrong because I had to confront that because of some legal stuff that was going on. And I was like, I was very open about the fact that I had a conversation with you when you were hanging out with Ye. You could talk about that openly right now. I couldn't care less. But the point is that what was the difference in what we're talking about is a communication about a certain situation versus like Candace and Nick had some like background relationship and we're coordinating. That's just not true, And so that was what I was trying to dispel because people were very seriously creating an insane conspiracy theory that I was coordinating with you. It was insane. All I can say to you is that retrospectively it was insane. And so if I forgot one communication about Parlor, you are correct. I went and checked and I was like, yeah, no, he's right. I told him that my husband was not working, I think for like Google or I don't know what you thought was happening, but it wasn't real. And I told you that. So I just kind of shut down some conspiracy that you were on. And then was the Kanye thing. And there were other people who genuinely believed that you and I were like in this communicative relationship coordinating, like I'm working with the Groypers. And it was just, I don't know what to say other than it was really loony. These were coming from older men. And I realized that you were kind of very effectively getting to people.
That's true. But yeah, I mean, look, there's a long time ago now, it was a year ago. I didn't prepare the timeline in advance, but the way that I recall, you said we had never talked before. Then you said, well, we talked once during Ye.
No,
I believe that was the case, but maybe I'm wrong about that. Like I said, I don't have it in front of me, but it felt like
that's true.
I felt like you weren't being completely forthcoming about
Please
it.
be forthcoming. I'm the most honest person in my audience, so nothing is off record. You can say whatever you want right now. Be forthcoming. What did I lie about? I did forget the Parlor
You said we had never talked before. We had actually talked a couple of times.
Yeah, but about the same situation. You get my point. We were dealing with something with Ye. This was not like Candace reaching out like, hey, Nick,
But that's
what's
not what
that
you said.
Groyper
You
music?
didn't say we talked about unrelated things and we've talked before.
Okay.
You said we've never talked before. I don't know anything about him. I don't know him.
I didn't know anything about you. That's the point. I knew
So
that
why'd
Ye
you
was
vouch for
hanging
me
out
with
with
Ye?
you.
Why'd you say I was okay to Ye?
I
then?
said to
How'd you know?
Ye, the point being is that I said to Ye, based on my own assessment of things, like I thought that there was a bigger risk because somebody was getting involved with his campaign, and I had known for that individual to be open about blackmailing people. I obviously, as a friend of Ye, knowing everything that was going on, I was concerned. And I expressed that to you and I said, you're in proximity to him. He's mad at me for this and that, because Ye was mad at me for a couple of days. And I said, please just tell him this. That was it. So our communication.
We talked
and,
about Milo, and then you
Yeah.
vouched for me with Ye.
Yeah, and Milo
now,
and I
now
have
you
since,
follow Milo on Twitter.
Yeah,
which is
Milo and I since have talked about it, because, and he respects the fact. That's why I said I'm very honest. So you're not going to catch me here, Nick.
I'm not trying to catch you. You're trying to lecture me.
No, you can talk. I want you to be as open as possible about this because I just think that there has been so much crap that's been said that's just untrue. Yes, the person was Milo. I wasn't going to identify him, but Milo and I have since talked about it because he recognizes that I was just concerned about Ye. It's the reason I communicated to you is because the person that I knew was not you. It was not Milo. It was Ye. And I was concerned, obviously, with everything that was going down. He had been at my house and things were going down. I was just concerned, and I wanted to make sure that I was protecting him because what I knew from Milo publicly, because I didn't know Milo either. Have I had a correspondence with Milo in the past, similar to you? Yeah, I saw him at the David Horowitz Freedom Foundation, but I didn't know Milo like I didn't know you. And I was just trying to protect Ye. And so the extent to our conversation was about me trying to be a good friend to somebody else. It wasn't like this. And I told people that. I didn't tell the audiences that. What I'm saying is that
You didn't tell the audience, but that's key because I'm not a part of the other conversations.
No, I said
That's
to
what
you,
say
I
on the
spoke.
show.
I said I didn't know you. I didn't know you. Just because I communicate with you about Ye doesn't mean that we know
You
each
said,
other, Nick.
I don't know him. We've never talked. I've never had anything to do with
Nick,
him before.
that's not true.
Okay, that's how it
We never talked. That's not true.
That's what you said.
Okay.
And then I said, we did talk.
Okay,
And then
we're
you said,
going
well,
to give you the right to pull the clip of me saying I've never talked to Nick Fuentes because I communicated with you about Ye. I was open about that.
Okay, well,
and
but we
since
could go and
then,
find
just
the
to
clip.
clarify, spoke to Milo about that, and said, look, he understands that was my perspective. Obviously, getting into the movement, just like you, when I first kind of was coming in, I was reading a lot of Milo's blogs, a lot of his writings up at Breitbart. And he kind of turned the lights on for me in terms of feminism and the BLM movement. So we never really had, I would say, the same exact thing. I didn't really know Milo. I knew his writing, I knew his work, but I didn't know him. So I just don't understand what I did wrong by saying that I don't know you. What do you want me to say? Make it up?
Well, once again, we're kind of massaging the words. You said we never talked. I know nothing about him. I don't know him. When we had talked, and then you went and changed the statement and said, "Oh no,
you got to
we
pull
talked
it up.
one
You got to
time."
pull it up.
Okay,
Come on, you got to pull it up now.
We can't. I don't have it on me. I didn't know I was coming in. You said it wasn't an ambush. I thought we were
It's not
talking
an
about
ambush.
Iran.
You brought it up, but that's fine.
You brought it up. You wanted to litigate the beef. I'm happy to do it. I don't have the receipts prepared, but we could do it.
Perfect. I do not know Nick Fuentes. I don't know you. But you already know that. What I do know is that everyone can see what you guys are doing to me. Your pattern is well established.
There were other
and the
statements
world,
besides
hold
this
on.
tweet.
And the world is waking up to it. My crime is having stood up for myself against your network of smears. I'm responding to the ADL and saying I don't know you. I didn't know you.
But that's not the only statement. You said stuff on your
was
show
it on
and there
Twitter?
were other tweets.
It was on my show.
I don't have it on me.
Okay.
If you want to come back and we could do a debate about it,
we're not going to do a debate about it. I'm just saying it just so everyone can. This is pre-recorded, so I'm just going to say if you do go home and find a clip of me saying something that you believe was lying, then I'm happy to share it because I don't lie to people. It's just not something that's like in my DNA. I would rather just tell the truth and deal with the consequences. So I had two separate communications with you before I got fired, and they were limited to us discussing Parler and us discussing Ye. Would you think that's a fair assessment of?
Yes.
Okay. Fine. Done. Okay. Fact checking Fuentes, because we told him obviously that he could send us anything in post and we would drop it in. He said that I denied that I had contact with him. This is the proof that he sent us right here. You can see that I tweeted on November 25th, 2022. I tweeted, I have never in my life been in contact with Milo Yiannopoulos or Nick Fuentes. This is not a personal shot at either of them. That is simply the truth. I met Milo twice, both times at the David Horowitz Freedom Center, where we were both invited as speakers years ago. As Nick insinuated, this was technically not true because I did have public contact with Nick that then kind kind of rolled into a private correspondence. So I'll read it to you. This is what I tweeted publicly. I tweeted, "This isn't true," responding to Nick. He was tweeting something about Parler, which my husband was the CEO of Parler. So I was defending my husband. I said, "This is not true. Apple was under serious pressure, which is why they reinstated the app. This is a victory. Short term, though, in my opinion, if they don't sue Apple," referring to Parler. Again, I'm just out here defending my husband's honor. But to Nick's credit, I then, that right after, said this to him via DM, a private correspondence, basically just, again, talking about Parler and saying that I couldn't say anything just yet. And that was our correspondence that we had that I truly did not remember. You can see it is dated April 19th, 2021. So I was sincere when I said that I didn't have any contact with Nick in 2022, but I did forget this correspondence. So back to the conversation. But going on to the broader point that I wanted to make, I'm glad that we went through that because I think that there's been a lot of people on the internet that have said things that are not true. So that is the basis of the communications that we've had. And I was very aware of, obviously, like all of the Groypers tweeting when I got fired. Genuinely didn't know what the Groyper movement was outside of seeing you guys kind of pop up on college campuses and begin to ask some questions that I actually thought were very fair and questions that I hadn't considered. Why was I, when I was working at Turning Point USA, touring with Dave Rubin, who is a homosexual married man? Can you talk about, first and foremost, what a Groyper is and how the movement got started?
Well, it got started in 2019 when Charlie Kirk was doing his first big college tour. And I forget actually the first one. I think it was in Colorado. And a couple of fans of my show, I didn't tell them to do this. Actually, people had asked me before, should we do this? Is this a good idea? And I said, no, I don't think so. But two guys who watched the show, they went out on their own. And I think the one guy asked a question about legal immigration. You're against illegal, but you're for legal immigration. How's that conservative? And then another guy came up and he said something about Israel. You seem to be Israel first. What about America? And the two clips blew up.
Sorry, I was talking to my son and missed much of this. I want to reemphasize that it was conservatives who got us into this immigration mess. Offshoring businesses to save money. I'm sorry, businesses. Well, businesses, but getting immigrants in to work for cheaper because they couldn't afford to pay, American union wages. This problem was caused by corporate America, and now it's to be solved by corporate America. Really? This is literally fuck you, 12th man. It is perfectly correct. And I'm going to be blunt. Hit the link because this is something I will literally destroy your dumb ass. You better be sober if you want to argue this point, son. Anyway, like I was saying, business caused this immigration problem. The cheap labor. I literally worked for a company, and I've told this story before, where, through a temp agency, he wasn't a direct hire. A guy comes up here. We had like an immigration service raid. So this one particular guy, hey, he's illegal. His social security card or something. Now, this is in upstate South Carolina. So 6 months later, the same motherfucker is back through the same temp agency with a different social security number, etc. It is literally American corporate that caused the immigration problem, and then just a different side of the corporation that's less internationalist, less global, and Trump side is just a little bit more America first. It was the fucking billionaires that caused the problem, the immigration problem, and now the other side of the billionaire crowd wants to fix the problem. If you can't see that, it does not take a PhD. It takes an old person who has some corporate knowledge. Literally. when you're Gardner, how many fucking people Arnold Schwarzenegger fucking I think his housekeeper wasn't illegal. Dude, all kinds of shenanigans. The Gardner, how many babysitters, like my Guatemalan babysitter doesn't have papers. Dude, the last 30 years is rife with jokes about how flagrant citizenship was taken. And now all of a sudden, you get some racist billionaires in who want to clear the decks. So business, the globalists versus the America firsters, it's all billionaire class. And people like 12th Man are so sad. Oh, that's not necessarily true. That's actually incorrect. No, motherfucker, you've literally never had a Mexican clip your hedges is why you don't get my point. Dude, you're not of that class. You and Be Brave, quite frankly, don't even understand the problem I described.
On Twitter, and I promoted them on my show. I said, that was unbelievable. That was really awesome. I said, because, if we show up in MAGA hats and rosaries, who we are.
Most businesses are not run by libtards today. They're
as the real right wing. This is unignorable.
They all converted like Elon.
So the following day, he did another event.
They all converted like Zuckerberg.
Once again, there were a couple of
They're
groypers
all
asking these types of
motherfucking MAGA
questions.
now,
And the
bitch.
third day, New Hampshire, same story. And I remember doing a show covering the latest batch of clips. It turned into a thing. We were covering them on the show every night, the clips of these questions.
Keep trying, 12th
And at that
Man.
time,
I might
Groyper
stop
was a meme. It was like Pepe,
I
Pepe
might
the
stop
Frog. And there's a
mocking
few
the
variations. There's
bullshit
Pepe, Marv,
you
Apu,
call
and
knowledge.
Groyper was one of them. And Groyper's like a big cartoon frog.
Why is it named Groyper?
I don't know.
I literally don't know what Groyper means.
It came from a Twitter account called That Groyper. He just named it Groyper.
Okay, so it just doesn't mean anything.
No, yeah, it was technically called Easter Toad was the drawing, the proprietary
I have to call a screeching stop. So 12th Man's response is, you get Mexicans to clip your hedges, too lazy to do it yourself. Literally wasn't the point I was trying to make. 12th Man, keep the fuck up. Dude, are you know what? You're a friend of the show, 12th Man, so I'm not gonna excoriate you. But literally, I clipping my hedges was not the point. that cheap CNN bullshit doesn't work on Stanley versus the World. At least not today. Thank you, 12th Man. You're still a friend of the show, though.
drawing. But then some Twitter users started calling it Groyper. And at that time, people would personalize the Groypers and make them an avatar. So, they'd have different themes and different personalities. And Groyper became synonymous with like a far right, like retard.
It was
like,
literally
Groyper
theater,
was like,
right?
This guy is
right, Nick. It was all theater. This motherfucker is a goddamn clown. No wonder he's an incel.
painfully, obnoxiously far right.
Okay.
And so I said on my show, imagine you're Charlie Kirk. You're standing up there on the stage sweating, and you have a line of Groypers asking you questions about the USS
Listen,
Liberty and
they
dancing
based,
Israelis.
They based a whole they base a whole intellectual. This is just fucking. This is literally funny.
I said, what must be going through his head? And ever since then, they took the Groyper standing upright, because the famous picture is he's sitting down like this. But they took a picture of the Groyper standing upright, and there was a meme at the time of Alex Jones walking down an alleyway, and they copy-pasted a bunch of Alex.
You know what? This Brian Nichols, thank you for making this point. Y'all are so fucking just deluded. Businesses are run by people, cultural leftists. You know what? That is literally Charlie Kirk as an idiot. That is Donald Trump. Dude. Big business contributes to both sides. Big business literally contributes to whatever helps them make money. That you literally bought that goddamn MAGA far right Kool-Aid, like all the rich people. You bought that limousine liberal bullshit, dude. For every fucking what's the dude's name? I can't even. I'm getting old. There's a Koch brother for every Soros. Don't you understand this bullshit, Brian Nichols? All businesses are run by cultural leftists, not small businesses. They don't give a fuck. I mean, big business. Motherfucker, they play both sides. Brian, please don't be a 12th man. God damn, that's literally stupid. 12th man, don't even bother. I'm not interested.
Jones. They said it was an army of Alex Jones. And so someone took that meme and they did.
If
it
you're
with
not
Groypers.
sober,
An
12th
army
man,
of Groypers marching down the alley.
go back to the
I said,
chat.
that's us. That's the Groypers lining up to ask Charlie Kirk a question. So that's the origin of the
All
name.
right, well,
Okay.
you persist. Dude, I pray you are not drunk, because if you are, I'm just going to put you back in the back. I don't hear about your slurred wisdom. Hey, 12th man. Hello?
Dang, Stanley, I just woke up. Give me a break.
You know what? I can't tell.
How's your day going?
Excellent. I'm up on the show saying what I want to say. So you seem to have some pushback about me clipping my hedges and the point I'm trying to make, which is corporate America and the Chamber of Commerce Republicans created this goddamn problem. It was the state and local level Chamber of Commerce who didn't want to do E-Verify. They pushed back. Dude, that is verifiable. And yeah, it's anecdotal because I've seen some of it. But if you do actual research, not just my anecdotes, you know I'm right.
Uh-huh.
Reagan literally did amnesty. Do you recall?
Yeah.
Okay, then motherfucker, what does me clipping my hedges have to do with my point?
Well, you're the one that brought it up.
Motherfucker, no. Don't tell me what I did. Stick to my point, which is Chamber of Commerce, business level, and corporate America literally encouraged it. Where do the Mexicans gather when they're looking for day work but in a Home Depot parking lot? Tell me, Home Depot, literally a Dow 50 or Dow 30 company? Motherfucker, you're letting the illegals gather in your parking lot for day work. How is that not encouraging?
Well, it was Bush and Clinton. At
Motherfucker, I don't give a shit about that. I'm talking about the corporations. I'm talking about the corporations. See, what your kind can't do is stick to, motherfucker, I will put your ass off this panel because you have never been able to keep up with a point. You want to do all this whataboutism bullshit. I'm talking corporations. Is Home Depot a goddamn president? What does Bush have to do with my point? I literally said corporations and Chamber of Commerce business. Why are you bringing up Bush and Obama or whoever the fuck else you want to bring up? Why?
Well, because it was Bush. And,
Nope. Which corporation has Bush run?
It was Bush
Which,
one.
and by the way, there were two Bushes. Can you be more specific, even
I said
with
Bush
your
one,
bullshit?
didn't I?
Fourth man,
I said-
I don't have the patience. I'm talking Chamber of Commerce business level, and corporations caused the immigration problem. That is literally my point. What's your response?
Well, it was Bush one, and
I'm done. No,
what?
you're not up to the argument. Let's get back to the video.
Interesting. I was always wondering, I'm like, what does Groyper actually mean? And so it's a lot of people that have these anonymous accounts,
Yeah,
anonymous accounts, and
talk
like I
politics,
said, we'll
you
show a
wanna
clip of it.
talk
But I
Bush
thought it was very
one,
interesting because it was,
I'm
I guess,
literally
questions that I hadn't really
criticizing the
grappled with.
corporation.
Which is I do. I'm on stage. I'm saying that I'm a Christian, and yet I'm touring with somebody who is a homosexual
They did exactly
married
what
man.
the
How do I reconcile that?
corporation
And
wanted.
rather
I'm
than
sorry,
kind of
what?
getting the answer, I think I particularly remember one clip with
I'm sorry, the corporations did what?
They did exactly what the corporations wanted them to. They with NAFTA.
Okay,
and,
again,
creating all this
you want to talk
capitalism.
about goddamn presidents? I literally said the corporations are the problem. If the politicians did what the corporations wanted them to do, then what's the problem? The politician or the corporation?
Both.
Bullshit. And my larger point is that having Trump with the America First version of big business correcting what the other side of the big business caused, I don't see that as motherfucker. Don't interrupt me. And you know what? To be honest, you're not capable of this sort of argument. You can either mute or go back to the chat. I don't want to keep fussing at you about what you don't get. Mute or wander down to the chat. I'm seeing this MAGA as a war of globalist or globalism, the free trade side of big business versus the America First side of big business. This is a war of titans. It's not necessarily, MAGA is a faux populist movement. It's really Trump and Elon and all these motherfuckers who basically want to reverse what businesses did from the 90s up till, Trump's first term.
Yeah, late 80s, 90s.
In big business, Trump taking a stake in Intel, and I've got other corporations he's done this to, US Steel. It's literally, I don't disagree with the state capitalism. It's basically a form of socialism. And there may be good ends. There's a positive side to this, but I don't trust Trump to be smart enough to actually know how it could benefit America. He's all about the window dressing. In the end, it's going to enrich the Trump family. It's not for the benefit of America. And I actually do believe that. And you don't have to be a leftist. It's obvious. G20 summit, it's in the news. Going to be held where? At his resort in Miami. And you know what? For those of us who watched Trump's press conference yesterday, I didn't put it on the show. I started to do a show around it, but I just watched it. Trump literally had the mayor of Miami in the Oval Office praising him. And you know what? This is literally the fucking Joe Plumbers who elected Trump into the White House based on, hey, we will get our construction jobs back if he scoots out the Mexicans. Y'all fucked up. The people who literally thought that, oh, hey, no tax on tips. Well, motherfucker, there's a cap on it. And no one makes $25,000 in tips who is some, waitress at a diner. Good for you. He's not going to tax your pennies. Same thing with overtime. Good for you. You'll never make whatever the cap on it is. Bottom line, business created this immigration crisis over decades. And the other side of business just, hey, Trump is weird. He's just more, let's get America richer. Both sides are literally bad for the middle class and the working class in America. Trump is not your friend.
Well, Stanley, I worked on farms and ranches.
I don't really give a fuck. I don't care about your personal experience. I do not care. Don't tell me about it. I'm uninterested. Your personal experience isn't what I'm talking about.
I never had a problem with
Okay,
it.
I don't understand why you can't understand. Dude, glad you had some personal experiences. Your anecdotal experience, type it in the chat. I'm not that interested. That's like Be Brave telling me about working for the rich whites. He thinks he's a member of that class. He's not. And I'm tired of listening to people who have never held responsible jobs of any consequence tell me about America. Okay, I literally don't think you have literally ever held a responsible job in your life. Yep, I'm saying it. Yep, laugh all you want. And I don't give a shit if it pisses you off. It's true. It is literally true. It is literally true. And of Aaron C, same. Be Brave, same. And there are probably others. Dude, you don't get to overtalk. Take it somewhere else. Take it to John Galt. He will call you a responsible human being. I'm sure you're responsible, but you've never held a job of consequence. You have literally never had. Hey, it was good enough for you, but again, it was not a job of consequence. It never had impact on. Who gives a fuck? 12th man, this isn't a debate I'm gonna have. Oh motherfucker, 12 of Aaron C, come up here and I'll go in on you too. I'm tired of hearing from the hoi polloi pretending, go to John Galt's channel for your particular failures in life to be celebrated as success. That's really my advice. And I don't give a fuck
I
who up
didn't
this.
even know John Galt was live.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what I meant. Anyway, what I was saying is there's a reason there's 13 people in this chat right now, because I'm just fuck it. Fuck them. Thank God. This Saturday morning, God damn it, I'm just going to say what I want to say. And, you're either accepting or not. Join, don't join. I want you to join. I think what I have to say is at least my version of the truth. And the version of the truth is MAGA isn't a populist movement. It is billionaires wearing flannel shirts with no calluses on their hands. And yes, I have calluses on my hands just because I used to split my own wood. So anyway,
Split my own wood.
I don't give a fuck what you do, 12th man. The show is not called 12th Man versus the World. The problem with Fuentes is he is literally a fill in the blank of Aaron C.
Gosh, what is his name? I'm totally blanking here. It's a Black Army vet. I know his
Rob
name.
Smith.
Rob Smith. It was a moment with Rob Smith, and I think somebody shouted down the person and said that they were homophobic. Like the question is homophobic. And at that moment, I went, "Yeah, you can't do that. You got to actually answer the question. There could be an answer, but we can't be like the left and just calling people names because we don't maybe want to confront that there is some substance to this question." But then you guys kind of, or maybe it sounds like it did start as an online movement. Who are the groypers behind the scenes? Do you have communication with these people? They're real, obviously they're real human beings. But my point is that, like, is this movement, like, you guys are on a group chat and you know these individuals? Can we get a demographic? Are they older? Are they younger? Who are the groypers?
Well, they are real human beings. They're all young white men. Or there's other men too. I mean, some of them are Hispanic, some of them are Black, some of them are Jewish for that matter. But they're mostly young men, college age, Generation Z. Some of them even high school aged, and all of them very Christian, very Catholic. Also, they're fans.
See, that's a problem right there. Very Catholic, motherfucker. Oh my god.
What's wrong with that?
This is literally. Oh, look at this dumb fuck. You don't split your own wood. You play with another man's wood. Oh, motherfucker. You know what? I used to split like goddamn 5 cords of wood beginning in like April up on the mountain. Fuck yeah, I did. Now, luckily, my brother-in-law, did wood, did tree work. So, I never had to go out, drag the logs back to my property. But fuck yeah, I did, dude. Dude, I know how to chainsaw. I know, motherfucker. Look, if you start in April and you work hard, you can do 5 cords of wood by October. I've done it several years. I don't do it now. I'm back in Georgia, but of Aaron C, I am what you would love to be. I was a naval officer. I can fucking sling a fucking split maul. I can fucking run a chainsaw. I can run a forklift. I can drive a big rig. Dude, you gotta be a Renaissance motherfucker. And
I can do all that shit.
okay, I don't give a fuck what you can do. I wasn't even talking to you. I'm talking of Aaron C. Aaron C, you have yet to become a Stanley Cross. You don't have to be Black, because I know that shit would hurt your feelings. And I can motherfucking read a book too. So of Aaron C, I applaud. Motherfucker, why are you 12th man? Stop it.
Yes, sir. I
don't need your comment on everything I say. You are literally here. I don't need your comment. I'll let you know when to speak. Oh, you cannot outfish or outhunt me. Dude, motherfucker. Of course I can, of Aaron C. Now I haven't done quail hunting in probably 30 years. But motherfucker, of course I can outshoot you. I can out-tough you, you little pussy. Dude, I've seen you on camera. You're a pussy. You wouldn't last fucking 5 minutes out in the cold. Dude, you're not tough. Motherfucker, this motherfucker was literally on a goddamn carrier as an Airedale or some form. Motherfucker, you're not tough.
The show, a lot of people say it's cult-like following.
You're
people watch
no
the show and they adopt the
Aaron C.
political viewpoint, the religious viewpoint, And so they're basically far right, pro America, Catholic, at that time, big Trump supporters and young guys.
All right, we have to watch another Nick Fuentes clip. I think we should definitely watch. Let's watch the first one that you showed me, Skylar.
Why is it that Candace Owens will interview Harvey Weinstein before she'll talk to me?
So true.
Am I
So glad-
really that
so glad you agree
bad?
with yourself.
People said when Candace Owens split with Daily Wire, people begged her to do a collaboration with me. They said, talk to Nick Fuentes. You stole all his talking points. Talk to Nick Fuentes. You get all your ideas from him, all your slogans. He was a martyr. He made the sacrifices that made it popular for you to do this. She said, oh, I can't because I'm on YouTube. But I also can't have him on my website because of some lawsuit. And
That's
all
so
this.
crappy to me. That part's really crappy to me. I have to
Okay,
say,
are we doing
watching
this
it back,
again?
no, I do want to say we don't have to get into it, but that's crappy to me because it was like, I don't know. I just think that I try to do a really good job of being a human being offline. You know what I mean? And if people are going through,
I swear, and it's no doubt that someone like of Air and Sea would be a Fuentes fan on camera. And I just saw this little thing here. Like, let's go from look at this motherfucker on camera of Air and Sea. Nick Fuentes, and look at the way he's combed his hair. Nick Fuentes acts like a fill in the blank, and the F in fill in the blank is the clue. And that's why you like him. Dude, of Air and Sea, the only reason you're still here is I'm playing Nick Fuentes. And the F doesn't stand for Fuentes either.
because of some lawsuit. And
that's
all
so
this.
crappy to me. That part's really crappy to me. I have to
Okay,
say,
are we doing
watching
this
it back,
again?
no, I do want to say we don't have to get into it, but that's crappy to me because it was like, I don't know. I just think that I try to do a really good job of being a human being offline. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? And if people are going through stuff or whatever, and that was real, like that's not like, oh my God, like she's trying to be a victim. It was very real. My life was kind of, you saw, it was thrown up in the air, but we don't need to focus on that. But I do want to get to the point. Do you actually believe that I was getting all my ideas from you? Like, do you actually believe that I was watching Cozy TV? Because then somebody showed me a clip of you saying the same thing. Because I guess you said in the same week, or you said last week, I was talking about this. Now this week, Candace is talking about it. And it was pertaining to the PBS documentary, The Savage Peace, which was about the German genocide that took place after the war had ended. And that documentary opened up my eyes a lot to the fact that we had only been told kind of one strand regarding World War II. And I told my audience they should watch it. And there was a clip of you kind of suggesting that I got that from you. So did you actually believe that I had gotten that from you, or that I was watching your show and stealing your ideas?
Not that one. I don't know what that's all about. The
Okay.
German thing. But look, I mean, you left Daily Wire with the whole Christ is King, America First. For years, that's what I was known for. Now, if you want to say you never heard of me until a couple of years ago, or
No, I
you,
heard of you in 2019.
you said earlier though that you didn't really watch anything or know anything until about a year ago.
Yeah.
If that's what you say, okay, that's fine. But it'd be a pretty stunning coincidence. And I will say I heard from other people. I'm not going to say who, but I heard from a mutual friend. He watched my show back in 2020. Maybe that person's lying. I don't know that, but I'd heard that from multiple people. So.
You can name the person, because I'm telling you. So, and I'll ask you this question again. So you said Christ is King. So that's very interesting. So you think that any person that says Christ is King?
Oh no, I didn't say that.
Okay, because I actually do want to understand this. I'm genuinely pushing back
No,
here
it's an
because I
interesting
was very confused by this. I'm like, Ye just named his whole album Jesus is King, right? Or 2 albums ago, Jesus is King. It was
Ye
definitely
just-
a moment
Ye
of cultural
just-
zeitgeist that had this
Oh
rapper
my
to
God, this
come
woman-
out and start singing
this
about Christ like
woman
he did
is
early on when he said he did the
hilarious.
Jesus Walk stuff. And I was just like, does Nick actually believe? I'm like, I genuinely was not watching your show. It's the only thing I can tell you.
Okay.
I have friends that were, I will definitely say, male men between the ages of like 30 and 40 are watching your show.
Yeah.
There is, and I would say 40 and beyond, like I just said, are watching your show. I would imagine you have a very male, internet savvy audience. I am terrible at the internet.
Mm.
Like, I mean, it is embarrassing. I'm
Yeah.
basically a grandma when it comes to the internet. My husband thinks it's he's like, how are you a person that people watch the internet, you don't even know how to use the internet? I just don't love tech. Tech is not really my thing. I like to communicate. I'm a woman. I like to speak, but I don't really like to figure out how all this stuff works. And so once you got banned, I just didn't see, I wouldn't have seen your stuff. But then as soon as you were back on Twitter, I started seeing your clips all the time because you started trending. Like, you were trending the day that you got let back onto X, you were trending. And I was like, okay, Nick is trending. Clips recently just were trending about you. So I think if you had been on X that whole time and you said, I mean, you're like, you've never seen my stuff, that would be a little ridiculous. But genuinely, like when you're starting a family and like, as soon as I am done with the podcast, it got to be like straight back into mommy mode. It's just, I just don't think that many women are watching you. Is that fair?
Yeah, like I said, if that's what you're saying, then yeah, I believe you.
100% the truth. Genuinely didn't get any of my ideas from you, and then was being accused of getting all of my ideas from you.
You notice everyone says Candace Owens is cute. And you know what? I'm not a big Candace Owens fan, but she's not ugly. You notice this weird Groyper motherfucker has not even flirted with her a little bit. He acts like he is competition. Now, this is just me, and everyone always tells me, well, Stanley, you gotta, you are a feminist or you are a simp. But motherfucker, how can you go 2 hours and she is not ugly and not say something flirty? The fuck? Now, this isn't the whole 2 hours, but it's over half, and he hasn't flirted with her yet. Even and I know she's married. I know she's a mother of 3. I know she's, pretty rich. I'd still flirt with her. Like, hey, what's under? I would, and someone like of Aaron C would go, well, Stanley, that's just being a black man. Okay, motherfucker, heel. That's just being black. You would have to flirt because you ghetto, Stanley. Motherfucker, look. literally, flirting is actually a way of complimenting a woman. A little innocent flirt, like, hey, orange is your color. Just one time, a little bit of male behavior, just to let her know that, oh, hey, you know what? I'm not Nick Fuentes. I actually like women. And even if I don't agree with you, you're still lovely. It doesn't have to be overt, but just some little compliment. Nick is a fill in the blank. And the emphasis on the F in fill in the blank. See, I don't even have to say the word. He's just a fill in the blank. And of Aaron C is a fill in the blank. And F is not sailor, Navy, military, man. Of Aaron C is an F. And the F is the beginning of fill in the blank.
So obviously there must have been naturally something that was happening where what I was saying or what I was noticing, people were going, oh, Nick Fuentes has spoken about this already.
Yeah. Well, I mean, those were like things that I was known for when we would disrupt Turning Point.
All right. Wait, hold it. I see.
But you also worked there.
I do. All right. Well, let's see. Now Diwali is like, Stanley, why are you watching this again? I thought we voted. Well, we didn't. The majority, Diwali wanted to see the whole thing. So now that we're here, I think I still have the shorter version somewhere. And you know what? I am not young like the Admiral. I made the silly mistake of not listening to Diwali and CKJ3, and I will forever regret that at this point. CK, can you just drop the shorter version again? My apologies. I should have listened to you. Can I give y'all a really, Black Knight? She's not that hot, Black Knight. Motherfucker, I got a hotter woman right now. And
You do?
you know what? I will give us a break. There is a way hotter woman. Now, she's more to my phenotype, if you will forgive use of the phrase. And I didn't realize this until let's see here.
Stanley, you like the women with the big butts, don't you? Just be honest.
I like women. You know, mostly I like women mostly who are smart and make me laugh, and then, you know, attractive women who are smart and make me laugh. I think you sound like a Philistine, to be honest.
A Philistine? What the fuck is that?
Google it. Aren't you a Bible thumper?
Palestinian?
Oh, 12th man. You know what? This is why you should never come up here and ask a whole lot of questions, because you just open up your own can of worms. Dude, a Philistine, that's literally a biblical word.
Philistine. Sounds like Palestine.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll just have to work with what you got there, 12th man.
So what's a Philistine then?
Motherfucker, Google it, goddammit, and stop boring me with your ignorance. This is not the Teach 12th Man hour. You laugh, but I'm not.
Come on, Stanley, liven it up.
No, I don't have that kind. I do not have that kind of sense of humor today, 12th man. You might want to read the room, which is this panel. I like the big butt girls, but only if they're smart. I leave the refuse to your dumbass. And if you don't know, if you do not know what a Philistine is,
oh my God,
there's really no reason. There is literally no reason to even keep talking to you, motherfucker. Google it. So anyway, this is my girl du jour, and what the fuck?
Hey, Go Fam, welcome back to my channel. So today we are doing a 30-minute at home. Best part
Shut
is
the fuck up.
no burpees. No burpees, y'all. I freaking hate burpees. But we're gonna
Don't
get in a
interrupt
fire
my
workout.
girl.
If you just have a busy schedule or you don't feel like going to the gym, this is the workout for you. We're about to get it in. So today we're gonna be doing a circuit, 4 rounds, and I'm going to be using a dumbbell, and I'm also going to be using a kettlebell.
It's gonna be using
If you don't
you,
have those
12th man,
things,
a
don't worry.
dumbbell.
You can do body weight only. And after this workout is done, I promise you're going to feel amazing. So let's get into it. We're going to start with a nice little warm up, and then we're going to hop straight into the workout. Let's go.
Oh Lord.
What? I forgot about this music. I was too busy watching her. Well, I'm sure I will be hit with some copyright thing. Let's see. I think we could do it without the sound. Now, all she's doing is warming up, and I think this woman is about 6 feet 6'1". And I kid you not, she is my phenotype. She's tall, she's kind of athletic. That's her hair, by the way. That is her hair. Now, the tattoo, I've never seen that before. We would have to discuss, but I don't mind tall. And I was talking the other day about a girlfriend who I'm 6 feet, and she was 6 feet, and this woman literally reminds me of that woman. She was fucking gorgeous. And I fucked it up. I fucked up the relationship, and it wasn't about cheating. Being a Stanley has consequences.
I bet.
Yeah, well, hey, I understand who I am. I understand their consequences. And one of these days I'll tell that story. Dude, it was serious. And she was in the Navy. I was in the Navy. She was in the Navy. This girl, and actually she was like 5 years older than me. I was so stupid. I was a fuck up. That woman was just goddamn gorgeous. And this is why I'm so fixated here. Kind of big butt, kind of tall, athletic. God damn it. Fuck that up, god damn it. Oh, and she was good and bad. Dude, I'm not gonna. I have stories. Her long legs, her long legs allowed her to do some things. Now she was only 6 feet. She was an NBA. Oh, fuck you, Calvin. It's not over. Well, it's over now, and I fucked it up. But dude, this is why I've kind of fixated, and I'm not going to overdo it. But this woman also eats an extremely interesting diet, and someone said her skin is glistening. She makes her own oils. She makes it in her kitchen. So and she is fierce. Imagine what she could do. Yeah, this is just my thing.
She could outwork your dumbass, Stanley.
Yeah, okay. Work is what I'm talking about there, 12th man. Kelvin. Oh, you are so funny. And you were so right. Dude, if you've got this girl who, this woman is a very much younger version of, we went to the Landover Mall. Now, dude, we went to Walden Books doesn't exist anymore. But we were in the we bought an illustrated version of the Kama Sutra. So fuck you, Kelvin. You know where I'm going with the grip, right? No, we literally bought this coffee table, and you know what? We were just fucking okay. Who's gonna buy it? Who's gonna pay for it? Dude, we bought this coffee table art version of the Kama Sutra. We used to motherfucking ooh, this looks interesting. Let's try it. God damn it. This woman was like the sexiest. It's now she was also black. She was a graduate of I think it was Southern University. She's an HBCU graduate, but anyway, I say that for background. No, what can be sexier than we're gonna buy the Kama Sutra, a coffee table version? I'm not sure if you're used to these big art books that with the art and all the positions, dude. It's like, well, you want to read it? You want to practice some of this? Oh, god damn it. I was talk about being hard in a bookstore. Anyway, no, this woman was she was mentally strong. She was funny. She could cook. She was 6 foot. She had this body when I met her. She was 5 years older, and she used to tease me, well, what is your mama gonna say? Is your mama gonna accuse me of stealing her baby? Oh, this woman, and god damn it, I fucked it up. You know, this is the one, the proverbial, the one that got away. And it was all my fault. It was I couldn't check my goddamn mouth. Now I was 29 and I think she was 30. I think she was 34. So 28, 30, 33. You know, I was still in my 20s when I met her. Or it could have, you know what? Actually, it's probably 25 and 30. That's what it was. Because she wasn't much over 30 now that I think about it. But the awesome thing, and I'll continue this story because I've gotten way off the topic. But that's why I'm kind of just, you know, I'm not lusting. I'm just kind of, you know, it's an old man thing. You know, a coulda, woulda, shoulda. But I wish her success. There is no fucking way I'm even thinking about it. But she is gorgeous. Oh, and my girl had hair too. And you know what? Look at her. She's fucking serious about this shit. So I guess it's gonna be music. Yeah, it's gonna be music throughout, and I'm not gonna belabor it. But she's also a good cook. But that's what I'm thinking about, folks. When I say everyone always wants to go, well, this is my ideal, bar none. Bar none. What is Prince Shanard? Let's see. Girl, bomb, cherry juices life. Who gives a fuck? Go over and enjoy bomb cherries. So anyway, well, actually we can move on, but I'm gonna have to go back to actual YouTube. This woman is just fucking ridiculous. I wish she didn't have tattoos. But so we go. I even like her sweat.
I bet you do, old man.
So let's see what the other well, let's find something other. Oh shit, gospel. Oh, let's troll Art. Art's a dumb son of a bitch. Let's see if this shit even works.
Excuse me.
Dude, if you burp on my goddamn panel again, you might as well leave.
Now, are you
Don't do
requesting
that
somebody
again,
else
12
sing
man.
it? I'll keep that in the touch.
Excuse me. I
know what?
said excuse
Okay,
me,
dude.
and we did.
You're saying anything other than apologize? We're done. Don't burp on my goddamn panel like that ever again. Is that understood? Yeah, well, it's not understood. So self-deport. Don't fucking belch like a fucking Philistine the words you don't seem to understand. And let's go fuck with Art. I'm midway through. Art looks helpless sometimes.
And then he lowercases himself. See, I see everything you guys are doing. I mean, you are doing, Bob. This is the Skywalker Art. ... Bob show. No, that's not how it goes, Bob. You're the man. Oh, okay. The Euro is work. That's the 666. Why would you send us 666?
Oh, I'm gonna fuck with Art right
Shooting
now.
thunder? RLM is in the building with a heart, a kiss, and a wave to the channel. Art, are you helpless? Look at our this. Hey, look, this is our his name is Stan. Think about
My
it.
name is Stanley.
Stan. He's a fan. Stan the fan. Art, are you helpless? No, I'm actually great. I'm actually one of the best to ever do it, Stanley. RLM, heart. Yes, man. Yes. RLM, you want to come say hi?
Oh, I'm gonna fuck with him, and he's gonna let me do it.
I meant Rose. Oh, yeah, whore. I don't know who he's talking to. Gospel of Bob. Heard. Art. I am a fan of clowns. Right. Everybody, as long as you pay. As long as you pay to get into the circus, right? That's good. I'm glad I can entertain you, Stan. Glad I can entertain you, man. I'm glad you stopped by and show us love. Appreciate you, man. One day I'll stop by your page again. But you up too late. Your hours are like funky. RLM, you're the next to come under scrutiny. Oh, is that a threat? Why are you guys like this? Like, why are you old niggas like this, though, Stanley? Like, why do you want to put people under scrutiny?
Look at me, dude.
like
I don't
that.
even have to be on the panel to fuck with this idiot.
Art, I am looking at you from. Oh, so you're recording my show for your show. You're creating content for your show off of my show. Okay, cool. But why are old dudes like that? Like, why are old black men in particular? Why are they such haters, bro? Like, they got to put somebody else's channel under scrutiny. Like, that's weird to me. You guys are weird, but go ahead, have fun.
Oh, this is
Put
gonna be the
somebody
coup de
under
grace.
scrutiny. Right. That is crazy. Why would RLM be under scrutiny? Like, what did she do? She just shows up. What if she never existed on this channel? Would she be under
Dude,
scrutiny? You are my content from Bob's show, not yours. Right. Hey, but when the check clears, I bet it's bigger than yours. Anyway, still karaoke tonight, right? Yes. Karaoke tonight. Hey, Big Dog Sports. Matter of fact, you guys go to Big Dog Sports channel tomorrow morning. We're gonna do predictions. Oh, I can't tell you what to do on his channel. Go to Big Dog Sports channel. Stanley hating cuz. Hold on. Yep, Stanley hating because he can't measure up. Hey, that's what they do, man. When they can't measure up, they try
Oh,
to
Baron C. Hey,
you know what I mean?
awesome.
Like, instead of just giving us our props,
I can do
trying to
this from
collaborate
the
with us and
goddamn
ask us how we
chat
can do business together. He's like, nah,
because he can't come up with an
that's just
original
destroyed
idea
them over
enough to
there.
make good content. So
For no
he got to
reason.
come
I
to
never
you
did
for
nothing to them,
content.
man, but
He can't
let's
create
just
on his
destroy
own.
them. There he goes. Y'all go to Art B is OB's gospel, not Art's is true. Stanley, man. Come on, man. You got something better else to do.
I've literally
on Saturday.
derailed this motherfucker
Go
just
get some
talking about
grandkids,
me in the goddamn chat.
Go do something better. Than this. This is not.
This
This
dude
is
is so
unbecoming
weak.
of
Dude,
a veteran
literally,
of the
I
United States.
derailed the show from the chat.
Come on, man.
This is
Big
what
Dog
I
Sports,
do,
man. Tomorrow morning.
fuckers.
You know we got to do our predictions. We got to predict the winners and the losers of tomorrow's football games. I think we said 5 or 3. Sky is up on us. I don't know why we gave him them points, but it's all good.
This is literally weak. And oh, by the way, folks, Bob is in the chat.
Stanley is interesting. When I get older, I'm already old, but when I get older, I hope I don't end up hating on the younger people. When I get older, I hope I can reach back and pull somebody else up instead of putting somebody else down. A younger person. Because there was a time when Stanley was in my position, and he was
I
probably
put Art, you
trying to
will
figure
never age
stuff out,
mentally.
but it's all right. I'm used to it, Stanley. Art, you will never age mentally. That is so funny. That is so funny. That is like hilarious, Stanley. Like I can't believe you came up with that. Damn.
I can't believe
that was
I
good,
can't
man.
believe you're not
Come on.
ignoring me,
I
yo
know you are.
moron.
What am I? Stanley, you're so good at this. You are funny as hell, man. No, his Cowboys suck, bro. Don't lie to that man. right. Of Aaron C. Stanley is crazy. Nah, he doesn't. Stanley doesn't know how to have conversations. He doesn't know how to converse.
I don't know
That's
how
why
to
his channel
converse with
is what his channel
morons.
is. He doesn't know how. He doesn't know the art of conversation. He just wants to talk and talk and talk. That's why he
Yep.
does this right here.
That's exactly what I
But
want
it's
to
all
do.
good. No beef with Stanley. I'm not beefing with you.
You better not have one,
just have- I
motherfucker.
can do
You
it
wouldn't
from the chat.
understand
See, why you
half
waste
the
my time?
words I
Exactly.
use.
This is what he likes. Echo
Yep.
chamber.
It's what I like. Trolling a dumb fuck.
He doesn't like conversation. I gotta constantly drink lemon juice and water unless I'm gonna lose my voice today.
This motherfucker has a stud in his nose.
Costco got this bomb thing called ginger lemonade. Kabuchi? I'll go find the box
Kombucha,
later. I
you
might show it
dumb
off. I don't want
fuck.
to give them no stud and nose. Look at you, Stanley. Look at you. Yes, you guessed right. Look at you. Study me real hard. Look, and this is also a Gospel of Bob shirt. I made it. GOB. Prayer plus therapy equals Gospel of Bob. You know, we pray for each other. We give each other therapy. We talk to each other over here. Stanley, we're not we're not mean to people over here like you are, Stan.
Oh, I'm
No, we actually
absolutely
care
mean.
about each other over here. You're the only meanie. Anyway, man, what's you guys' favorite college football team, man? Who y'all rooting for today? What's the good games? Yeah, this might be a 101. But who's your favorite college football team, and what's some games I should watch today? I did guess right.
Oh well,
Hopefully, Bob
looks like Bob is.
Oh yeah, hopefully he does. Oh, Stanley, man, what happened in your life, man?
Oh, look at this
Oh, there we
motherfucker.
go. That's a good. Okay, take a shot of honey.
Oh well,
lemon,
you know what?
olive oil,
Bob
ginger,
seems
and
to
cinnamon.
have.
And cinnamon. Shit. All right, you got to either text that to me or send it to Discord because Georgia Bulldogs. All right, okay. I like that concoction, Arlen. I appreciate that because my voice and my everything.
Oh look, 12th man is over
We
at
got Georgia
Bob's
Bulldogs in the house. I
Yeah,
like the
we
Arkansas
dude,
Razorbacks.
12th man.
What's up,
Stay
12th
over
man?
there
My
where
bad
you're
yesterday,
welcome.
man. The room was full. I did see you in the back. I didn't. The room was just full late night, and we was having fun, bro. And you know, I know you're probably feeling good, so I just left you in the back. But if you ever want to come up again, just you know what to do. Stanley doesn't understand channel growth. He lets no options. The channel is good. Yep.
Yeah,
It's
look
all
at these
good, man. You
motherfuckers.
can't teach an old dog new tricks, man.
Nope,
That's it.
can't do
He
that.
comes here to like figure out what we're doing. He's like, damn, how are these guys doing it? See y'all and salute, Bob. All right, Stanley, go get some rest. I know it's probably nap time. You know what I mean? It's nap time. You got to go eat your tuna, fish, and crackers and take a nap, man. Go ahead and take a nap, man. Appreciate you for stopping by, getting the chat lit up. Appreciate you. There we go. What's up, Uncle Bill?
Well, gotta let
okay.
him.
Michigan. What time does that game come on? Eastern, so I can do it. We got
Oh well,
the dripper, young dripper.
basically, I've figured out.
We got the dripper in the
Oh
building. What's
look,
up, Drip?
12th man says Stanley is already drunk this morning.
Oh, okay, okay. Oh, okay. So you do the opposite. Okay, I got you, Stan. I got you. It's like studying the devil so you can be more like God. Like you go ahead and study the devil so you know what not to do. Right? Got you. 4:30 my time. Okay. That's right around karaoke time. Karaoke starts at
All right.
5.
Well, these motherfuckers, their plan for the day is karaoke.
3:30 my time. Shit. See what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Y'all
you know
announced
what?
the wrong
I'd
time.
literally just go
I
over
think
there to
karaoke's gonna
fuck
start.
with Art
I don't know.
specifically, and
I
now
don't
it's
ruin
going to
it.
be Uncle
You know I'm
Bill.
not good at
Those
this time shit.
motherfuckers are literally
But I
stupid.
think normal time, whatever the normal time it is for y'all. My bad. I'm sorry. Yeah. Because you see what I'm saying? Hold on. You see what he says? I tossed your ass off because you are because two can't even spell you are illiterate. So what? We invite everybody over here, Stanley. Why don't you take some advice? Stop
Oh, look,
acting like
I
you're
got
better than
advice
everybody,
now.
Stanley, and you'll get more people. Stop being like the goddamn I can't even find the word. Just stop acting like you're better than everybody, Stanley. Lose some of your ego, and you'll have a better channel. Your ego is in your way. Are you still gonna call me racist today? Too? Yeah, something's wrong. Stanley, like his ego is in his way. We don't even know if he has potential or not because it's just all about Stanley.
They don't know if
He's
I
probably
have
in the mirror right
potential?
now looking at him.
Oh, that is lovely.
It's all good, Stanley. Anybody else got a team? Let's talk
Motherfucker,
some sports
like,
real quick.
dude.
I'm not good at sports, but I'm going to start watching it this year again. I only watch the 49ers. Art, I am better than you, Bill, RLM. What about Skywalker? You guys never mention him for some reason. You just want to come at the what? You come after blacks and women? You don't want nothing to do with the Mexican? No, I'm just playing. I had to throw Skywalker under the bus because he's a part of the channel. Then what? I am better than you, Bill. Oh, okay. Oh, Bill. Okay. All right. Okay.
He wants to have
I
this
know
conversation.
of Aaron C, but I'm trying to get into Innate Ways. What's up, Innate Ways?
I have this
Shit.
motherfucker's total attention. This is
Skywalker
amazing.
not worth mentioning. What? This guy is all over the place. So we are worth mentioning, but we're not worth. This guy is Stanley, man. You are a special case, bro.
Yep, I'm a special
Thanks for the
case
entertainment.
motherfucker.
What's up, Innate Ways? What's up, Hater Sale in the building? Of Aaron C, 12th man. Why high? Oh, Boomer Sooner. Jewel of Aquarius. I'm an Aquarius. Wow. Okay, Jewel of Aquarius. I've seen you before, I think. Come on the cam up one day and holla at it. Big Dog Sports in the building. We got the stand. We got the stand of the channel. Our Stan the Fan. What's up, Stan the Fan? Young Riz the Dripper. That's Young Drip for sure. Who else we got? RLM. I see you. Take a shot of. Okay. All right, now I'm back. I don't know. Okay. We are in the building. Yeah, cool, bro. Oh, you're an Aquarius. Right. I don't know what that means, but it feels good that yeah. He has left. It's gonna be fun, right? Right. He doesn't have much. Yeah, anyway, you guys got that, bro. Y'all don't watch college football either, I see, because I've only seen Boomer Sooner, which I think Boomer Sooner. That's Oklahoma. Oklahoma State or Oklahoma, the Boomer Sooners. And then you got the Georgia Bulldogs.
So anyway,
I'm a USC guy myself.
Oh,
but
John's
I will
on.
switch to
So now we
UCLA
get more fucking shit.
But I'm gonna use.
You know, this has always amazed me where fuckers will get into the chat they're in and go, John's on. I'm literally gonna start paring down. Like 12th man, really, as much as I love him, he's a problem, mostly to himself. So I sent out, actually, it was Bill Allen I wanted to talk to. in this chat, and he finally showed up. I want to talk to him in Here for the Tea about Jasmine Crockett, because I have some real problems with their critique. I think their critique of Jasmine Crockett really misses a lot of points, mostly because they just don't understand politics, and who knows. I think T Wood, I've pissed off Bob's channel, but oddly enough, Bob and I love Bob. I just think he surrounded himself with fucking like studded-nosed morons. I think Art is literally a kindergartner. RLM is a fat girl with lipstick. I've said it. And Bill is a beard. That's pretty much it. So you got two beards, because I think Art's beard is smarter than he is. Bill, I don't know that well, but everyone's where they need to be. And I've said what I had to say. And no, Ryan, I don't. And let me tell you why I don't. He seems like a good guy, but one thing that people don't seem to understand is that if you are tolerant of racists, and Bill says that he's like into Ock Nation. Ock Nation's a fucking racist of the worst sort. And if you are a fan of Ock Nation, that means you kind of tolerate the racists, and therefore you're a racist. And you can make the same criticism of me. 12th Man, who I think is a racist, has been up here. John Galt is a racist. Oh, wait, hold it. I want to hear this because he has it up here.
This guy wants to be a producer of this channel. Look, he likes this channel so much that he wants to pull people from this channel to discuss things that he wants to discuss. Stanley, get out of here. You're the biggest weirdo I ever met. Anyway, cosplaying, not complaining. Hold on, let me go back to this. I left the link. Negroes and burritos. Wow. Oh, rap karaoke. That sounds idiotic. Oh, okay. So does your name, sir. Negroes and burritos. I've lately gotten, yeah. There we go. Tough guy wanted me to let him in. I did. Yeah, how much you paying? Exactly. What is he talking about? Yeah, no, that's what they do. They come here, they see the talent we produce, or the good people that hang with us, and they want to like stifle it. And
oh well, you know what?
There? Come over here.
This Bob has. I'm sorry, Art blocked me. Yep, that's what I expect him to do. And then I'll just talk to Bob directly and let him know what I want to do.
That link didn't work. Hold on, it said add to friends. Copy. Control V. See,
and look at fucking Speak Radio speaking all nice.
So that link doesn't work. Bill, try to hit the link. Wow. Share your referral. Oh, if that's the case, I don't know how to do it. We'll be back later, but
this dumb fuck. Art looks fucking confused.
West side is the best side.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you. You low. You low. We can't hear y'all.
Uh-oh.
I can't hear
Well,
anybody.
you know what? Poor little
You can hear
Artie.
me? You can hear me?
Poor little Artie. And I see a fucking tough guy has his hair plaited. Oh my God. This is literally the quality of the people they bring up. Let's go to John and let's see if we can find something more substantive to mock. Oh my lord, my computer's getting slow. Hold on one sec.
Hey, VG. Yes. How about them Cowboys? That is something definitely to discuss. That situation that occurred, John Galt did touch on that. These are quarterbacks, and to engage in such a manner, especially Black athletes, Black QB, to behave in such a manner that was assault. Let's be real, that is assault, is very, very disturbing. And the word unbecoming doesn't even fit the realm of what we're experiencing. That was so inappropriate. And I do want to expand more on that. And
So
hopefully, BG,
this is John being the main act, allowing allowing questions to ponder to open up. This motherfucker is trying to do a comedy act. Questions to ponder is the opener.
So I do want to go ahead and just get started. No, no, Earth
Oh shit!
couch in the
I have
profile
dropped
pic.
down to like
No.
9 people in the chat.
Give me one moment.
Yeah, it might be time to go.
No sound. Oh, no, Atticus, we do have sound. John Galt is on his way. So do appreciate that. Thank you, Atticus, for coming. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Thank you, Atticus. No, I'll definitely be adding sound. Thank you. Just I'm on John Galt's channel, so I do want to go ahead. I don't want to.
Oh, this woman sounds as proud as a plum.
Atticus. So thank you for your patience. Thunder Chicken, Thunder Chicken, Thunder Chicken. Ert's couch and his profile pic, that is hilarious. I mean, it's kind of part of, it's on par now, Ert and the couch, Ert's couch. It kind of reminds me, there was a movie in the 90s, Joe's Apartment with Jerry O'Connell. I could kind of see that with Ert, like a Negro version of it. Ert's couch. And John Galt running late, but he will be here. He's taking care of some business before he leaves New York City. So everyone in New York, definitely wave a goodbye to John Galt.
Oh my God. This is
Atticus,
literally...
were you one of the ones targeted?
Why doesn't
Stanley has
you know
gone
what?
forever? I don't think that Atticus was on that list. There were a number of people. John did clear that list off. So if you believe that you were blocked, please let me know, let John know. Put that in the chat so we can make
wait,
sure
hold
that you
it.
are unblocked. One thing I
These motherfuckers are saying I block people? Oh, fuck no, that's a lie. Oh my God. I
definitely do
cannot
not do.
believe
That's
that
not my
shit.
style, is to block. Everyone, we're all adults here. Of course, there's going to be some negativity.
This
Let's
is
just be
war.
respectful. Not even pushback to commentary, but there's going to be some negativity, and we just to be mindful about that. So, with that being said, I don't want to block,
Okay. Yeah, that's gonna
but
be
we will let people
goddamn
have a
war.
voice. How
I cannot. This is fucking crazy. Dude, I didn't have admin rights to motherfucking John Galt's channel. I couldn't block someone if I fucking wanted to. These goddamn, John Galt is a fucking liar. This is literally, this is what substandard people like John Galt do. I'm totally offended. Oh, I'm gonna have to figure out how to push back against this one.
However, I'm
This
going to be mindful
motherfucker,
about disrespect, namely
he has convinced people that I was blocking people.
Yeah, we're gonna take care of that, Nate. That's not going to happen again. Hello, Crown. Hello, Crown. Great supporter. Thank you. Hello, Crown. Yes, he is, John. Yes, he is.
Okay. I literally never blocked anyone. I didn't have the power of, I did not have admin rights to John Galt's channel. It was John Galt's channel, not Stanley Cross's channel. And this motherfucker, who gives a fuck? John got remonetized only to lose it again because he has no self-control. He could have been monetized a year ago, but the motherfucker kept it was John Galt who kept fucking up his own monetization, and all of a sudden, dude, I guarantee you in a month, John will be demonetized again, if not struck outright. John Galt is John Galt's biggest enemy. And I'm gonna have to figure out how to push back against this. And maybe I'll just talk to Portia about this. This is egregious. I literally didn't have the power. And this will be redressed. This is bullshit. As a matter of fact, I'm so goddamn pissed off. I think I'm out of here. It's down to 9 anyway. For oh bullshit, dude.
Yes, Mike. Yes,
Hey,
Mike. Mr. Gold is
CK.
coming on the live. He's actually leaving New York City right now, running some errands and getting ready to return back.
CK, literally, John Galt could have tossed me off the channel anytime he wanted to. I did not, like, I control as the owner of my channel. I can I can give moderating what is it, managing moderator rights. I was just a moderator, like a standard moderator. I could not block people. I could block them for a day, and then they would go and complain to John Galt. But that I block people from StreamYard? Nope. I barely know how to do that. This is literally the kind of lie that I'm going to go talk to Portia about, because I will fucking, dude, you lied to this example, to this extent. This is why people, motherfucker, I might block you for 10 minutes just to fuck with you. Yeah. John's, I'm gonna have to motherfucking deal with this in a way that makes this hurt.
Funny.
You don't fucking lie on me like
He
that.
actually made that up not too long
Say
ago.
you don't
Shredder
agree or
was wondering what
stand this
OG
or that,
stands
but
for. I told Shredder
John
what
Galt
OG
is
stands for.
literally saying that I controlled his whole channel. He wasn't monetized. Motherfucker, I literally I was just a standard moderator. I have big brain power then, but John Galt, yeah. And people like yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out how I hurt this motherfucker now.
But then he goes ahead.
And I told y'all, it's the black
On that as
racists, the racists who are like hating blacks that are a bigger
Chaotic just
problem
had
than
the
Be
live,
Brave.
but I believe
Now
he's
you know.
he's placing
Now
the
he's
live on either
actively
Twitter
trying to hurt my
or
channel.
or Rumble. But it was
I know how to fight
surrounding
John Galt. He's
a
not that popular.
multi-billionaire FBA is not hiring other FBAs to work for his company. One thing that I did in response was I made a list of some of the issues that, just as Black people, that do occur in the corporate world. When I said this list, I got a lot of negative pushback, just to say the least. But it is warranted, and I will go ahead and read the list right now. So, Black people in the workplace. I know some of you may be a little upset, but hey, this is YouTube. I did put the StreamYard link, so go ahead. Let me know how you feel. Let me know your response. But I am Black. I am a woman. I work in the tech industry, which is heavily male, and that is one of the reasons why I personally entered tech. And I have a basket weaver's degree, by the way. With a basket weaver's degree, I have been able to work in this industry. And what I have noticed before I entered tech, and these issues I'm about to read out, I have encountered less in tech. I have. But from my work experience, this is what I have encountered and what I have seen, and my list is warranted, to be very honest with you. I'll go ahead and start from the top. Mike, thank you, Mike. Give me one moment, Mike. If you may hang tight in the back, Mike, I'll go ahead. I'm going to read out a list of some of the issues that we do experience that is just an occurrence when it comes to Black people working in the workplace. All right, starting from the top, Black people self-sabotage themselves and each other with impunity. And that has been a topic that John Galt has mentioned when it comes to his experience when trying to collaborate with Black people. Number two, I will be honest, Black people are full of shit. Just being honest. And those
Black people are full of shit.
You know what I'm talking about. Black people are not capable of being trained. Black people are not disciplined. Black people do not know how to work in a team, collaborate. Black people do not have credentials. Without a college degree, you're going to receive pushback. But even with a college degree, there are some industry-specific licenses and credentials that are needed. That includes taking tests, standardized testing. Black people, we have to do this. Just simple as that. And the tech industry is number one on that list. Tech industry, finance, of course, working in a hospital, working in the medical field, we have to receive additional credentials on top of the college degree, the baccalaureate. Also, Black people, resume is lacking. One thing I do know for a fact is that many recruiters, they do want to see that you have worked in the Fortune 500. That looks very, very strong on a resume. So if you definitely are looking to move up, expand in your career, or if you're looking to specialize, you do want to work within the Fortune 500 companies. However, as even JP mentioned, this is big corporate working for the white man.
They are quoting, these
for the white man,
people
quote,
are
unquote, is
fucking quoting JP as an authority. I can guarantee you this right now. I'm clipping this. This is literally the warm-up act for the clown show to come.
working for the Fortune 500. Working for these companies do bode well on your resume. Hiring managers and recruiters, they do want to see this. Okay, continuing with my list. Black people lacking focus, talking too much with gossip. Black people gossip too damn much. Stop talking about each other. Stop bringing up your personal life. Stop trying to elicit personal information from other people at the workplace. Because what usually happens is that this information is weaponized. And furthermore, it's simply inappropriate. We're not being paid to gossip about each other and our lives. Stop that. Black people lack manners. Black people are loud. Black people are loud. You know that it's correct. Black people are loud. So, gender specific, Black men need to learn sexual discipline. Stop looking for girls, women at the workplace. Stop it. Black women, stop trying to check people and stop being in a position to be checked. With Black women, it's always about checking someone or someone is trying to check you. This leads to the Black woman belligerence, being belligerent in the workplace, which I have seen, and also just the attention seeking. A big issue with Black women is this need for attention. You want to keep infiltrating spaces where you don't belong. You don't want to come correct, be polite. You just want this attention. Everybody needs to know who you are, your name, and see you behave, as opposed to letting your performance speak volumes about yourself. Black people are lazy. Black people lack productivity. Black people lack output. When I say output, I mean results. And when I say results, your results should be able to be measured. When you are working, all of your work, you should be able to measure your output. That's very important. And last, and certainly not least, lacking initiative. I had a recruiter last Friday ask me to document when was the time that I took initiative. So I had to go back into my own notes, because I do take detailed notes for every contract role that I pick up, what I did and how I took initiative to elicit or bring about the solution and ensure the solution can be sustained in perpetuity. So I do want to just take that out there, put that to the chat. Your feedback is greatly, greatly appreciated. Mike, if you want to, definitely come back on the chat. There's a very good chance that Stanley Cross may be lurking. If I don't know, we'll see about Stanley coming onto the panel. However, if
I'm gonna make sure.
Stanley
I'm gonna
coming
make
onto
sure
the
I
channel,
come up
coming
to
onto
the
the
panel.
I will go ahead and allow it. But of course,
Yeah,
Stanley will need to practice
AAE will
before.
allow me to come up to the panel.
Burgess,
Love it.
if I haven't said hello to you, hello, sir.
Oh, look,
Hello, peace
innate
to everyone.
ways.
Hello.
Innate ways. Oh, I love this. Let me innate ways. No, don't let Stanley on, AAE. Fuck
Stanley,
that dude.
Stanley,
This
why are
is
you live streaming?
literally innate
Stanley.
ways.
Hello, Mike.
Hey, what's going on?
I'm doing very well. Thank you for joining the panel.
Good, good. And just a quick response. I don't think Stanley should come on the panel because he's not going to let nobody talk.
Okay. Point well made. Point well made. Let's also hear from everybody else in the chat. However, I definitely am going to take heed to what you said, because that is going to be a concern. However, he's not going to, he doesn't have control. He doesn't have administrative control. So he's not going to overrun anyone in the chat. If he starts being rude, he will just be pushed out.
Did y'all take his wrench?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm going to leave that to John Galt. I'm going to leave that to John Galt. And also, Mike. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I used to be on Stanley panel, but he banned me over something he said, and I commented on it.
Listen to this whiny bitch.
That guy's a fool.
Yes, we are definitely growing again. We're definitely growing again. And Chum, Stanley's the reason why I never came to this channel in the first place. I'm glad John Galt booted his dumb behind. Yes. So Stanley, he no longer has administrative access, and he can come in the chat, but he will have to, of course, be respectful to everyone. I'm already noticing that he's going to other people's channels and being very disrespectful. But that's not going to happen here.
Oh,
He can troll, people troll,
here.
but he's not going to come here and use profanity.
Before y'all went live, I was looking at Bob's channel, and he got banned from over there.
Well, I don't know if we'll see, but yeah, he really needs.
Well,
to kind of
by
stop
the
this
way,
behavior.
Question
Stanley's
Condor
someone who
has
used to
been
collaborate with
banned.
John, but the
Shredder's
disrespect
like,
was really
who is
bad.
Stanley?
Shredder knows who Stanley is. He's been in his chat before.
Stanley. DG. I understand what you're saying, DG. Why is everyone obsessed with Stanley? We were just the chat
they
and
don't
I were
know
just
why I'm
talking
obsessed.
whether or not to let Stanley, if he wants to, if Stanley wants to come onto
Yeah,
the
Stanley's
chat
gonna
and
want to
participate.
come over to John.
I'll just bring that up because
John's turn.
everybody knows who
Fuck
Stanley
no.
is.
I don't think
But
John would like that.
okay, understand.
Bro, I
Mike.
don't
We'll
think John
definitely
would
leave
like
that
that.
for John. Avarency. Look at you. Stanley just couldn't keep it real. Well, that's true. That's true. That is a good point. If you're not going to let other people speak, and not just that, but just using vulgarity, the misogyny, it's quite a bit, and that's not going to happen.
Oh
on this
yeah,
channel.
I'm a misogynist. Oh my lord.
This
Yes,
dude,
Stanley.
this dude that read so many books and he just repeats what he reads.
Yes, Stanley was blocking people, but those people are going to be unblocked. No more blocking people.
Yeah, because he blocked me when he banned me. He blocked me over here, but luckily I was able to get back.
Yes, you're going to be brought back, Mike. DG, I believe Stanley's a YouTube goat. You know, Stanley. He does, in his defense, whenever he does, I know for myself, he's had some very interesting articles. It's just hopefully Stanley learns to banter better, converse better.
He needs to learn the difference between a
Banter
content
with
creator
idiots?
and somebody
No,
that does reviews.
not gonna
He
banter
doesn't
with
create
idiots.
content. He just reviews other
Yeah.
people's stuff.
That's true. That's
Oh,
true.
that is
And
pretty
all that
funny, Bug
reviewing
Knight.
can also result in copyright strikes, which is something we don't want to
Hey,
happen on John Galt's channel.
do you
One
have
thing
time
about
to
John
hit the
Galt, he
link,
does bring
please?
that
Because
dope
John
I
brings the
got
content.
goddamn
He
thing
doesn't have
to
the
present,
camera.
and
content.
you
Yes, he does.
are the
And
only
that's something
person
we're
I want to
definitely
talk
going
to
to
who will come up.
we're
Bug
definitely
Knight
going to
can come up,
utilize more.
actually.
And to be honest,
But
just
dude,
exploit.
this
We're
is
gonna
like
exploit,
this is
use up,
like
enjoy
literally
that dope, all that
live.
good stuff that John Galt
I
brings.
block people on John's channel. I didn't have
Yes, Pepe, I'm sorry that
John.
you were
I wasn't even
blocked,
a
and you
man,
definitely are
a
unblocked.
moderator. How the fuck would I block people?
This guy has no content unless somebody joins his panel
Yeah,
or a video
Stanley
from
has no
1940.
content. No one ever joins my panel, but I don't have content unless someone joins. Really?
So so I wanted to ask you, is Imperious here? No way. Well, that would be great. So I wanted to ask you, Mike, what has been your experience? You don't have to go into details, of course. We're not here to dox you, but just wanted some of your experience when it comes to working, especially, I will say, especially working with us.
Well,
Yes.
well, let me say I'm half black. Let me get that I'm black and white. Let me get that out of the way. But my experience has been black people. It's just something wrong with the mind because they don't like the work I do. It's hard to get them to show up on time.
Hello, Mike.
On time.
Yeah, go ahead.
It
Show up
makes
on time.
everybody. Yeah, it makes people. Well, at least it makes all of us, man. Because I work with like probably with 5 black people. I don't have a problem with them. I'm half black. I grew up on my dad is black. I grew up on his side of the family mainly.
Oh man,
But
you know
these
what?
people,
It's
it's
worse
just something
now.
wrong with the mind. I don't understand.
No, apparently John is
I
on
would
his
go
way
further
to New
into
York.
detail, but right now
He has
I'm around a few
entrusted
people,
what's
and
her name?
I'm just trying to keep it.
He has entrusted the digital age Harriet Tubman. He's entrusted this spinster to speak for him because look, Mike is a goddamn moron, and y'all know he was banned. He's not banned from the YouTube chat. He's banned from coming up on my panel. He's a fucking wreck. And I'm sorry, Stanley versus the World is not nursery school. And a lot of these motherfuckers like 12th Man, yeah, I'm going to use the power entrusted to me by owning this channel. Dude, you can come up and say what the fuck you want to say as long as you can back it up and just, dude, be interesting. And half these fucking white trash idiots like 12th Man and Be Brave get so pissed off when a black man who knows more than they do tell them you're not interesting, you're gone. That's 12th Man's problem. Okay, no. It is not your right to have a conversation with me up on my goddamn panel. And if it literally means I don't ever have 100,000 or 10,000, I'm gonna do this motherfucker the way I find interesting and talk to the people I feel like talking to. I don't give a fuck. I don't have to talk to people I don't want to talk to. Why the fuck would anyone ever do a channel like that? And if it shit, I passed 200, I think. Let me look. I'm at 203 subscribers. If it never motherfucking grows from that, that's 203 people that might be interesting. I'll figure out the rest. But motherfuckers, see what y'all want, people like John Galt and want a dog and pony show. You know, you want to let people talk because it's content. Nope. I'm not that guy. Motherfucker, if you come up here and talk some crazy shit like Mike 123, no, it's uninteresting. I might let you talk for a couple yucks, but motherfucker, you're not going to be a regular. And that's what people like John Galt never understood about me. I don't give a fuck. Be interesting. Have an original thought every now and again. Tell me something that's rather interesting. I don't want to hear, well, Stanley, what does a Philistine mean? I've never heard the word. Well, motherfucker, haven't you read a Bible? So goddamn weird. That one got me. Well, what's a Philistine? I was like, what the fuck? So anyway, let's listen to what else the digital age Harriet Tubman running John Galt's Underground Railroad has to say.
Let's talk about what you just said right now. President Trump announced Friday, I think everyone can see my screen. President Trump announced Friday that he will soon be sending the National Guard to New Orleans after previously teasing that he would be targeting the city. That he would be targeting the city in the next federal crime crackdown. We're going to come to New Orleans and we're going to make that place so safe, Trump said during a Friday night event in the White House. Let me go ahead and refresh.
What? Is this an article on Atlanta?
No, this is New Orleans.
Oh, okay, yeah. I seen a few clips on that the other day where he was like, cause somebody asked, one of them was sick ass reporters asked him a question. Oh, what do you see going into Chicago? And he said, you know what? We're going to Chicago and we're also going to target Louisiana, New Orleans.
Well, here we go. We're going to come into New Orleans and we're going to make that place so safe, Trump said during a Friday night event held in the White House newly renovated Rose Garden. It's got a little problem right now. A couple of headaches, like murders, a lot of little murders going on, and we're not going to stand for it. And we're going to come in, we're going to clean it up. Trump's confirmation that he's planning to federalize New Orleans law enforcement comes days after he floated the idea. Trump on Wednesday said he was debating between sending guardsmen into New Orleans, targeting a Republican-controlled state, or to Chicago. We're making a determination now.
Oh,
do
look,
we go
look
to
at
Chicago
Ponder.
or do we go to a place like
Oh,
New
I
Orleans,
love this.
where we have a great governor, Jeff Lane?
See, Ponder is doing news stories from the Hill. I wonder where she learned that from. Certainly not John Galt. Humble Presidents, I love that she's, look, I will never have John to be John Galt popular, but what I am seeing is at least questions to wonder about. is reading something from the Hill. John Galt would never do that. And she wouldn't know to do it had she not seen me to do it, me doing it. And I don't want to claim credit, but I will say that history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. And she is rhyming.
A Chicago residence. New Orleans has a Democratic mayor, but the state of Louisiana is run by Republican Governor Jeff Landry,
Clarice,
who has
Clarice,
previously
don't
blamed
hurt him with
Louisiana
this one.
crime
Don't
on
hurt him.
progressive policies. Trump, in his Friday announcement, pledged that New Orleans would be safe within 2 weeks and touted the crime reduction in Washington, D.C. since the federal crackdown
Well,
began
I'm
early
going
last
to say
month.
this is an excellent
That's going to
point.
be the
Humble.
safest place, just like this.
But the thing is Ponder's not going to do what I did. Okay, Ponder is a pick me. She literally is a spinster who is just wanting to be popular. The difference is I'm a look, and it was Portia who actually asked me, and maybe John asked her to ask me, because Portia and I, she is the daughter I never had. She's brilliant and funny. However, I think I might have mentioned this to John and Portia. I'm gonna motherfucking do what I want to do all the time. I don't give a fuck about your business. And they knew this. They knew I was a wild card, and I congratulate John Galt for being able to hold the stirrups and stay in the saddle for a year. Motherfucker, John Galt's a fucking lightweight, intellectually, morally, and just fucking he couldn't live in the hood if he wasn't a fucking slumlord. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in the hood if he didn't own the hood. I'll put it that way.
What
I'm
say
with it.
you on the matter?
Hey, salute, Deacon Dave. Salute.
Hey, what's up, Mike? What's up? Hey, I didn't know you had a show over here.
Yes,
You
we're
done?
here holding off. John Galt is on his way back to DC, sir, from New York City back to DC. And Questions to Ponder is just hanging tight, getting everybody ready for John Galt's arrival. However, while we
She's
wait,
preparing
your response
for
in
her
regards to
king's
Trump
arrival,
possibly
apparently.
federalizing
She's the
Louisiana's
handmaiden.
certain sections to address the high crime in the area. What say you?
Let's say, contrary to consensus, most people who are taking a close eye on this thing would assume that people would have been mad that Trump used any sort of power to do anything. But seeing how some of the people in DC are happy that he did go ahead and put the guards out there and made an executive move on taking over that city, I'm pretty sure that the people down there in New Orleans, is that what you're talking about? New Orleans? You said New Orleans?
Yeah, New Orleans and other parts, high crime
Yeah,
ridden areas of Louisiana.
Yeah, they'll be resistant at first, and then once they see that they can go outside and water their grass, they'll be appreciative. You gotta excuse me, I've been drinking, man. So
Hey, it's Saturday. I'm
yeah.
Catholic, early communion.
It's
I'm curious, the
Saturday.
Catholics in the chat, are you all
This
starting up early for Sunday? Because there's
this is the most Ponder has ever had men who like her and would talk to her in quite some time. This is literally an AI Questions to Ponder date. This is fucking amazing. Oh, I gotta do it. Let's see if I'm blocked or not. I typed in AAE has a speed date. It's like the first time two men sat down and talked to her in quite some time. Now let's see if I'm still blocked over there. Oh, yep, I'm still blocked. Oh, no, I'm not blocked. AAE has a speed date. I want to hear this.
You be making some. I like you, man. You be making some good points. Like I
Hey
respect
man,
you.
I don't know shit. All right. I just look at things logically.
Yep.
Beware trading.
Don't mind me. I've been drinking.
Security.
Don't even.
No,
I've
it's
been
all good.
drinking.
It's all good. I'm
I've
drinking
been
right now.
drinking. I've been drinking. What did they say? I've been drinking. Surfboard.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've been drinking. I don't smoke. That's why Stanley costs a lot. He pumping all that fucking stupid ass smoke in his system, and
Hey, you know he's in the chat, right? He's not in the chat, but he's here. He's watching.
Let's go and
Ask,
They said he was banned.
ask libations. So what? I don't. I mean, I'm a lady. I don't drink. I'm gonna none of that for me. But for the fellas, it's Saturday afternoon. What say you on the libations? Mike, you go first. You're a beer fellow, or are you a little bit more on the Henny, a little more on the Crown? What are you enjoying this
Oh
Saturday?
no, I don't drink that. I can't do the brown.
Did you
Can't do
clear?
that. Yep, I can't do that brown.
All right.
And
Okay.
I barely drink liquor. I'm a beer guy.
Just a beer fellow. What's your choice?
Yeah, I drink liquor here and there.
Okay. All right. Deacon Dave, what about you?
What am I drinking on? Well, I got a mix. I got some Rebel 100 and some Barcelo and President beer, and also has a couple shots of Mama Juana. So yeah, I'm good.
Deacon Dave, look at you. Tyrone's with you too.
Hey, what you sipping on?
No, nothing. I'm sipping on tea. I got to keep my voice good.
Then I got
So you don't
cigars.
drink at all?
I got
No.
cigars. I got a Oliva O and a Oliva G series next. So yeah.
But as a lady, just because remember, you know, as women, we have to be a little bit more cognizant about our safety. So, and I want to stay focused for the.
So you don't go out to the bar and have you a drink every once in a while?
No, I don't. You know, like when I used to travel a lot for work, you know, I would go, you know, dine. But especially now, I don't like the idea. You know, like we call it carousing. You know, like going to a bar as a single woman, you know, drinking like that. It's called carousing, and I don't want to, you know, meet. It looks one kind as a woman, and I like to look cute. You know, look cute, look pretty, look sexy, and then like being by myself at a bar drinking. No, I just don't like that image for myself.
I got a drink for you. It's cute.
And I don't like ladies' night. I don't like, you know, going out with like women drinking. I don't kind of like that. If I'm gonna go out, I want to be, you know, be with my partner, be with my man. Or I do like to like take my mom out, like have like fun with my mom, because my mom is wonderful. So if I go out, I do like to spoil my mom, and then we do like the best wine.
Hey, with all due respect, are you married?
Well, I will be honest. I only believe either you're married or single. So I'm technically single because I have not been. There's no ring.
I know a lot of people I be seeing in the chat, they don't know whether you're married or single, what.
People are always asking questions.
No, she's taken, Mike. Fuck you.
Oh yeah, I'm cool. I'm taking. I'm not trying to get with her. I'm just saying. I was just asking a question.
I was just playing. I was about to start some shit.
You're messy, Deacon Dave. But let's look at your messy. But Atticus makes a great point. Atticus, thank you for your comment.
Why would I get with somebody I can't even see?
All right.
Atticus made a good point. Beware trading liberty for security. Atticus, this goes back to what I just said. When the federal government enters these states, they are not going to leave. So we are looking at a very real possibility of a heavily federalized local law enforcement.
No.
So let's
absolutely.
go ahead and read
damn it.
what I have here on my
someone be this stupid?
In regards to DC. So DC Democrats rebuke Mayor Muriel Bowser's comments that Trump's surge reduced crime. Bowser's words are now being used to justify harmful federal overreach in cities nationwide. Members of the DC Council are pushing back against Mayor Muriel Bowser's remarks that President Donald Trump's surge of federal law enforcement personnel into the city has
My bad,
helped
but she
lower
just asked
crime.
him to stay a little longer. My bad.
Oh, really? As I feared, our mayor's words are now being used to justify harmful federal overreach in cities nationwide. This is bigger than DC or partisan politics. It is about resisting creeping authoritarianism. Authoritarianism, that's a mouthful, 6 syllables, but we all know what the word means. Authoritarianism. Ward 5 council member Zachary Parker wrote on X, "We must not legitimize or an illegitimate agenda." So let me repeat that. We must not legitimize an illegitimate agenda. In remarks Wednesday, Bowser said this surge has been important to us because it has helped lower the rates of crimes like carjacking, but she also made clear that the presence of immigration agents and National Guard troops is not working, and expressed
I
hope
love it.
that the
I
initiative,
love
which
seeing
began on August
my
7th, would end
influence.
soon.
I love seeing
The
my
comments praising the surge were
trade
met with immediate pushback from Bowser's fellow Democrats on the
it's
DC
raining
Council.
tea and crumpets.
She said she appreciates
You
the
know,
federal surge
it's raining
and that
fucking
that
Mary
it's having
Poppins.
positive results in DC, but that's not the
Hi,
case
Robert.
at large. Council member Robert White said on X,
Look at this.
"We should
John's
not,
gonna
as the District of Columbia,
John's gonna
give the
ask
people
her
the
why is
impression
she
that
doing
this is a
news
good
articles.
thing,
He asked
that
me
we
that
are
one.
okay with
But
it,
why are you doing no
that it is
fake
helping the city.
news?
It's not doing any of those things, and it's not intended to
Oh,
help
you
us.
know, Humble, I asked
This is trampling
everyone
on
scared
democracy
about
in
that
real
AI
time.
reader.
I'm not okay with this."
Oh, wait. Can you hold on? Who? This is an NBC News article?
Yes, it is.
But when they interview the people in DC, they're kind
Oh
of
my
happy with the
Lord.
results. They're saying the contrary.
Well, NBC appears to just be disseminating the
I
information,
was just saying
Yeah,
that.
she's not
but the
prepared to
council
deal with
member,
Deacon
the
Dave.
Democrat council member for the DC Council, on the DC Council, he's saying that this is not having a positive effect on DC and that we're trampling on democracy. This is trampling on democracy in real time.
It's like what do they call them? A talking point. They're still running with that talking point.
Well, they are, yeah. DC is under siege from the federal government, armed military patrolling our streets, and masked agents scooping up neighbors and taking them away.
What they talking about? The homeless or the illegals?
Illegals appears. We
Oh.
didn't ask for any federal officers. We're driving crime down. But while they're here, how can we most strategically use them to accelerate the work that MPD has
Go
done?
easy, Deacon Dave.
In her remarks Wednesday, Bowser noted that
Go
since the
easy
federal
on my
takeover,
Padawan.
there has
She's
been
just
an
starting out and
87%
spreading her
drop
wings.
in carjackings compared to the same period last year. The data cited also shows a 45% fall in violent crime, 12% reduction in
You know,
property-related offenses,
actually,
for an
Humble,
average decrease of
she is
15%
better at
in
reading
crime
than the
overall
AI.
in the
I wonder
district
if
from
I
the
can
same
hire
time
her
last
back.
year. Does anyone want to respond? That's pretty significant.
Oh,
It sounds
no,
like federal
that one,
overreach. It
I
sounds
am
like a
definitely
threat to our
jealous.
democracy. Shut the fuck up. It seems like it's
Deacon
effective, you
Dave,
know?
God damn it.
Sounds like it.
It is
Oh,
effective. People just hate
you'll
that.
get an
People
ass
just don't like the
whooping,
truth,
Deacon.
and they
Crown One, what
people like
do I have to
crime,
be
but
jealous of?
I think people
Let me
really like the crime
let
that's
me
going on
let me
because
help
everybody talk.
Crown One since he has eloped over to my channel. John Galt is a motherfucking liar. If I block people, I might time them out, but a timeout is not blocking. I didn't have managing moderator access to John Galt's YouTube page. He's a motherfucking liar on that account. Ponder, you know, she is just trying to, you know, she's an older lady. I think she's over 30. She's just trying to find her way. And I think she's smart, but she's a lot like Republic Tea Room. They didn't have good parents. They didn't train these girls. Like my sister is a year younger than me, 16 months younger. She's way more complete. She is way more accomplished. She is way more like my sister. She's ladylike, but motherfucker, she doesn't have to get up and do a blind date or fucking be the worst thing that I see here is this is an accomplished supposed young black woman who literally is getting up here being a fucking racist Nightshades opening act. Where is her pride? Literally, where is, I would never, if that woman is unmarriageable. If I ever saw this setup where she's trying to do a speed date with two motherfuckers who are literally shitting on her, there's no way I'd ever marry her. She has no pride. She has no pride to teach her potential kids. Ponders a problem, and she's not pondering her own problem is the problem. 12th man, not gonna happen. Run along. Go back to John Galt's channel. I saw what you typed, so don't bother. Maybe tomorrow. Satirical Saturday. You know what, motherfucker? I might have to just goddamn. It's not satire. It's roasting. There's a difference between satire and roasting, Ryan. I hope you know the difference. Satire is basically like taking their words and making fun. This is more roasting. I don't care what they say. I might take a couple words and, you know, make fun. You know what? That's the other thing, Humble. I stopped showing Pop the Balloon like 6 months ago. And there's still a couple dumb fucks who go, well, oh, Stanley, you only show Pop the Balloon. Dude, as a matter of fact, I stopped, and then Portia actually told me, you know, once Pop the Balloon went Netflix, and John actually predicted it. No, they're big time. They will let you use their content, but you got to request it. And I imagine they're going to look at your show. They're going to vet you. And you know, the dating games kind of got, you know, left in the evolutionary dust. You know, now that the Great Rift has happened, I've pretty much decided I am just going to have to, you know, have fun with the people who brung me here. 12 people in the audience. Those are 12 people I want to talk to, or, you know, kibitz with back and forth, or, you know, just generally communicate with. YouTube is not my life. It is kind of, you know, how I hang out. I can talk some politics and bullshit around about bullshit mostly. I can go up and, dude, I can fuck with people from a chat. Who knew I could do that? Art, motherfucker, I derailed that weak-minded motherfucker. It was like, it literally amazed me. He should have just fucking ignored me. Bill is better at that. Art is a fucking lightweight mentally. And he literally, it just surprised me. I had no motherfucking clue. You know, sometimes you take a person at their word, like, oh, Stanley, you know, you can't, Art literally said he could run intellectual, which is a problem, intellectual circles. motherfucker, what is an intellectual circle? But I took him at that. Bad grammar. And I will fuck with art. And you know what? Every time Bob is the owner of the show. And every time I say, hey, Bob, salute, he salutes me back. You know, I'm not going to motherfucking deal with the help. Bob is the owner of the channel. Bob is the only one that I think is even remotely interesting as Bob's the only interesting motherfucker over there. Art boring, pedestrian, fucking who gives a fuck about Skywalker? The motherfucker can, I'm sure, I don't know that much about Skywalker, but he's unimpressive, at least to me. And Bill is a goddamn racist. Beard and all. Art is a moron and a racist. The most interesting thing about Art is his couch. But Bob is actually a cool guy. And it's so weird because I have the same critique of Chaotic Truth. Chaotic Truth is actually an interesting person to talk to. His panels suck. That's why I never go up there. Chaotic Truth is a very talented Ringling and Barnum and Bailey circus master. I want to talk to CT if I go up there. If I want to go up on Bob's panel, Bob needs to be there. I'm not talking to the help. And that's a very elitist way to put it. But it's gospel of Bob, not gospel of Art. It's not gospel of Bill, not gospel of Skywalker. Bob is the character, the person who's interesting, the person who's smart. And you know what? If I get in your chat and troll your ass, I'm not saying I'm the God's gift to trolling, but dude, you know what? You might say something that's worth me mocking. Now that is so conceited. But dude, Art, the only reason you're interesting is because I think you're stupid. Literally, that's why I go. If Art's up on the panel, he's the first one I go after because I know he's dependable about making stupid points. If Skywalker's there, I've literally never said anything about Skywalker. I don't find Skywalker interesting. Bill got interesting yesterday up on T's panel with his Ak Nation devotion. Ak is a fucking virulent racist. And you know what? I had neutral feelings about Bob until about Bill until he like put Ak Nation up there with CT and Bob. Ak Nation is a fucking virulent racist. And my response was, oh, Bill, you're one of those? And then the motherfucker responded, well, what is one of those? And I literally told him, I think Ak Nation is a racist. And then, you know, we'll have that conversation. The good thing, Skywalker, not interesting enough for me to even fucking fuck with in the chat. If he was interesting, I might have a pithy comment, but he's not. And not that he's a bad person. He just doesn't strike me as someone that I'm interested in having a conversation with. Art is just stupid. That's why he's interesting. He's interesting for his stupidity. You're a moderator. Speak. Put it in the chat. Oh, look, Crown. Oh, Crown. Oh, yeah. The motherfucker. Fucking, what an idiot. Wait. Bill was on T's panel. Dude, take that dumb shit back. Delete that before I fucking take a screenshot. Let's see what they're talking about, because Dave.
But look at what they do. They are AI.
Oh, really?
One of the technologies they have is the license plate reader. Whenever they're able to scan your license plate, they're using Palantir's technology. That's local law enforcement.
That's
just
big.
They're very serious. This company, they
Be right
utilize
back, folks.
AI to do a host. There's so many use cases. This company uses their technology, both commercially and government.
Okay, I'm with it. But I did back when Biden was in and he was pushing for electric vehicles, I invested in a company called Totem,
Okay, great.
and it didn't go so well. I'm just saying, like, things changing for your increments. Things changing, probably less than that, honestly. But for now, it's good to hold. Like the ones I had when Trump was in on Trump 1, yeah, they boosted me a little bit. I had to hold them. I was caught my pants down. Still, I didn't sell at the right time. So
this is actually kind of interesting. Deacon Dave, apparently Ponder has a IT qualification, which is elite, that Dave is pursuing. So he's getting some FaceTime. This is the only time, and I'm gonna have to roast dumbass Dave. All of a sudden, you found a woman you respect. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna type that. Oh dear. All right. Well, you know what? I'm actually done funning. Let's see what our Speak Radio has put up there for us to watch, because I do need to. Oh no, really? All right. The truth behind. All right. Well, let's hear our moderator Speak Radio out. YouTube narc. She just has no character. She is a free trader. TRAITOR, a free traitor.
Before I get into really what I wanted to talk about as it pertains to this video, I just wanted to let people know that the FBI has released their 2024 reported crime statistics in the nation on August 8, 2025. Of course, this is one of those things that a lot of people don't go and look up or tend to see or seek, rather, when it comes to them releasing these stats, because they go back to table 43 in 2019, because that's the most recent table that they released as far as overall stats in breaking it down as far as it pertains to race, which we're going to go over in this video. But I just wanted to bring this to your attention and let you know that they do this every year, but a lot of people don't go looking for it because they always refer back to that 2019 table 43. So this is it right here. I'm not going to read too much into it. If you choose so to, and you're catching this on the replay from the premiere, you can go ahead and pause it and read for yourself the breakdown that they have for the year 2024. And of course, next year they'll have 2025. So now that we've gotten that out of the way, I wanted to talk about not necessarily just this table, but just the whole myth of the Black people commit 13% of the crime. No, that 13% of the population and commit 50% of the crime, which has been a thing for way too long. It's become so redundant at this point, it's practically stale. But I wanted to use this as an imagery to highlight the entire commentary that I wanted to do, because like I said, I wanted to break the myth of the whole 1350 thing. And over the years, in recent years, that number has changed as well. Like, or they've thrown more BS behind it. So let's just go ahead and get into it. Everyone has heard the claim that Black Americans are only 13% of the population but commit 50% of the crime. You see it being repeated online, you see it on TV, even by other politicians. But here's the truth of the matter. That statistic is very misleading, it's misused, and most importantly, it is wrong. So now we're about to talk about where that claim actually came from, what the data actually says, and how narratives like this serve as a distraction from the real issues that we are dealing with. Yes, Black Americans, they say, quote unquote, make up about 13 to 14% of the population, even though I think it's slightly higher than that. That part is slightly true. But the second part, where they say the 50% of the crime claim, is based on a distortion of selective arrest statistics, especially related to violent crimes like homicide and robbery. And if I want y'all to notice something, where you see on the table where it says under table 43A on the left, if you look under it in the yellow.
I'm going to let this play through. There's actually a better breakdown where there's a woman named Stacey Patton who teaches, I think, sociology or something like that at Morgan State, actually does a deep dive into the statistical methods, and then she leaves notes so you can follow her breadcrumb trail. Crown one, the uncomfortable truth is that most people actually don't understand what statistics applied to data does. It is literally shaped into a narrative. And I love when this is why the Crown ones, the B. Brays, the John Galts, the all these racist motherfuckers, and yes, Crown One, you're a racist motherfucker. This is why they want to blame, oh, Stanley doesn't let you finish your conversation. No, motherfucker. Don't spread the misinformation. Dude, if I think you're stupid or you're making a stupid point, I'm going to nip it in the bud. Fuck you. That polite, oh, you got to let someone state their aim. You better, y'all need to go back and look at some of the SKC points, the way SKC, and I have all kinds of criticisms of SKC, but the one thing I relish, and we are at loggerheads about the fundamentals of what being Black in America is. Fuck the culture. What is it to be Black? He knows. He will literally leave breadcrumbs. I can follow his logic, even if I don't agree with the conclusions. And weak motherfuckers like a Crown One or a 12th Man or a John Galt, y'all just argue from your heart, but not from your brain. And then you get mad when I go, I'm bored listening to you. That's really what it is. I don't tolerate stupidity, and I've always said it. I don't suffer fools gladly, and too many motherfuckers want to come up here, and 12th Man is the perfect example, and I keep giving him chances. He has paid his way. That is literally coming to a halt. At least 12th Man is a paid subscriber to the I'm gonna toss your ass off this train show. That's what I ought to do. I'm gonna toss your ass off this train. That's got to be the second show on the Stanley Cross channel. Dude, at least 12th Man has paid, for a hearing, and then I'll toss his ass off too. I don't do CT circuses. I don't do Bob I love, bringing the animals to motherfucking, speak their way and moo and chew. Sorry, if I think you're an idiot, I'm going to call you an idiot. And I might be an idiot too, but you'll have to prove it. Solid Snake, you're one of the worst. You and 12th Man are Bobbsey twins. And I bet you don't even know what the Bobbsey twins are. 12th Man couldn't figure out what a goddamn Philistine is. Solid Snake, you probably can't figure out what the Bobbsey twins are, but they are literally things that every thinking adult over 40 should know. It's literally American culture. I am racist. Oh no. See, the Crown one. See, you want to make light of it. I don't toss that R word out. I don't think you're a retard, that R word. I actually think you're a racist. And if you've ever spent some time, I have argued the point to a certain degree, you can't be born in America and not be a racist. So I'm a racist too. The best way to combat racism is to just literally think before you speak. But it's above your station, Crown One, to actually think. You want to make racist jokes. Motherfucker, that's kindergarten level. I regret that your parents didn't teach you better. John Galt, same thing. And we understand John Galt's trauma. So let's get back to this. And by the way, there's only one person that is actually blocked from YouTube on this channel. And it isn't Mike123, oddly enough. And, the person that I have blocked, I may think better of it. May unblock that motherfucker. Y'all take some guesses, fill in the blank. Mike will not come up to my panel anymore until he abjectly apologizes, goes up on another panel and prove he can motherfucking think of consistent thought that's not disgusting. Mike, you're always welcome, but you're the only motherfucker who actually has to prove he's worthy of coming up on this panel before you even get considered. So Mike is blocked from coming up on a panel. He can chat as much as he wants. I don't block people unless you become offensive. If you offend me, and I'm hard to offend. So John Galt is a motherfucking liar. AAE, Questions to Ponder, is his willing dupe, because she's certainly not blocked over here. John Galt is a drunken fool of a liar. Hey, you know what? If that's what's keeping him high, but I never had the power. John Galt owned the John Galt Urban Landlord channel, not Stanley Cross. Stanley Cross did not have the power. I could time you out, but a timeout is not a block. And this, maybe John is too stupid to understand the difference, and most of the people in his chat are probably too stupid. Blocking for 5 minutes. I'm sorry, timing out for 5 minutes is not blocking permanently. And I was there. These motherfuckers were like, oh, Stanley used to do that to me all the time. I'm motherfucking, dude, most of y'all, goddamn, these people are giving themselves too much credit. None of you were that interesting.
It says arrest. So that's a very important part, because that often gets overlooked when they start to do that 13%, 50% thing. They often overlook arrest. This is not convictions. As a matter of fact, you had Fakem sitting up there on, I think it was Dr. Rashad Ritchie, and they were talking about it.
Hey, Stanley, I didn't realize you pulled me up.
I'm sorry, no one ever realizes anything here.
It just got quiet, and I'm like, did he pull me up? I was working on something.
Well, we're 3 minutes into a 9-minute video. Can it wait for 6 minutes, or do you need to make a quick point?
Absolutely. My bad.
Oh, Speak Radios. I don't know. So what? This is somewhat of a venting session, apparently, it's turned into. But let's play this.
And they were talking about this table, and they were saying about how Dr. Rashad Ritchie was talking about, no, it's based on arrest. Then you had Fakem on there saying, no, it's about convictions. And it's literally right here. Arrest, not convictions. There's a difference between an arrest and a conviction, but you can't tell them nothing. So people often quote the FBI's Uniform Crime Report, or the UCR, which tracks arrest, not convictions or proven guilt. Even then, nowhere in that report does it say that Black people commit half of all the crime. So where does this myth come from? It usually stems from looking at a specific subset of arrests, namely homicides, and then
Well, let me make a quick point about the arrests versus convictions. And who makes a big deal of it? Racists. We know them. They are amongst us. There's some in this chat, and some of them Black. Dude, too many people argue talking points without actually doing any sort of you can literally sort talking points. You can even make a good argument or have an original idea from talking points. Necessarily, if you're not a numbers person, go in and do all the number crunching. The bottom line is, if you are conservative, you tend to listen to conservative talking points. Same thing from the left. My point is, stupid is stupid. It really doesn't matter your political persuasion. And don't come up to my panel talking like, if I call you a Philistine, 12th man, know what a goddamn Philistine is. And I honestly, I never thought any Christian person wouldn't know what a Philistine was. And this motherfucker, what's a Philistine? And at first I thought he was joking. But apparently he wasn't. He literally went over into John Galt's chat talking about, I called him a Philistine, and he didn't know what it was. Motherfucker, really? David Goliath?
Generalizing that across every crime. That's bad math, and even worse, that's bad logic. So let's talk the numbers. What does the data actually say? In 2019, according to the FBI data, Black people accounted for 26.6% of all arrests, and white people accounted for 69.4% of all arrests. When it comes to violent crimes, Black Americans were arrested 36.4% of all cases, and white Americans were arrested at 59.1% of cases. So yes, Black people are very overrepresented relative to their population size, or our population size rather. But 36% is not 50%, and we're talking about arrests again, not who actually committed the crime. Now, for homicide, the arrest rate is closer to 52% for Black Americans, and that's where the quote 50% number originates. But here's the problem. You can't take one narrow category and say it applies to all crime. That's like saying all crimes are murders, which they are clearly not. In fact, most crime in the U.S., in case y'all are unaware, are property crimes, not violent crimes. And in those, white Americans make up the majority of arrests. So let's be very clear. Being arrested does not mean someone is guilty. Arrest reflects policing patterns, neighborhood targeting, and officer discretion, and not necessarily criminal activity. Multiple studies have shown that Black communities are very over-policed, and that results in more arrests, not necessarily more crime. Look at what they're doing right now in DC. They said that they had like 800 agents out there or something like that, but they only arrested like 100 people that night or over the course of those couple of days. I'll give you another example. White and Black Americans use drugs at nearly the same rates. but Black Americans are still likely to be arrested, charged, and incarcerated for drug-related offenses. So when people cite arrest stats as quote-unquote proof of higher criminality, what they're doing is ignoring how law enforcement actually works and who it targets. So why are Black Americans overrepresented in arrest and incarceration data? The answer isn't not genetic or cultural like they'll have you to believe. It's very structural. Centuries of systemic racism, segregation, redlining, underfunded schools, unequal access to jobs have all.
And Orthodox God, seeing your comment, you're the perfect person to ask. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever thought, let me know when you've unmuted and are listening.
I'm listening. I'm here.
Have you, are you familiar with crime correlating to poverty?
Yes.
What are your thoughts?
In my opinion, two
Okay,
things can be true.
what? I just answer the question, sir.
Two things can be true.
Oh no, crime correlates to poverty. What two things need to be true?
I don't think just the poverty is just the issue.
Okay, no one said. Okay,
Well,
let me
you-
let
you-
me see if let me see if I can get an answer. Does crime correlate to poverty?
Yes, two things can be true. Yes.
Okay, what two things are we talking about, sir?
I personally believe that there is a genetic element to it. But
Okay,
it also,
well, you
it
know what?
also-
Let's cleave the genetic element too. If you're gonna talk race realism, you better be quoting from your God and your Savior, fucking
Jared
Charles
Taylor?
Murray.
Jared
I'm a
Taylor.
Taylor.
Right?
Okay, let me tell you how this is gonna go. You follow my lead. I'll come
Well,
over to your. I will come
wanna
over
talk
to your
race realism.
channel. I simply asked you if crime. Did I motherfucking bring race into it, boy? I literally said crime relates to or correlates to poverty. Did I mention a racist element or a racial?
No, that was me.
No.
That was me.
Now I'm concerned. I just said poverty and crime correlate. Did I mention race? Yes or no?
No, that was me.
Okay, then why would you come up here?
Indirectly, of
Why would you come up here injecting race into a question that had nothing to do with race?
Because you asked me.
Okay,
if
motherfucker,
poverty-
I didn't ask you about race.
You
I
asked
asked
me if
you
crime
poverty.
correlates
Does
to
poverty? See, this is what all you fucking weak-minded morons want to do. Don't inject race before I inject it. I literally asked you if does poverty correlate with crime? And you wanted to bring two things. Orthodox, you're not ready.
Two things can be
I
true.
bet,
is what I said.
dude, you're not ready. I did not bring race into it. You injected it. Do you need me to clip this?
No, I'm fully aware
Does
of what I said.
poverty correlate with crime? Yes or no?
Yes, two things can be true.
Okay,
That's my
bitch,
answer.
go be racist on your own channel. I don't do that shit. See, this is why I get so annoyed with these fuckers. Dude, poverty correlating with crime has something to do with race? Oh my God. Dude, I just don't know where to go with this shit. This is why I hate goddamn YouTube. Who said maybe we would get to race, maybe we wouldn't? This is amazing. Oh, I'm the racist. Oh, look. Being racist isn't the point, nor is dude. I asked you a simple goddamn question that was literally nothing to do with race. Who brought in the race part or dots? If being racist isn't the point, nor is talking about race, Why are we talking about race when we're talking about crime? You fail the test, genius. The race realism is, dude, stupidity has nothing to do with race. Go back and rethink. I can't, but dude, I thought you were supposed to be my level of smart. I'll give you another chance. Oh, wait, Crown One. What did he win, Crown One? No, I wasn't. See, this is amazing. And maybe it's something to do with being a fellow content creator. I didn't ask you to give me your point. I asked you a simple question, sir. I didn't ask you about your beliefs. This motherfucker, you think that my question was, what do you believe? I could have just asked you, what do you believe about race and crime? But no, I'm just like, does crime correlate? And dude, you showed your racist ass, Orthodox. And I think you have some confusion about race and realism. I don't think you have connected the two easily. And clip it, Orthodox guy. Don't even bother to ask me to come over or anything. Everyone saw it, and if I have to clip it to be effective, my question, does race, oh shit, now you got me talking race. God damn it. Does crime correlate to poverty? That's literally a yes/no question. And you had to use more words than one? Take yourself back. You can say goodbye. You can defend yourself, but you're not going to be able to. I'll give you that respect.
Well, I mean, I have mad respect for you, Stanley. I respect you more than Brave.
No,
Brave
you know
behavior.
what? And I so appreciate it, but I literally didn't bring race into it.
No, I did, but indirectly.
Then
that
why
wasn't trying to
why
change
would
the
you do
topic.
that? Why did you feel it was pertinent to bring in race?
Because I believe two things can be true. You asked me a question, and I was trying to give you the full
But the
context of my
goddamn
answer.
thing is I didn't ask you about two things. That's the weird part.
Well, if you want an answer to
See,
your question,
this is what racists. This is what racists
Stanley,
do.
I'm literally giving you the answer.
Don't
Yes.
Stanley me. I asked you a
This is
simple
be brave
question. I
behavior. Be
literally
better.
asked you a yes/no question, and you want to tell me two things. I didn't ask you about two things. I asked you one thing about a correlation. Why do there have to be two things?
Because of the topic of the video and then the question you
Motherfucker,
asked.
I wasn't. Did I ask you
The
about
video
the
you're watching. The video you're watching.
Literally. Did I say, what do you think about the video, Orthodox?
The context is there.
This
Stanley.
no context was not given to you. You injected context, and the context was your.
Bro, I
race.
just come up here to
And
chill with an older
motherfucker,
dude I
nope,
respect.
yeah, I had no idea. You could have just answered the question, and we could have moved on. You literally want to inject your belief. I didn't ask you about the video. Now, I have another question. If I wondered what your opinion was about the video, do you think I'm too black and stupid to ask you the right question?
Black and stupid, no. Black and arrogant, yes.
Oh, black and arrogant, not just arrogant.
Well, you're obviously black, Stanley.
Am I?
It's a
look
joke.
at you,
It's a
yucking
joke,
it up.
man.
Yucking it up.
It's a joke.
Here's the deal, poor white trash.
What's up? In the house. Let's go.
You're in the house to do my bidding as a lesson.
If the
As
pay- or the
you want to
education is
talk
worth it.
about context, all of a sudden you're the context. And the context is I am very capable of asking you your opinion on the video. And what you were incapable of understanding, since you are at the bottom end of Charles Murray's bell curve. Dude, I was building an argument and you fucking failed the test. Dude,
No, I beat your
no,
argument at the
no,
roots.
no, no. I see you laugh.
I seen
because
what you were
you're-
doing, and I took my axe
dude,
and I went chop,
was-
chop, chop
dude,
to the
have
roots.
you ever heard of building an argument?
Yes,
I
have you ever heard of deconstructionism?
literally was going to ask you about crime correlating, and actually, the next step I was going to go orthodox.
I
was
didn't come up
the
here to just spell
motherfucker.
or
I'm
be
talking.
mean.
The next
Fair
level.
enough.
The next level wasn't even going to be race. It was going to be an economic point. But your dumb ass jumped your racist gun. Your coon hounds went hunting after slaves when my next point was going to be about economics.
Brother,
it was
my-
going
my-
to go.
I don't have coon
It was
hounds.
going to go.
My family was indentured
this
servants.
This is what you shouldn't fuss at Be Brave. You are Be Brave.
Man, fuck that bitch ass nigga.
Oh no no
I'm
no
sorry,
no!
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You can't use that over here.
And now you have to use the N word on my panel.
It's Brave. He's
you
a
know,
fucking punk.
You know the N word is not allowed on my
And
panel.
that's why I immediately said sorry. I apologize. I say it everywhere else except for people that I respect. I apologize.
In all seriousness, bravado aside, I literally wanted to go from crime correlating to poverty
Agreed. It does.
to an economic point about poverty. I was literally not going to bring race into it if I ever did.
Well,
Dude,
let's get to economics.
no. You motherfuckers are way too easy to bring race into shit, and you're no different than John Galt or Rock Nation or Be Brave. I literally wasn't going to bring race into it. Of course, we were watching this video, but I can't see. I'm familiar. As a matter of fact, I had the FBI CBE linked in my browser, but you wanted to go racial, and shame on you. I was actually going to go economics.
But no, let's go economics. That's an awesome
No
point.
thanks.
We don't have to talk
You
about
have
race.
bored me to a point. You can stay if you want. In Crown One, if you want a chilled out nigga, go to John Galt's channel. He is currently, I bet, what's her name? Ponder is still trying to do the opening act. John Galt's chilled out nigga, brother.
I don't get what happened between you two. I'm not here to ask questions, but I think just like with the Be Brave stuff, it's dumb. I know you didn't ask, but I don't know. And I'm not saying you're.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about it. It's nothing of note. I mean, there was a great rift, and it just widened.
Tragic.
I don't think
People
it-
in the
I don't. No. It's not tragic. It was inevitable. And you know what? It's more, dude. I'd actually love to go into people's chat and mock folks.
I'm aware. I'm aware. That's my favorite thing when you come in chat and start
No,
shitting
and I
on
tell you what,
everybody.
it is so. You remember? Are you old enough to remember the old men? You remember the Muppet Show?
I'm not old enough to remember when it was new, but I have watched it when I was a kid, and that
Those
that
two
is
old guys, those two old Muppets up in the in the balcony seats. You don't recall that? I'm gonna have to find
no,
that.
I do. I know what you're talking about. In fact, when you and Be Brave was doing that before y'all's debate, I was on Brave's panel and I said that was a perfect allegory or metaphor for you two's relationship. Y'all shit on each other and everyone else would argue, and it's kind of funny because it feels like y'all are friends, but y'all just argue a lot, and that's like the basis of y'all's friendship.
Well, this brings up something Speak Radio actually said, and dude, Speak Radio, you touched my heart. An American Man kind of did the same thing. I don't hate anyone. If I don't know, as a matter of fact, I don't hate literally anyone at all. It takes too much energy, and I've never been that sort of person. Now, I'll think you're a fool and I'll call you a fool, but people want to hyperbolize, oh, Stanley doesn't like you. He hates you. Nope. You're not that. You
don't
have
hate
to be,
nobody.
you literally have to be significant. Like you have to be a parent or a guardian or someone real close to someone to actually have that kind of hate. You can comment. I'm not that kind of biblical hate person.
No,
Now,
you
I'll
don't.
mock
You don't
you.
hate nobody. I'm gonna be real. You don't hate
Well,
nobody. You
there's
shit on
so many
everybody.
motherfuckers. There's so, dude, people in Speak Radio and now you, an American Man, disparate group, but y'all kind of fucking get me. Why the fuck would I hate you?
Well, no, that's the thing. That's the thing. Like I like chilling and talking to you, and I like chilling and talking to Brave. I like talking to Mr. Galt. I don't know what the hell is wrong with Brave or Galt, but they've been on a tear lately. And while Mr. Galt ain't put that out on me, yet. Be Brave sure as fuck did. And I know, and I know you're
I was in your chat.
it was annoying. It was annoying.
No,
He
you know what?
was
You
disrespectful.
fuck it. Fuck Be Brave.
Unfortunately, I have to take that
Why?
mentality as well because he fucking just shit on me for no reason. Got mad at me, and I tried to be neutral.
Okay,
between him
wait.
and
How
Bumpkin.
many weeks ago?
No, this was like 2 or 3 days ago.
Oh, really? He's still doing it?
Yeah, no, he got really. I didn't even know he was doing it because it was 9 days ago, or I'm sorry, 9 days. It's 12 or 13 now, and I just haven't been on his panel because I don't believe it or not.
Well,
even
why
though
would you? Why would you seek to go back on this panel?
Because I want to talk it out and see what the fuck his big deal is, and
Oh,
what his big
fuck all
complaint
that,
is,
dude.
other than generalizations. He just
Well,
wanted to put some shit on my name.
I understand, and you know what? I kind of, I can kind of understand your point even better. It's been put out that I was blocking everyone from John Galt's channel. Like I was like, if you don't agree, you're going permanently. And I never had that kind of power.
I tuned into that, heard her saying that bullshit, and then heard her be like, "Why are you streaming, Stanley? Why are you streaming?" Like, okay, I'm not gonna listen to this bitch. Excuse my language. I don't like talking about women like that.
Well, you
But-
know, she has her own problems, but the one thing I want people to know, dude, now I might time you out. Time out, you know, for even 24 hours is not a permanent block. Come back tomorrow. And that was fairly rare. So I guess people, and I think people actually, in all honesty, do think a timeout is a permanent block. I have one of each, and it just doesn't work that way. And John Galt, I was never even a managing moderator. I was just a moderator on his you know how StreamYard works. If you're not the owner, you don't have that much power. So John Galt has become monetized. And congratulations to John Galt, but motherfucker, you could have done that a year ago. It wasn't me. And anyway, I'm not going to rehash all that, but John is successful. But so we go. I will never be, you know, John Galt level popular, not immediately. It might take me 20 years. But I'm going to talk to the people I want to talk to, much like your philosophy, actually, Orthodox. It is what it is. I know I am in the middle of a conservative blackosphere, and I think most of them are racists. They have racist thoughts. They tolerate racists. And you know what? You can think better than being a racist. Not everything is about race. Oddly enough. And I actually know this, but what is about race needs to be called out. There are many people who say, well, Stanley calls everyone a racist. No, I don't. I'm very judicious with my pejoratives. I will call you a racist.
I can vouch for that. I can vouch for that. My thing is that's why I haven't been. That's why I didn't go on Braves for so long, because I don't just want to blame black people for the ills of America, and I don't want to get pigeonholed.
Oh
into
well,
doing so.
you and I will have a conversation about race realism. You've heard of Amy Wax, right?
No, I have not.
Oh, if you're a race realist, you need to Google Amy Wax.
Is it spelled the same as this substance from candles?
Yeah. And she is at least was and probably still kinda is. She is literally pure Ivy League. She is the elite of the elite of the elite. And she was a law professor at UPenn, another elite law school. And she's a race realist. You know who Glenn Lowry is? Do you know who Glenn
I believe so.
Do you-
I haven't done research into this in like
Okay,
5,
well,
6
see,
years.
this is the problem with the race realists. They don't do their research. Why am I, as a center left dude, knowing more about race realism than you do?
Because my
avowed race
research focuses on the
Dude,
genetics, not the people
motherfucker,
behind it.
dude, don't say what you are unless you know who and what you're about. Dude, don't call yourself a race realist without doing the research. You can
I
do
don't.
that.
Other people give me that title. I just say I
Okay,
believe in race.
you know
and
what?
the
But
differences.
I've literally heard you say that about yourself.
Well, on a
Have you
panel
not?
of people yes, on a panel of people that have called me a
Dude,
race
don't
realist.
say it just to confirm what other people's opinions are of. And I know I'm going to sound all paternal, but bottom line is you tell people who you are, and then they will reflect who they think you are. And if the two jibe, then you know you've got a connection. But dude, don't call yourself a race realist without listening to an Amy Wax. Jared Taylor, by the way, Jared Taylor was invited to an Amy Wax law class. So there's a connection. But why do I know this and you don't?
Because I've
This
walked.
is
I've
my
largely
no,
walked. I've largely
because
walked away
you have not researched.
Well, it's because I've largely
your
walked away from racism in the past 6 years.
okay, race realism is racism.
That's what I'm
There's
saying. I
no
walked away from
separate,
it.
there is no daylight between the two. It's literally like Be Brave calling himself a culturalist. Motherfucker, he's a racist. He's just found a different way to spin it. Race realism is racism. And the reason I think this, if you'll recall, Charles Murray worked for the American Enterprise Institute, AEI, and he also worked for the Manhattan Institute at some point. These motherfuckers would take race realism and enact it into policy. So it's racism. They wanted to systematize race realism. Why don't you know any of this? Why do I know it and you don't? You call yourself a race realist, but are you really? You don't know the history of it. You don't know the actual intellectual.
This is a
no,
high
don't
IQ.
Stanley me on my own panel. I'm
This is a
literally
high.
telling you.
This is a high IQ
dude,
equivalent of saying
fuck the hot
you're,
topic. That's
you're
what
a
I do.
feminist. Name all
What
women.
I want you to do is listen more than you talk. Don't be something unless you've researched it.
And I can respect that. I can respect that take.
No, don't respect it. Fucking do it, dude. You won't have credibility if you don't know who people like Amy.
Maybe I do know. I just really don't want to talk
No,
about
you
race
don't
realism.
know. If you literally, dude, maybe you know.
Amy
Is
Wex
that
is
how
from a
you
Jew.
back up?
Amy
Is that
Wex,
how you back up your
Amy
argument?
Wex is also
Okay,
Jewish.
dude, you are weak. Orthodox, with all due respect, you're not a good race realist. I'm a better race realist than you are, and I think it's racism.
I also don't.
I literally know more racist shit than you do. What is up with that, young man?
I also don't tend to listen to Jews about race, whether it's
Oh, so you are an anti. I don't. Oh my God! So a Jew can't be.
I mean, they can. I just
Oh,
don't
this is
typically
great.
listen to them.
This is literally classic.
Well,
So
she'll
a
tell me how bad the black. She'll tell me how bad
can't
blacks
be
are,
a
but not
race
how bad
realist.
Jews are.
Literally, a Jew
They
can't.
They
be a-
can be. She can be a race
Okay,
realist. but
motherfucker, don't overtalk me on my own panel.
I didn't realize I was over talking you. I thought we were having
You
a
are.
conversation.
You are.
Oh, my apologies.
My question to you is: a Jew can't be a race realist? Yes or no?
It's not a yes or no answer.
Oh, of course it is. It ended with a question mark, sir.
Well, you give context to
Can a
answers.
black person be a race realist? Again, there's a question mark. Only a
Yes.
white person. So
No,
black
both groups can be race realists, but I don't listen to Jews on it for a specific reason.
Oh, fuck you, because you're an anti-Semite.
Something like that. Yeah, it's not It's not.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
It's not
no, you don't have to
anti-Semitism.
explain. You
It's
don't
not
have to.
anti-Semitism.
No.
It's counter-Semitic.
No. You don't have to explain. But blacks can be race realists, right?
Yes, so can Jews.
Wait, hold it. But you don't listen. Do you listen to blacks?
Sometimes.
Okay, motherfucker, you're a racist. You are.
Yeah.
You literally.
Yes, this has
The
been established,
people who
Stanley.
Listen to yourself. The people, Jews or blacks, who agree with you, you only listen to some of them, even when they agree. Who do you trust most as a race realist? Who is your race realist god? Your
Like I said, I'm a
go-to
Taylor
god?
Like I said, I'm a Taylor right.
Jared Taylor?
Yeah, I like Uncle T.
Oh my God. You know what? He is weak. He is a man of words and fluffery.
I think everybody on YouTube or everybody that's doing the whole entertainment thing.
Oh, you
is
think
that
this is
way.
entertainment?
It's information-based entertainment, yeah.
Oh, we're like PDB infomercials, or what does he call it? Infotainment.
Something
Is
like
that what
that.
this is?
Infotainment, yeah.
Is that-
That's what all the YouTube is, in my opinion.
Dude,
My thing is, I'm trying something new. I'm trying to be
having
positive.
fun here is me.
I'm having
'Cause you
fun.
were-
I like
you were-
talking to you.
Orthodox, you are literally proving my point.
I don't think so, but okay.
Okay, well, my point is half these fucking racists don't even
Are
know
idiots?
why they're
Are idiots? No, they're idiots. In fact, more than half of them are
okay.
idiots.
Can't
That's
may
fine.
you are having a whole lot of latitude up here, sir. I literally think most of these racists don't even understand why they're racist, except their mammy taught them to be.
Fair enough. Again, that's why I left a bunch of groups and a bunch of people I don't listen to. I don't even listen to all white people about race realism. Because when you're
out of curiosity, when you're done, go into your version of race realism. Maybe it differs from mine.
I think genetics play a big part. It's like I do think 50-50 nature and nurture, right? Like I said, two things can be true. I think that if you take someone who is genetically different They have a different, their chemicals in their brain are different. They have a different evolutionary background. And then you try to mush them into the same society and they don't have the same outcome as other groups. And then you force them into poverty. You force them into, by and large, shitty situations. They're going to react in a primitive mindset. The vast majority of them are. The high IQ outliers are going to adapt and overcome just like in any group. But if you're going to put in, you get what you put in. And if you treat people like
So
shit and you
what's
don't
Be
elevate
Brave's
them,
excuse? Do you think Be Brave is high IQ?
no.
Really?
I
He
think
does.
he's either a midwit or low
Well,
IQ.
no, don't get trapped in the question. Don't get trapped in the question. It was just, do you think John Galt is high IQ?
That's a hard one. That's a hard one to answer.
Why
And
is
I
it
have to get
hard?
trapped in the question because he's
Oh, it's not a
obviously
trap. It's a yes no question. You wanna natter on. That's up to you. It's a yes no question, actually.
it's a hard one for me, right? Because he's obviously
Okay,
high IQ
dude. Who
enough.
cares if it's hard? It's hard to come up with a one-word answer. Gotcha.
Well, the thing is, he's obviously high IQ enough to be.
No, I don't think he's high IQ. That's my
Well-
opinion. See,
well, he's not high IQ enough to be financially successful.
I used one word.
So that's the thing. Like, Mr. Galt is a weird case because he's obviously high IQ enough to be financially successful, but not high IQ enough to avoid
High
the likes.
IQ enough. Okay, motherfucker. Yes or no? Is John Galt high IQ in your opinion? That's
I'm
literally
gonna
yes or
have
no.
to say yes. I'm gonna have to say yes.
Okay, you're
If
gonna
I-
have
if
to.
it has to be black and white, I'm gonna have
look
to
at
say
look
yes.
at you prevaricating. I think that's the word. Now, are you high IQ?
I don't know. I don't think so.
You don't
I get
know.
told, but I get told by smart people
yeah.
I'm
Who
smart.
cares what anyone else? What is your opinion of yourself? And as we know, having a positive description of or idea of yourself is healthy. Are you high IQ Orthodox?
Yeah, the IQ tests say yes, but I just don't see it personally.
So you depend on IQ tests. Do you have an opinion of yourself, or are you just basing it on the data?
I'm a very analytical person, so I do base a lot of it
Motherfucker,
on
being
data.
anyone can be analytical. Are you high IQ?
I don't know.
Don't tell me about the tests. Tell me about your opinion of yourself.
Well, I'm good at problem solving. I'm good
Okay,
at
I
all the
didn't ask
metrics
you all
for the
that.
IQ.
See, I don't think you're high IQ right now because you're either being modest or you actually don't know. Be honest.
I actually don't know. I genuinely don't know.
Well,
Sometimes
you know
I feel
what?
like the dumbest
I
motherfucker in the
literally,
face of the room in a troglodyte. Sometimes I
well-
feel like I'm the smartest person in the room and a genius.
Well, I've seen your panels. Sometimes you are the smartest. And that's that is I say that with a sigh. Say hi to Chuck for me. That is absolutely right. So anyway, no, I think I have my moments, but high IQ, who knows? It is depending on 9 people in this chat, where John Galt has about 80, and I also noticed that these numbers of John Galt's often go up when John Galt's not even goddamn there yet. And Deacon Dave is going to get a rash of shit. He's up there sucking on Ponder's cock, pretending she has a cock, because he wants her to sponsor him on some cert.
Stanley, I enjoy our conversations, even though you're very mean to me. But I have a show I got to go prepare for. You have a wonderful day.
You know what? I'm not mean as much as challenging. And one of these days,
that's
I
how I
will.
was being nice.
One of these days, I will come up to your panel, and I literally want you to have Mayo Monkey up there when I come, and Beanbag Bingo. What's his name?
Dennison, yeah, no, me and him don't speak anymore. He's a hypocrite.
Oh well, Dennison's an odd bird. Now I would love to come up there with Mayo Monkey and bring up fucking dude. God damn it, I'm having an old man moment. Your buddy, your co-host. God damn it, Bumpkin. I like Bumpkin, quite frankly.
You talking about
He's a good guy.
Snowman or Garion?
He's Garion. I love Garion's awesome. He's a kid, but he's awesome. Bumpkin, I actually, we will bump heads as bumpkins will do. But Bumpkin, he's a good guy. He's pleasant. He's a pleasant racist. As are you.
Well, I mean, I try. I genuinely, my thing is like I may believe in these things or the foundations of these things.
Okay,
But
the problem when you believe is have you ever had a biology class in your life?
yes,
Have you ever had a college level biology class?
no, I have not.
Okay. Well, then we can stop there because even a Bio 101 freshman year of college, your genetic arguments are trash. Literally ridiculous. It doesn't work that way. Have you ever heard of Mendel? Like, the monk who talked about how peas would differentiate and then the flowers, different colors. Have you ever had any exposure to genetics? I literally have at a college level. I was a chemistry major. I've literally taken a couple genetics classes. The way you describe race realism and brain chemistry, it is literally, we might as well create a cartoon version of that. Dude, how can you be a race realist and talk about genetics when you've never even taken college level biology? It confounds me.
Do I have to take a college level class to read the
Yes,
books?
you do. You do. You
But
literally
I
have to
I
have
own
an
the textbooks
idea.
and I've read them myself.
No, dude, I'm gonna trash you right now. You literally
I don't think you will,
have
but I have a show. I can
Oh no, I do it for fun. You are no expert. Your race realism is all
Never claimed
in
to be an
your
expert.
race.
I'm not here to give a cop. I'm not here to give a
motherfucker, do
seminar.
not overtalk me on my
I gotta
panel. What
bounce
the
then.
hell are you doing?
Like I gotta bounce. I
Your
got 10
race
minutes.
realism is within
Have a good
your
one.
race realism. I'm trying to get off a soundbite. Your race realism is literally in your own brain chemistry between your ears. Dude, you're not educated enough. Yeah, you gotta have an idea of what you're being racist against. Yes, you actually have to know something. You can't just fucking
I know how
do
genetics
it.
work. I know how
No, you
genetics
don't.
work.
You literally you couldn't take college level genetics without a prerequisite. You would have to take at a minimum biology 101, upper level genetics type classes. At least when I was in college, and it is quite some time ago. You don't know genetics. You
Well,
don't even know about
my
motherfucker.
major was about
I am
engineering.
literally going to tell you, you are ignorant of the topic you love to talk about.
Fair
You
enough.
lost
Fair enough,
me.
Stan. I
You
gotta bounce.
literally, hey, Orthodox, with all due respect, You lost me when you haven't even had college level motherfucking biology. Hey, it is what it is. Talk shit. Yes, you need to know shit before you talk about it. This ignorant, half-wit, white trash, fucking be brave level argument. Dude, you literally just, it's white trash fighting against white trash. Yes, I will have a good one, Orthodox, but you know I'm right. Don't talk about shit you don't know, son. And when you come up to this panel, I know a couple things, and one of those things is, dude, your race realism is your realism. It's not like anything else anyone needs to take seriously. So we go. Let's see. Pattern recognition does not require. Oh, dude, this is literally stupid. So you don't need to have education in biology to recognize biological patterns. You're a motherfucking moron, Sunrise. It's sunrise to stupidity. To recognize patterns, don't you? Because some patterns aren't 2 + 2 = 4. There are complicated patterns to a point to where you actually have to know algorithms, because the human brain, you need algorithms to solve. What the fuck do you think computers are for? They solve problems that would take 100 years for a bunch of humans to do. Sunrise Groyper, you are an orthodox level thinker. Dude, we invented computers to recognize complex patterns. Motherfucker, you didn't say anything. You wrote some stupid shit. Did I say anything about algorithms? Dude, literally algorithms are written to recognize patterns. Have you ever taken a motherfucking math class? This is so frustrating. These motherfuckers think algorithms aren't designed to fucking look at patterns. What the fuck do you think math does, you idiot? It literally organizes 2 things plus 2 things equals what? That's literally a goddamn algorithm. This is, dude, I cannot fix your basic malfunctions. Dude, it is so frustrating.
So from a civil standpoint, P. Diddy will never feel comfortable.
I'll believe it when I see it.
You know what I'm
Watch them put
saying?
together a concert. I don't even think he's going to end up like OJ. I don't think he's going to be a pariah. Black people like Puff too much. And the fact that basically he really wasn't even convicted over
That
anything.
might be true. That might be almost
He wasn't
true,
even
but
convicted because now they don't really like Cassie that much. The only Black women, she even said it herself, were always very supportive of her. But is Cassie? But now is Cassie really a Black woman? Is she that? I mean, it's a stupid question, but whatever. Like, I mean, not whatever, but it's
no, she's not a victim.
He wasn't.
She's definitely not a victim.
Okay, let's get back to the chat. Because I will go down this rabbit hole.
I'm just saying, no, you're right about that.
Motherfuckers are talking about Diddy.
Oh, let's go. Transhumanism, Burgess. This can of worms with
Sunrise
transhumanism.
Groyper, I got
We're gonna
wrecked.
talk more about transhumanism in
And
future
you
lives.
don't know what a
We
goddamn
definitely will.
algorithm
That's a
is.
very long conversation that does touch onto AI and also the
Oh my
philosophical
God, a
implications
Groyper?
and the existential and the ethical implications of transhumanism.
Oh, look at her boring these morons.
So we definitely want to look at
Mike
that.
wants
The
to talk
philosophical,
morality.
the ethical, the philosophical, the ethical, and the what else did I say? Oh, the security. I think I said security. We're looking at
Oh, Deacon
transhumanism.
Dave is
They're saying Donald does
embarrassing.
not want to force us to take the vaccine. That's what I'm hearing.
These
And
motherfuckers are
RFK is fighting
literally
hard on that
fucking
behalf.
talking about a vaccine.
Also,
Abiola
Japan, Abiola,
can
bringing up
barely
Japan.
speak
Abiola, are
English,
you referencing Japan's
let
negative
alone
population growth?
Oh, B Brave is
Also,
there
there's an
now.
interesting film called Her. Yeah, actually, I was speaking to John Galt about this. So
Oh,
John
wait,
Galt, we're
hold
going
it.
to
B
monitor
Brave
our new
as
live
How
stream,
Groovy
kind of like Her,
Justin doing
where
a
John
stream
Galt
on
is
John Galt
Joaquin
channel.
Phoenix
I'd
character, where
stop
he's
by
speaking
if I
to
wasn't
AI, and I
stoned
would
and
be like
drunk.
Her. I'll be
Oh,
Her.
I gotta respond.
So it's John Galt has questions to ponder. Exactly. Joaquin Phoenix has a relationship with his operating system. Exactly. So that's how we're going to model this show with John Galt. It's going to be really funny. It was a timely film. Yeah, it was. Don't worry, ladies. Don't worry, ladies.
Wow, what's going on
Oh,
in Japan?
what's going on in Japan? Abiola will be out of business because men like Flash, because guys like the real thing. They don't want to see it on screen. All of you out
Yeah,
of business.
you know what? She's gonna guide this motherfucker into another crash.
Well, it's not going to save the planet. It's just going to streamline the planet and make it a lot easier to pull data and provide solutions to questions that we have. If you believe in science, building AI is going to kill us. Well, we've all seen The Matrix, and we all know what happened there. And scorching the sky only hurt us as humanity. Yeah, exactly, Abiola. Well said. That's the problem. It's not possible to save it. It's more like to take our legacy to forward.
The Matrix, the movie, is an interpretation of the Bible if you think about it. That's literally what. Oh my God.
Hey, what up, Be Brave? Is Brave in the chat? Hey, Latino. Hey, Latino. Hey there, my dude.
Be Brave is her
Yeah,
dude.
Japan is not having children. Brave.
Oh my God.
Oh my Brave.
Listen to this woman.
Hey, Brave. I'm
Yeah,
actually
we
just
gotta
holding
stop
it
this
down
foolishness.
for John. I'm just holding it down for John. John Galt's on his way. Hey, Latino. Yes, I'm here.
John Galt's on his way.
Hey, dude. Hey
Motherfucker, this
there.
silly
Hey,
woman
Latino.
will have
We
to
were just
end
talking
the
a little
show.
shop before you came in, Latino. Some AI
Scarlet
stuff.
Snake, she's over
That's
on
what's on the
B
screen right now.
John Galt's channel. She's not here.
Yeah, Latino. I was doing a little bit of reading in regards to artificial intelligence. So that's what we're looking at ontological foundations for conceptual modeling. So this is basically how we build AI. It's the AI from a large language model actually comes from this, ontological foundations for conceptual modeling.
Is so
And when you conceptually model,
sexy.
this
Oh,
actually
look.
is the LLM,
Oh, Abiola,
which becomes the
fucking
AI.
shit.
Like the AI
Holy-
has to flow on a diagram, the data in the system, and they use a large language model, like as a map. I know I said a whole mouthful, but yeah, that's what we do.
Latino, que lo que, mi hermano?
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, I
it's
get that,
just
man. Lawrence
gonna get
Fishburne.
bad.
It's funny.
It's Burgess. According to Smith in 2004, the term ontology in the computer and
Oh, this
information
is
science literature, so
ontology.
AI, this is all AI, all
You
of
know,
this right
do
here,
y'all who
appeared for the
here
first
is
time in
old enough to
1967
remember?
in a work on the foundations of data modeling.
Yeah, Crown
In
One,
which
she's
a
not
passage
your
where he
woman. How can
distinguishes
she be
three
loved?
distinct
You're
realms
defending
in the
a
field of data
fucking voice.
processing,
You were
namely the real world itself,
voiper.
AI, the ideas about it existing in the minds of men, symbols
You
on
know what?
paper or some
The
other
bottom
storage
line
medium.
is she's probably a better developer than John is.
And also think about this right here. Every
I
science
bet she
presupposes some
would be
metaphysics.
better at it.
This really, we can read this more in depth on a separate live stream. But when we're discussing AI,
Jesus Christ.
its
She is
usage and
raping
how
them
we're actually
fellas.
building AI from the foundation, this is a really great paper.
It's a really great paper. Even, dude, she's
So
a bigger
those of you who
nerd
are
than I am.
wondering,
and God
applied
damn it, I
ontology,
thought
this
I
goes
was a-
back to AI. This is really what AI is. So we can have a live and we'll go
Yeah,
even
John
deeper.
Galt's gonna
I actually
fucking
have
wanna do
another
that.
book to show you all real quickly. Give me one moment.
Checking, computing.
For those
You
of
one
you who
moment,
may want to
computing,
look into
computing,
studying,
computing. Help,
who are looking
help,
to maybe
help.
study AI, go back to school, get a PhD.
help, 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 computing, 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 computing.
Yeah, you were talking about the Matrix earlier, man, and I
Yes,
was,
yes,
I
I
was,
was. I love
I
that
was
movie.
telling,
I
Yes, I
watch
was
it like every
computing,
month for like 20
computing.
years,
I'm here to
yeah, I
serve
watched
you,
them all, man.
master.
all the
Computing.
time.
More than once. But
He's got 3
You,
dates.
I was telling
you
him
pick
that
up more information the more you watch it. It never gets old.
no, it never does, man. Like
Never gets
there was
old.
an interview with him and Neil Tyson, whatever his name is, Neil
Morpheus, yeah.
deGrasse Tyson, right?
You mean Morpheus? I remember.
With Lawrence Fishburne, and they talking about it's like, yo, did you guys grab this movie from biblical stories? And I was just like, yo, when he said that, I had to pause it before continuing to watch them, and I'm like, damn, he's right. Like Neo is Jesus.
And
This guy is St.
introduction to
Paul. I'm like,
ontology
yo, and then he broke it
engineering
down literally, and
on
I was like,
on the
wow,
John Galt
I
channel.
never noticed that until they mentioned
He's
it.
gonna tell her, "Don't you
Really?
ever
Then we need
do
to
this."
have a Matrix live. No way. You want a Matrix live?
Oh my God! An
Because I'm like, yeah,
introduction
I know
to
that they see him as a
ontology
God and a
engineering.
savior, but like I didn't see like the
Oh
whole
shit!
The Jesus? Oh yeah.
aspect of it.
Of course. We can definitely look more into that if you want to, Latino. There's actually
Oh,
okay, so
you
Latino,
know,
if I may share something with
questions
you.
to ponder.
When you're looking
they
at the
are
Matrix,
looking
the
at
first
her for
Matrix
her
is who
intelligence.
Jesus is. That's the first Matrix. Think about it.
Oh my
The
God!
second Matrix, Latino, is what Jesus does. So think
Okay.
about like
Yep.
Jesus and
You
his
know,
3
how can
years,
you
his
make
missionary work.
Jesus
Just
boring?
3 years. And the last Matrix is the passion of the Christ. Think about a Latino.
Yeah.
Who Jesus is, what Jesus does, and the passion, like the sacrifice. Here he is. John Galt is here. His sacrifice. You're right, Regula Degula. We'll talk more. We'll do.
Yeah, we'll talk more. Here he
from like a
is.
religious
Here
standpoint.
he
And
is.
as John Galt comes in, Latino, do you remember that one book that remember when Neo was remember when Neo, the first movie, Latino? And so if I'm on my screen right here, those of you who want to learn a little bit more about artificial intelligence, this is a great book. It's the Introduction to Ontology Engineering. This will actually give you an understanding of how they're building the LLMs for the AI. It's a great book. You can actually find it for free online. Maria Key, it's a great book. It's pretty new too. It was written by 2020. So it goes down to the philosophical aspect. Burgess, you in the chat, you would really like this book. And it also has the logic
make
foundation.
sure his last message is there, because actually, Ponder's more interesting than
Real
John
quickly.
will be.
Latino, when we're talking about the Matrix, remember that one book that Neo took the disc out of? Remember that book? It's like Simulacra and Simulation.
I said
when he was in the
John
office,
Galt,
right?
the original
No,
Baby
when the
Daddy,
very
first
when he
Nightshade,
when
Stanley
he was
V.
meeting
World.
those two that group of people, and he had the girl with the white rabbit, and they're talking about
Yeah.
mescaline.
Yeah,
Talking
okay.
about mescaline.
Well, Lupin,
Remember, he
what's up,
opened a
man?
book off his table, and he took that disc out.
No, you
The
know
book
what?
was
I
hollowed
don't.
out.
I think it's going to be an even
That
flow.
book is right here. That book is
I
by
think
the author
John
Baudrillard.
is just a different
Simulacra and
look.
Simulation. That
Ponder's a motherfucking racist. Like, dude, it's amazing someone that young and supposedly smart could be. John just got here to Ponder was the opening act. John is main event racist. And I just been fucking with people all day. Yes. I am the voice of, being a little bit obnoxious when he's inebriated. But nothing better to do. True what? I am a true mean person when I want to be. I can also be the nicest person you'll ever meet, Ryan. I'm not so bad. But if I think you're a fool, I'm just gonna emphasize my thoughts or amplify. How is what she knows about the tech industry going to mix with John hater blacks? It won't. John's a nigga hater. Oh look, let's listen, cause he getting in his mode.
John.
Postmodernist. Come on. There's Quine. There's Quine. There's Baudrillard that we just spoke about. There's another postmodernist.
Now
we just wanna
John's
touch
gonna
on, Theodore
motherfucking
Adorno
trash
and
Ponder
Habermas.
here.
So there's a
in
lot we
just
can
a
talk
bit.
about.
John and Ponder, but mainly John first, and then I want to get Ponder's opinion on this. So, John, I don't know if you've been online recently where
Yeah, I've been away.
Drewski is making the rounds because he
Oh,
had
this
put
is
a white
literally.
Oh yeah, I
he
heard
went
about
into
that.
a
Who gives a
NASCAR
fuck?
race,
See,
and
these motherfuckers.
Yeah, I heard
this
about
shit
Now,
was hilarious and funny. It wasn't offensive or anything. But what I
Drewski,
want
who
to
the
ask
fuck is Drewski? Is he a
do you
rapper
think that
or some
now,
celebrity?
right?
I
Does
know the
that
name.
open, I don't know, Pandora's box now for white people to actually make fun of black people if they wanted to do the same thing that Drewski did?
Nah, but I think, if it did open the door, I think we would get a lot of funny skits out of it. If everyone can kind of not take themselves so seriously. The skit was kind of funny, if you're into that kind of humor. And I bet you some white people probably could do just the opposite and have some funny skits. But, politically.
Yeah.
Now, my second question would
Yeah, you're right. The fucking IQ level. All of a sudden, these motherfuckers. Who the fuck is Drewski? Yeah. Ooh, look, be brave. John Galt, be. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you know what? This show started out interesting and it has literally just kind of devolved. But anyway, new folks, please make sure you like the channel as well as old folks. I am literally I went too deep down this racist rabbit hole, and Orthodox kind of got me in this. Angry Snowman, welcome. You're a friend of Orthodox, or you've been. I think this race realism thing, and actually, I know I don't have to think about it, but I'm glad to see you. I think Orthodox is literally barking up a tree that he never could climb, and people have fucking boosted him up that tree, and he's gonna half the motherfuckers who put him up there I started talking about race realism and the motherfucker had no clue what I was talking about. And this is how you just take a budding or a junior level intellect and you just dismantle. I'll just ask him, have you heard? Do you know? Have you read? And I'm sorry, with all due respect, Orthodox, you failed. You are failing as a race realist. And once you actually do your homework, I'll just come in there and dismantle that bullshit too. You fail when you talk about genetics and you never even taken a college level biology class. You don't learn genetics in high school biology. You don't take a genetics class at a college level without having a biology 101 at a minimum prerequisite. And usually it's going to be like, dude, I've been to college. I've taken those courses. And even if it's 30 years ago, dude, they don't just let your ass in there because, ooh, I believe race is real. Let's talk about genetics. No. This is why I take Orthodox Guy and Sunrise and dude, I just fucking take y'all like a puppy, with a rag doll and chew the stuffing out of your dumbasses. You don't know your own arguments, and I know them. And CKJ3 and Lupin, some of the folks who've been with me for a while, dude, I literally, I want better arguments from the racists. Y'all literally, the black racists like John Galt, motherfucker, you just mention a book and the first thing he wants to say is, ooh. Same thing is little bunny Orthodox. And again, Orthodox, he's a better content creator. He has his audience. He's a great guy, but dude, come on. Know your racist argument. Race realism isn't racism. Have you ever seen Charles Murray outside of the book he co-wrote? Richard Herrnstein was his co-author, and Richard Herrnstein was a psychologist, not even a psychologist. So you have a psychologist and a fucking sociologist. Both of them were old men, like Harvard men from the 1950s, crunching data tables. Really? A psychologist is not a psychiatrist. His training is not rigorous. It's not that math oriented. But yet, the race realist who hasn't taken a biology class past, I took biology as a sophomore in high school. And dude, your opinion is not a qualified opinion. It's not qualified. It's not an educated guess. Stop acting like your opinion. And I'm going to tell you what I think. A white boy has an opinion and he comes on my panel and he wants to act like it's law. That's white privilege. Motherfucker, your opinion is so uneducated. Why would you even offer it? He felt comfortable. He knows my education. He knows my background. This motherfucker is literally gonna do the symbolic of, dude, I'm literally a chemistry major. I've had all those biology classes just for the fun of it. And you're going to come up here. I've literally taken college level genetics. Granted, it was 30 years ago, but motherfucker, the basics don't change. Well, no, it's my opinion. I don't need to take a biology class to know about biology. Well, I beg to differ. Sunrise, it's not coping as much as regretting. I regret where the young white boys are going. They have been miseducated by their older grandpas like Be Brave into thinking, and I'll find this in just a sec. I did a show a few days ago. I don't know, Lupin. I think this, I actually think this Blackosphere, at least the John Galt, like Bob CT space, to me, that's far right. So I don't know. I suspect far right YouTube space. There's more. Well, obviously there's like, the 4chan types. Oh, look. And this is excellent. Young white boys don't care about your opinion, Stanley. Yeah, young white boys don't have parents. Young white boys are just like young black boys. They're growing up in single parent homes. That's what John Galt won't tell you. So they don't have to care about my opinion. And Sunrise, I'm not asking them to. My audience is not young white boys. If you haven't noticed. No, young white men, not educated young white men. They are all anti-book young white men. Orthodox is a smart kid, but he's not educated. And that's why Bob, I love Bob, I love CT. Their panels are the problem. They cater to the fucking JPs of the world. And I'm not going to do that. It'll have to be sparse. I will never be monetized. But I will have to, accept my own bed. Brian knows what, Ryan? Young white men? Okay, now I'm confused. Brian Nichols says young white men, and right after, Ryan Bardwell says, see, Brian knows. Brian knows you? What the fuck are y'all can't even get your fucking jokes right or your points? Let's see here. We will listen in on this mess.
Acting like Saga.
Systems in
I will say, I'll add to that. Excuse me.
I'm a developer.
Salesforce. Any of you guys in software?
Yeah.
Or even in
motherfucker.
business, you come across Salesforce.
Everybody has, John, of course. It's no, the CEO and owners, he worked for Oracle. Worked for Oracle. Salesforce is the number one CRM tool. Customer relationship management. Everyone uses it.
Get his computer working.
Well, now they're laying off, and apparently AI is they're probably having a hard time adapting to AI. They had such a dominant position in the CRM, and now something's coming along and maybe putting pressure on them.
Relations.
Or maybe they're trying to. I'm sure they're trying to fold AI into their software
CRM
suite.
went out decades.
But it's these kind of like what they call it dislocations or whatever, where they had a dominant position, and then a new technology comes along and supplants them. And this is a large company, or it is a large company. And the company, the software that I used to develop, Sitecore, which was a CMS system,
never developed it.
They're having a hard time too in this new market with AI and all that. So it's very interesting.
It's not, and also, John, for as long as you've been in the industry and with all the changes, it's just not surprising what's happening right now. People should have known this beforehand. This industry is subject to change. The industry inherently is always trying to get better. So as the industry gets better, other technology is just going to become obsolete.
Literally, doesn't know
how it is.
shit about development.
There was a time when we used to walk with Walkmans, and then it became
okay. I'm sorry, Latino for Trump. Why is he even up there? He's the Ricky Ricardo motherfucker. Go bang on a bongo or two. And then Mike's up there. Look, the smartest person on this panel right now is me, and I'm not there.
Someone's asking about the
do you realize something? John Galt in the 90s, John Galt would have had his phone, his computer, his beeper, his CD player, his fax machine. John Galt would have had his the car in his the car, or his phone in his car. Like, he had all types of stuff. We all know John was keeping it electronically ready. Now, everything John had is just not his phone.
Someone's asking about the job market in tech right now. I think, I was reading something just the other day, how it's shifting from, I should pull up the article, but it's shifting from the building out the data centers. And now the software people, is shifting more in their favor. I've always thought that, like, once you build out the data center, you build one data center, there are a million apps that can run on top of a data center.
A million apps run on top of a data center? What a goddamn moron.
When I was in software, when I was less in software 3 years ago.
When I was in software,
I worked for Cracker Barrel.
Motherfucker, this motherfucker was writing. Oh my God.
They had a hard
problem
hiring talent. I don't know what they're doing now. I wouldn't be surprised if they outsourced. Hell, they had what's that top accounting firm? PricewaterhouseCoopers. Is that the top one?
That's a good one. That's a pretty big one. PwC. That's a pretty
Oh
big one.
my lord!
And what's the other
This
one?
fool.
This well-known PwC. It probably was PwC.
Accounting. I have to be. Who
But
else?
you know, all of the accounting firms now have the
This motherfucker has
a
no
consulting
clue what
wing
he's
after
talking
the
about.
Arthur Anderson blow up. They
Yeah.
all
You know
had
that. You know
yeah.
that's Accenture. You know that, right? The consulting wing for Arthur Anderson was Accenture. Is now
Right.
Accenture.
Yeah. I worked for Accenture
I
twice.
did too.
No,
Yeah,
you
I had
didn't.
to.
You were a
And so now
consultant.
they're all splitting up and everything. And so Cracker Barrel hired the consulting arm of PricewaterhouseCoopers to do software. That's really probably not their wheelhouse. But you're in Lebanon, Tennessee, you're having a hard time finding talent. You want to keep it domestic. So that's what they did. And I don't think that's viable for a small company like that, which means that they got to outsource. That would be my thought. So that puts a lot of pressure on the American companies. And I really believe this. The Indian people, they're boxing, and this is my opinion, and it's not anything offensive, but I think the Indians are boxing a lot of Americans out of lower level software jobs.
You're absolutely correct, John.
Yeah.
You're absolutely correct. Facts, John. John, you know what's up.
Yeah.
You know what's up. You're right. So we have firms now, like when back in your early years, John, of course, you know Accenture, IBM, Ernst & Young, KPMG, Deloitte. All of these were big consulting houses, and they still are. Like IBM has IBM Security. I still throw my resume out. I still throw my resume out there. Like whatever. Let's
Oh
see
my God.
let's see what I catch. But these Indian companies, John, Infosys, Tech Mahindra, Tata or TCS, Wipro, they have huge contracts with these big companies, banks, hospitals.
Okay, what this moron is going to not tell you, she didn't go to an engineering school. Her major, she will proudly say, was philosophy. Some American, a PPH or PP, well, it was a PPH, which I didn't know existed. She's not technical. Dude, then you're gonna have to fucking compete. Coming out of Stanford or MIT or one of they're gonna be in a higher pecking order. They think differently than a philosophy major, and that's not a good thing or a bad thing. I think a bad thing, but luckily I'm my son's father, so he has an appreciation. He's not going to always, think in an engineering way. John Galt is literally, the education was wasted, and look at him wasting it now. He's a baby daddy who is too stupid to figure out how to keep his job. Even his boss, the best boss, white man, John Galt couldn't keep the white man's job. And he's mad at everyone else who has a white man's job because John Galt couldn't keep the white man's job or the Indian man's job. His complaint is there was no black man to overlook his fucking baby daddiness. Dude, the motherfucker's ghetto. He couldn't keep a white man's job. That's why he's mad at someone who retires from the white man's job or excels at the white man's job. And the questions to ponder, who knows about her? She's just a fucking pick me, pick a ninny. Mike is damaged goods because he's biracial and apparently wasn't raised to understand that who gives a fuck, but he will make you give a fuck and toss his ass off your panel. We're tired of the tears. Latino, I'm not going to even bother with Latino. He's a stay-at-home. Who knows? Dave, I'm disappointed in, but I'll deal with him when he comes back. Now, go. Free advice to whom? Ryan, do you have advice for me? Oh no. Dude, y'all were supposed to buy me pot last March, and not a one of you came through. So, no bother. And I'm not that drunk, though. I may have to wander out to the wilds of. You know what? I pray, Lupin, but the thing is, I talked to my son today, and I had to have that. You need to use your brain, motherfucker. But dude, the motherfucker got into one of the best engineering schools. And you know what? I keep bragging about it, and God damn it, how did I do it? Is actually why I keep talking about it. How the fuck did I keep him motivated? I don't know. I just did. That motherfucker over 4.0, like 4.3, fucking, prerequisites, 14 something SAT. And here's the interesting thing. I wanted him to apply to an Ivy League school. Motherfucker wanted Georgia Tech. He wanted Georgia Tech. And motherfucker got in, and is still there. Didn't even make anything below a B. The motherfucker's smart. I'm his daddy. He succeeded in spite of me. And God damn it, I will talk about my son, how I got him there. I'm not an archetype, but I have done it. So if I can do it, any old normal black person can do it. Single mother, single father. I know single parenthood. I've done it. And you know what? Lupin, it's funny, and I'm glad you bring this up. I literally said, and it's always been my advice, put the work in, front load the work hard while you can. I literally told him, dude, aim to retire by 50. That way you can just fucking do what you want to do. Now, I don't control my son. These days, I'm not even sure, if he listens to me, but he did call me today. So I know he knows I exist still. But no, if you are, it doesn't fucking matter about your race or any of that bullshit. It really matters if you're smart. And parenting is the first step to being smart. Okay, I will. Oh, really? Okay, I will definitely do that and talk about it. Oh, motherfucker, it's like, I'm sorry. I will do it now, actually, Lupin, but nothing wrong with Georgia Tech. Motherfucker, he's got a full ride to Georgia Tech. And Georgia Tech is behind MIT, Stanford. I think it's MIT, Caltech, Stanford, then Georgia Tech, or it's MIT, Stanford, Caltech, and Georgia Tech. My motherfucking son is in the fourth best engineering program, but engineering school. Now, he's software engineering, but you know what? They educate them like engineers. Their math levels, their killer physics levels. Hey, my son is like, I was like, well, motherfucker, you took physics. And he's like, no, it's a weed out course. Motherfucker, my son is in a place where they weed your ass out in calculus. They literally If you can't, dude, they will weed your ass out your freshman year. In physics, I don't know, it's the entry level physics, and but it's calculus based, of course. They don't, motherfucker, it's physics, engineering physics. They're gonna teach it like they want engineers to know it. This ain't no Hey Lupin, an honor to have you here.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Just been hanging out in the clouds.
You are royalty. No, but
So,
I'm
pleasure.
going crazy. Dude, I love my son, and fuck, I
Yeah,
got
yeah.
him.
Listen, let me say something. A lot of times when I listen to John Galt and these guys, like, what's the other kid's name? KF.
HB?
KF? No. John Galt and what's his? I like him. Gosh, you were just talking about him because I listened to his show too in the clouds.
Oh, Bob.
Chaotic.
Yeah, chaotic's good.
These guys, look, they have not been around, the black people that are really doing things because, unfortunately, what happens, there's a lot of black people that are doing things behind the scenes, making moves, but they have to be so low key. And, they're hooking us up and doing little things here and there, but they can't broadcast, if you get my drift. Because once, those other folks find out about them, then they'll start, changing up the game and blocking stuff. But as I said, your son, look at this guy, Kenneth Frank. This guy went to, what's the school out in California? That big technical school out in California. Like I said, look up his background. This Berkeley, no, the science school. I keep forgetting the name. Stanford or one of them.
Caltech.
Caltech, one of them, yeah. Look that guy up because
Caltech
he's
is supposed to be, the California version. And dude, I went crazy. I wanted my son could have gotten into Princeton, and he just didn't want to.
he's in a good place. Georgia Tech is a good school, but what I'm saying is he has so many different areas that he can go in because, like I heard John and those guys. I mean, about Salesforce.com. That is so cool. Dude, I will tell anybody, especially like a black person, you want to learn something, go get a Salesforce cert. Be an admin,
Right.
or if you want to go deeper, you'll be able to get a job and you'll keep a job. And that's what I'm saying, where a lot of these opportunities are not presented to us because we don't really know. Professional services consulting. I heard him talking about the big accounting firms. When they used to bring in these big accounting firms, what they did a lot of consulting. Like they would hire these companies, big companies like your Cracker Barrel. They would hire those companies like the Arthur Anderson, not to do the actual work. They might be evaluating systems or a particular system, or they come in and they do like efficiency studies, like they may have like overlapping department. They're doing that sort of stuff in addition to the accounting, but most people don't realize that's what they're doing. But circling back, just showing with the stuff that he's doing, dude, they've got companies out here, private equity companies that are not household names. They snap a kid like your son. They snap him up. He probably make 200 grand a year walking in the door. You know what he's gonna do?
Let me just a quick thing.
Yeah.
See, John Galt doesn't actually understand black people. I literally have a cousin who's a retired naval officer. And you know what? He's like, well, hey, you know what? I'll send the paperwork. My cousin could potentially, not certain, of course, but my cousin could potentially get my son a NASA internship next summer. Dude, John does not understand black people. He does not understand that we aren't all broke down in the ghetto.
Exactly, but he's only used to like a certain type because, like I said, I mean, hey, humble beginnings. I'm not a millionaire, but I've had a great opportunity to work in like a variety of companies. I've always been in the technology space,
Right.
and I figured out a long time ago that okay, That's where you need to be. With technology, everything is always moving fast and it changes. You just have to be able to adapt. It's a lot. It moves a lot faster than those other industries. That's what trips me out with like the stuff that I even hear with Trump. Why are you bringing back all of these like manufacturing jobs? Why don't you send these kids to school to go learn professional services, learn how to build data centers, get them certs and Microsoft? I mean, those are the type of jobs that's where the money is. But I suspect there's certain people that don't want, folks, their folks, they'll expose them to it, but other folks, they don't want to expose you to it because I find a lot of times, especially with Black people, it's a lack of knowledge. There are jobs out there are things that they've just never been exposed to them. And just like I hear CT and John, they're always bagging on like, hey, the 9 to 5, everybody needs to be an entrepreneur. And I often wonder, like, you can't run an economy like that. Everybody can be an entrepreneur in the economy. And guess what?
Right, absolutely.
I see a lot of white people that they make their livings and they enrich themselves off jobs. I've known guys, and well, I'm not going to mention their names, that are making $500,000 to, running departments, companies. They got jobs. They're not all entrepreneurs. So it just boggles my mind. Just like I said, a lot of times I sit back and I hear this stuff, and I'm just like, you got folks sitting at home making on their literal ass all day, making $200,000-$300,000 a year.
Right.
We're not exposed to these kind of jobs, and a lot of times, like I said, in these type of environments, Stanley, I'm pretty sure that these people are smart. They just have an infrastructure and an ecosystem. Because you know what they do? You say you work for John, the CTO, and he likes you, used to work with him. These people move around. You look at them on LinkedIn. And if they take you along, that's what happens. Blacks, we don't have those opportunities because we haven't developed an infrastructure ecosystem. It's not that we're stupid. Everybody else has an ecosystem where they pull their people in. We're the ones that just don't have that. That's what I've seen. Because I could write a book on this stuff.
I tend to kind of, and one of these days we'll debate the infrastructure stuff. I tend to be suspicious of why can't we have an infrastructure like that, because I don't think there's a we. I literally, and I made the bold statement of saying, you know what? And I think I was talking to John Galt. If you think it's messed up, then how do we start? I think I will continue to think, and all cultures are built this way. You build it within your four walls, and that's kind of a nuclear family argument. But what I want to say is, going back to my son, and we'll stay there briefly. I don't have doubts. Hey, he's actually smart.
He'll be fine.
So I don't worry about it much. He literally
he'll be fine.
was raised to be a problem solver. The motherfucker knows how to solve problems. And all good men. I think John Galt is a good problem solver. Again, he's just a monster.
Yeah, you're right. I'm gonna give you a little pushback though. Before I'm gonna say this to you, I think that's probably the biggest problem that I'm just saying from my experiences interacting, working in corporate America, dealing with a lot of people, Indians, and I will tell you, we're the only ones that think like this. That we're still stuck on this like John
really
about. Yes, all of these people are working together. They will tell you that on the front end, but I'm telling you behind the scenes. How do you think these guys get these jobs? I've worked into, go to some of these jobs. Look at some of these companies. They get the job because, not to say that you don't have those individuals who are smart and do deserve the job, but Stanley, how is it I can walk into a company that's like 5,000 employees and 3 of them are Black? Is that by design, or Black people are stupid?
You have worked in a larger role, probably more elite role. I literally just always depended on I'm the smartest person who is in the room.
Right,
And
and
that might
then
be a little no, that's hubris. But I've never. I think you have been in more management type roles. I haven't. I've always been like engineer or, I haven't been. I think you've been a little bit more elite.
no, I wouldn't say that because like I said, my journey started. I was doing like the regular thing, like how what's the stuff that John always talks about? Graduated from college, got a
Mhm.
degree, working at the bank, and boom, one day you get laid off, and you're like, oh, okay,
Oh
what
my
happened?
lord!
Then I accidentally met a brother who was into technology and had no idea about, hey, you should try this. I went and tried it and it was like, cool, I got it.
Oh wow!
I think I told you the story about the very first time I was working at the software company. It was a African American gentleman who was over sales and he was doing a sales training and he had like on the projector a check for like 100 grand. Like,
Mhm.
that's fake. And he said, here, that's my check right there. One of my checks from commission.
Oh wow!
What? Yes. So ever since that, I was like, they're still making that kind of money here and there, but it's not like it was like 20, 30 years ago because what happens. And then another thing, when I heard John talking, it reminds me of like, he must have been doing like a lot of work in the on-prem or on-premise world, if you're familiar with that. Everything's going to the cloud.
Right.
Essentially.
Okay.
So it's a totally different model. And that's what I'm saying, where as a black, I would tell any black person, male or female, open up your eyes, keep your intellectual prowess about you and always be curious because that's how we get locked out of these positions, jobs, because I've been at the bottom, I've managed, I've done everything. And I'm telling you, there's no reason why I could walk up in a company with 5,000 people
Right.
global and they're like 3 black people. Come on. That's by design. And
Right.
then when you sit back and you see the moves that people are making, you understand it's like, is it racism? Sometimes, but not all the time, because I will say the people that have money and the people at that level, they're not looking at color, to be perfectly honest with you. They're
Right.
looking to hire, they want the best candidate. If you're
Right.
black, purple, green, that's what I'm saying. Those people at that level,
Let me-
when you talk about
let-
like the B Braves of the world, they're looking at that. I'm going to bring this person in my company. And just like with me, every job that I've had, the first thing I look at, ROI. Because if they're hiring me and they're paying me $100-something thousand or whatever it is a year, they're looking to make that money back for me, and I have to figure out a way where I can show value. That's what I.
Well, let me steel man this point.
Yeah.
Years ago, I
Mhm.
went to work for Ticketmaster. I was, I did a career change, and when my son was born, because I'd done, logistics and all that stuff. So
Mhm.
I was always good at computers. So I went to a boot camp, and funny enough, um, the GI Bill would cover this boot camp. So,
Mhm.
I'm like, you know what? I'm tired of managing people. I know how I work. I'll manage me. So,
Mhm.
I took the school seriously. One of these days, I'll tell you. But no, I was second to my goddamn class. 50 people, I was number 2, and the only person there was a motherfucker who was better. And it is so long ago now, like 20 years ago. But
Mhm.
you know what? The number one dude was interviewed by the people who eventually hired me, and I was the
Mhm.
number. Now, I took the time because I'm not a horrible dresser, and you know what?
Yeah, you got to tighten up the dressing.
Oh no, I know how to do it when I have to. Because I had a mother. Are you wearing that out of the house?
Yeah, that's
You're
yeah.
not going with
That
me if
is
you're
easy.
looking like that.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
but anyway, the thing that amazed me was the number one guy had pretty much, it was a Microsoft boot camp, and he had already got his engineer certification, which really means nothing, to be honest. It did. And I was like 3 into getting that cert. And you know what? Dude went in and they interviewed him first. They interviewed me second. And you know what? I got hired. And not only that, I was married and had a child. They were like, you know what? You're married and you have a child. You get like $5,000 more. It was like, and
Yeah,
you
that
know
was
what?
back in the day.
Oh no! Well, that was back in the day, dude. I have 0 credentials in computers. I'm just good with them. So
Yeah,
they were hiring me. So anyway, I literally dude, I was winning awards my first year in Employee of the Month. It was like, motherfucker, I changed a career and I got a baby. I got a wife and a baby. Goddamn right. I'm gonna
I'll
be the
share.
Employee of the Month.
I'll share a
Motherfucker.
story with you. I was
Oh,
this
hold
was
on. Let
some
me
years
finish
back.
this.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Let me finish this right quick. So a year or 2 in, and I literally, like, my boss's boss literally made the decision. And my boss's boss was actually like a GE. He was like a GE something or another. They formed a ticketing company that got bought by Ticketmaster. So this motherfucker was literally designed a business that was unique enough to make millions. So he literally. So one day I was in the middle of some database crash, and I was like, "Hey, why did the guy you rejected was better qualified?" He looked at me and he said, "I don't give a fuck about certifications," and that was it. That we liked you better. So
It's all about people hire who they like.
you just have to they just have to see potential.
They hire who they like, because I remember one time this guy, gentleman,
And I was military too.
right.
I former officer. That helped.
I was interviewing for a job, and the VP of sales, you know what he looked at me and said, "Here, sell me this pen." That was part of the interview. Sell me.
Oh, you
I
got to
said,
tell us this story.
sell me
How'd
the
you
pen. I didn't. I asked questions because that's what you do as a salesperson. You don't, hey, I've got the greatest pen in the world. No, you like, so let me ask you this. What sort of colors do you like? What sort of things do you like? Are you left-handed, right-handed? Then you go back, armed with the information, and then you look at that pen. Well, we have this ballpoint pen that's made this way. And then you kind of like, you just show them. But see, those type of things. And then, it's just, I like to teach, but I'm just saying I don't, give like
No, that's
unsolicited
brilliant.
advice. A few years back, I was going to share this story with you. I was talking to a young brother working a warehouse, and he was like talking about the frustrations and so on and so forth. And he was like, "I want to move up," and I said, "Hey, let me ask you a question. You work in a warehouse, logistics, right? Supply chain, etc. What do they use for the software? Because I know you're scanning it into something." And he just had this look on his face. I said, "Hey, go learn that. That's what you do." But you see what I'm saying? We're not taught. We don't know these things. I was at. I remember once I went to AutoZone or someplace like that. I'm talking to the guy at AutoZone. He was saying the same thing. I said, "Hey, go look at that POS system. Find the company that you guys use globally and go learn that, because I'm pretty sure they got a certification for
Point
it,
of sale.
and you can get in there." Point of sale system, yeah. Because all these I've worked in these places. I've done supply chain, POS. I've sold POS software. I like ERP better because that's just what I like. But network security, I've done it all. I used to work for a company a long time ago, out of Alpharetta, startup of Motorola bought them, where they developed a software solution that sat on the network, and it would sit on your network in solid mode, and it would just sit there and scan all devices, unauthorized devices that would come in on the network. Okay, you had these little white kids over there. We also had what they call like a shadow. I forgot what they call. They call shadow something, but essentially what they did, in addition to selling network security, we also leased out employees that would do attacks on networks, because a lot of companies would come, and hire like our third party consultants to, hey, attack our network, find, any. So, I mean, I'm just saying, but these are the type of jobs that the most African Americans, don't even exist.
Or do you think it's a matter of exposure? Because
It is exposure. If you don't have parents that are there doing that, or you just like the intellectual curiosity. That's how I found my parents are not college educated. They weren't college educated. I was just always a very intellectually curious person, and anywhere that I went, I always looked and I wanted, what's that? I want to learn, and I'll go pick up a book and I'll go get as much information. See, these are back in the days when you have these like Google scholars and stuff. You had to actually go to the library and pick out books and read. Like I find this one author, and then I look through the and see who he used for like the sources. I go read the sources and do the research. That's the type of stuff I'm used to doing. So that's why I hear most of these guys and they say these things, and I'm just like, I just know they're not reading.
Dude.
It's just Googling stuff and listening to YouTube videos. I know.
Well, let me, speaking of, I think you probably heard this story. My father, and you know what? I keep saying I don't have heroes. Dude, I was one of those kids. Well, why?
Mhm.
And I would- so I made him laugh. He says, well, Stanley, you're always online. I never know when to call you. And then I reminded him of I must have been 7, 8, 9, 10, somewhere in there. So I'm like, hey, Daddy, when do deer sleep? And he was like, I guess when they need to.
Right.
So I said, hey, Daddy, remember way back. And I kind of stunned him that, dude, I remember you saying that. And I thought that was literally kind of genius. Call me when you want. I'll sleep when I need to. You're always, just call whenever.
Exactly.
That story, that curiosity, my father put up with all kinds of questions because I was that curious kid, and so did my mother, for that matter.
Yeah, she's a
I
school
know
teacher.
how to, dude. Hats off to good Black parenting. They will also tell you not every white boy is your friend.
I don't think any of them are your friend. You know, the first book my dad ever bought me, I'm not sure if they still make it, but this is the very first book he ever gave me. 3,000 vocabulary words that everyone should know. Have you ever seen that? It's very from way
No.
back. That's like a softcover book, and it has 3,000 vocabulary words, and you learn the word, the definition, how to use it in a sentence, and at the end of each chapter, you get tested. And
Oh wow.
yeah, those type of things. And I'm from New York, so we used to have a riff van that used to go in the Black neighborhood. Reading is fundamental. We used to have riff on it and give like
Yeah, I
free books.
remember.
The
I
very first
remember the
book,
commercial.
very
PSA.
first book I ever read was Catch It With a Glass On. You know what I mean? So I've always been reading and love to read. I read now, but not as much. But in terms of like technology, I'm not an expert, but I listen and I have um, I have the ability to attend, different little things online that are not privy to other folks. It's just based upon my job. You know what I mean? So it's just like when I gave this stuff to these guys, we're talking about Salesforce.com. And that's been going on. I mean, technology world is always the same because do you remember .com?
Yeah. Well,
When the
yeah.
.com, dude, I'll tell you, when the .com, I think I must have had like 12 jobs. It used to be so sweet back in those days. We used to have these .com companies popping up, You could literally, you started this company and you could go, work at another find a job at another company if you didn't like it in a week and you're gone. Because there used to be so many of them popping up. I got so good, but then you started running into the problem where the angel investors, they would give them all this money. And then after like 6 months, the money starts to disappear or they're not making a profit. Then it's layoff. You come in and everyone's slash, slash, slash. That's what I was used to. So I was always moving around and, jobs. I remember once I was working at this company here in Norcross. It was they were the predecessor actually of. Are you familiar with employee self-service? Stanley?
No, but I know right where Norcross is. There used to be a Home Depot warehouse that I helped shut down. This is like 30 years ago.
Norcross used to be the technology center back in the day. This is before.
Yeah,
kind of like now Alpharetta.
There was Lucent had like
all of those guys were out there.
Yeah,
Everybody was out there.
Really worked on that same road.
Mhm. They were all out there. And okay, so I went to go work for this company, employee self-service. So this is the time when the internet, web-based stuff started coming online. Essentially, all it was is instead of when you go and fill out your physical forms at HR with your name, all that little stuff, you could actually jump. This company made this solution where you jump into this portal and it's electronically done as opposed to with paper. So they got purchased by Pro Business, and okay, dude, I put it to you this way, not to put my business out there. One of the things that they did was they gave us stock in the company, like part of your compensation package. And let me tell you how sweet this job was, Stanley. We had like a bar in the place. They cater lunch for every day. And I put it to you this way: when we got purchased, let's just say I got a nice little chunk of money. Everybody that was there, chunk to the point where actually it was a chunk, but it wasn't a big chunk. But I put it to you this way: I didn't have to work for like 4 years if I wanted to, but I did. It was I was so dumb because I've never had a job. I've always had a job. So you know how they put the packages together, and I go down to the Georgia Department of Labor, and the lady looks at me and she's like, "You can't collect unemployment." It's like, what? She said, "You got too much money. You got to wait till all of your money runs." But anyway, let me back off.
Well, I'm back over 12th man. All of a sudden it has become a shit on Stanley affair. Stanley had you playing musical chairs with the kick button. It's like, dude.
I don't know how you do it. Like I said, my friend.
You know what?
I don't know.
Sure I do too, and I'm kind of like 12th man is over there, and
they're all. What you find? They're all double agents. That's why I said they're all very duplicitous. A lot of
well, that's fine being double agents, except they're brainless. They literally right here, laughing like Saget says Phoenix Fish. When Stanley said there's no black community, that's when it was official. He's full of shit. They're literally, see, these motherfuckers want to act like everybody who's black lives in the hood next to John Galt. They aren't even, dude. Most black people literally don't live next door to John Galt or in the hood. Now, a lot of black people do. It's not a huge minority, but most black people don't live in the hood.
Nah, it's a totally different mentality. Although I will say, I'm not going to even stigmatize the folks that are in the hood. A lot of our folks, even with the college degrees or whatever, they still have a lot of them still have that sort of mentality. Believe it or not.
Well, but the problem, and I agree with you. You and I aren't gonna disagree, but when you get out, and you can take the boy out of the hood, but you can't take the hood out of the boy. That's literally what this is.
Right. Buy homes. It's like it trips me out where, especially here in Atlanta, I was reading an article, I'm pretty sure that you saw it, that I couldn't believe that when I first moved here in Atlanta, the city of Atlanta was like 60% black. And now it's, I think, don't quote me, but 20-30% black. And I'm just like, that's the problem. We don't hold on to things. We just want the money, the quick money. And keep the profit.
Absolutely.
We don't have the vision. We don't see the vision where if you'd have told me, have you ever been over to Moreland? You know where Moreland is, Little Five Points?
Yeah, I know where
In Atlanta.
5 Points
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, go around there now. And just like when I first moved here, you remember you go through Midtown, Piedmont, over by Piedmont Park. This is like ghetto, all the boarded up stuff. Look around there now. But as I said, if you'd have told me in 1984, 1985, when I moved here, that Midtown or downtown Atlanta would be the way it is, I would have, you're lying. You see what I'm saying? We don't have that sort of vision. And then the thing about it is, we don't read any of these studies because all of these things have been in plans for 10, 20 years because the county does study. That's another thing. These things have been in the making. So if you have been up on the information and reading, you would have known. Because they don't just make these moves all of a sudden it happened. No, these are things that are methodically planned. But hey, let me get off my soapbox, Stanley. I just had to jump up here and hang out with you for a while. I'm tired of you getting beat up. I'm getting tired of you getting beat up.
You know what? Hey, you know what? In a way, here's the deal, though. I knew that. I didn't know it would come exactly to this, but dude, I have to be myself. I told my son when I talked to him today, I still remember it to this day. Someone was going, well, are you this or are you that? He was like 5. He went, nope, I'm Trevor Cross. Motherfucker, at 5. And that's what I told him today. You're still who you are. Don't deviate.
Yeah, don't let people get in your head, dude. Because it all happens. It's happened to me.
Oh no, I know who I am, and most of it
exactly.
See, this is the other thing. I mock these dumb fucks. I know they're dumb, and I don't guess. It's not. See, you got to let people talk. You got to let them have their say. No, I don't. If I already, dude, you can predict these talking points. These talking points, they rehearse them. That's what the echo chamber does. It's the same shit, just recycled. And I know them because I know their arguments. I watch what John Galt watches. I know the arguments because I listen. I read the people who do read, because few of them do. Dude, I know motherfucking I know Hobbes. I know Locke. Motherfucker, I've literally read them.
And see, the other thing, that's why I don't, usually when I get on those panels and I hear about it's the Democrats that are bad. Look, you idiot, you're a Republican. See, I don't look at things just on party lines.
Well,
yeah, they're both the same. Right. They're both the same to me. You know what I'm saying? One's left is somewhat covertly racist. The folks on the right are overtly racist. And it's just very hard for me to make that paradigm shift where it's the Democrats that do everything bad. It's the Democrat. And I'm just like, dude, what are you talking about? You can't even see. You got to, unplug, sit down, analyze, and see what they're doing. It's the same exact thing. Because I often say it's kind of funny. How in the world, because I'm from New York, how in the world these same people, these devout, Christian nationalists, a guy like Donald Trump, a con man from New York, conned them to where he's the president, and now they have MAGA. This trips me out. because I know the history of Donald Trump.
Isn't Trump
he's
isn't
excellent.
even
I gotta give him
popular.
this. I tip my hat. I tip my hat to the. I mean, he's a salesman, dude. That's what I'm saying. They're being kind and sold, and I'm just like, wow, a bill of goods. And now it's coming out in the wash where you see these little things here and there, and you're like, see, but it's totally predictable because if you're a student of history like you and I do, because I tend to look at things from a very historical, it repeats itself. It repeats itself. You look at all the models of these strong men all over the world, and it repeats itself, and you can see it playing out. It's funny to me because, like I said, as soon as I hear that, well, it's the Democrats need it. They're. I used to have these conversations with friends of mine, and I said, you know what the problem is with the Democrats? The Democrats, they have too many factions. They have to.
Right. Well, that is a problem. But I don't know. I actually think the Republicans have as many factions now, but I'm
not as many. They're all on one accord. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know. MAGA has 3 factions.
Yeah, but you know as well as I do, and you talk about it all the time. MAGA's going to go like the Tea Party because what are they going to do after Trump leaves office? You know what I'm saying? MAGA's going to split. Regenerate itself into something else. Who?
Well, it's going to go the way of the Tea Party is my prediction, but I've also said, and I'm sure I'm absolutely wrong. Rubio's going to be the nominee. It's not going to be DeSantis. It's not going to be JD Vance. I actually think Rubio is the only one that's not drawn.
That has sense out of everybody. Yeah, he's the only one that has sense, and he's the only one that has.
Well,
more
he's also
experience than all of
the
these
smartest
guys.
of the. He's the smartest man in the room.
He is. I mean, JD Vance, Ron DeSantis, little have no personality. Whatever.
Right.
No, and Vance, he's creepy to me. I'm like, I don't know. So I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Here's where Vance, he let people talk shit about his wife. No,
exactly.
He's like a Ted Cruz. He let Trump talk shit, and you know what? Rubio, Cruz's wife isn't ugly, and she was actually as accomplished. She made more money than he did, and probably still has. She was like Goldman Sachs or something, like senior level. Like she was the money maker.
Like I said, I don't worry about
JD Vance's wife, a more accomplished lawyer. That month they met in law school, Yale. But he took the corporate route. All I'm saying is, motherfucker, I will quit politics and I will hunt your ass down. You never talk about my wife. His wife is actually pretty good looking. His kids, motherfucker. JD Vance has no soul.
Yeah,
and you know what? Well, no. You let a man talk. You let the right wing or no. My wife is sacrosanct. You utter her name wrong. If it's not I love before you say my wife's name and she's a great woman afterwards, you're my enemy. I don't give a fuck.
That's why sometimes I do have my little issues with the folks on the left there. They really are too soft because, like I said, I can respect. I don't know that's the reason why, but I suspect why Michelle Obama didn't go to his Trump's little thing because he called her a man, but then you have Obama over there snuggling up to him. It's like what? Would have gone anywhere.
You know what? Thank God I am too old and I'm too lazy, dude. I could take Trump on. I would beat Trump's ass. Motherfucker, you really think you have a vocabulary? Let a black Trump. Let a motherfucking Gavin Newsom pussy. He's Democrats are going to lose again. No, seriously. Democrats are going to lose in 2028. there's not
Yeah, I think
a
so.
mean motherfucker there.
Right.
There's
That's what I'm
no.
saying. They're, the things that I see them doing, it's like, okay, when Texas was going through the whole districting, okay, instead of you saying anything, I wouldn't even say anything. Okay, cool, boom, it's done. I don't need to say anything for what? What are we going to say? Okay, you want to do another one? Boom, it's done. You see what I'm saying? This is the way they have to move because every time that they allow the Republicans to kind of like pull them, it's kind of like they agitate them or they manipulate them into like doing this like rah 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 rah. Okay, Trump is gonna send troops into Chicago, Illinois. Rah 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 rah. Nobody listening to that because we know the game. We know what's gonna happen.
Well,
Plus all of the
let
stuff
me
that he's doing. Go ahead.
Well, no, I'm going to say Solid Snake says, and Stanley is already doing that here, which reminds me, hey, oh no, it's better than that. I did it for a year to John Galt, and he took it like a champ until he finally had enough. He grew a set. Solid Snake, when you go over, and inevitably,
I don't know.
hold on. Let me say this to Solid Snake because he's easily brainwashed. Tell John Galt he grew a set and got monetized, and Stanley Cross made it happen. He is literally hating on Stanley Cross and raking in the cash, and I'm looking at him do it. I wish I could make the cash he does, but as long as his little babies, baby daddy got to make the cash the best way he can. So, you're going to say this, Solid Snake. If you don't, I will. But anyway, I'm sorry. I had to be mean to Solid Snake because Solid Snake is a questionable intellect.
Yeah, here's what I understand.
But he is a useful idiot.
I was just about to say, there's a lot of people who think that other people are useful idiots when they, in fact, are the useful idiot. If you get my drift, you know what I mean. So,
dude, I'm not that bright either. Look, people. Someone said today, when John was off being all erratic and shit, I was the only consistent motherfucker on that channel.
Leave John alone.
And that is true.
Leave John. That's what I said. Leave him. Don't even.
No,
John is doing what John does. John's a businessman, dude. It's like I said, to me, it's like a lot of times when I watch it, it's just like it's reminiscent of those old minstrel acts. Hey, with the black face.
Well, goddamn, I'm jealous. Look at this motherfucker. This motherfucker is, if you look at the screen, this motherfucker is raking in $2, $5. This motherfucker has probably made $100.
That's what it's about. The cyber hustle, the cyber beggars. That's what I'm saying. Everybody's on here to make money. There's nobody on here on YouTube or any of these channels. The stuff that you're doing, that's because you're doing it but I'm not. Everybody's on here trying to make money. So
I'm doing it. Wouldn't hurt if I made money. And by the way, shout out to you. You are literally like a sponsor of the show. Like if there is a Nissan stadium or something like that. This is the Lupin Reigen channel brought to you. Presented
because see, I'm very good at like just cutting through the fat, and I listen to the information.
Well, I don't ever give you enough credit, and there's fucking CKJ3, and there's even 12th man, for whatever reason.
I like 12th man. 12th man is just always in a drunken stupor, but he's probably a good
he's a good. I think he's a good person, but he's really because he is actually very engaging. Stone cold sober. That motherfucker is actually
Yeah, you're right. I've heard him. I'm like, is that the same dude?
Oh, dude,
Like I
dude,
said, I
he is
listened.
he is literally interesting.
I think it's because he probably lives in Alaska and it's just, and it doesn't seem like he has much going on. He drinks a lot and, that's his vice. So I guess, but yeah, I think he's a, so
Yeah.
is Silent Snake. Silent Snake has moments of intellectual prowess sometimes. He's just a little
No,
loud.
now you call it intellectual prowess. I call it a moment of being sober.
Okay. Because like I said, I listen to everybody. I just,
Well, no, Solid Snake is not unintelligent. It's just, dude, why are you
Absolutely not.
clouding things?
Absolutely not.
Seriously. Let's see. John and Stanley both have their viewpoints. Yep, you noticed? See, this is the wisdom that he comes up with. Both actually, John and Stanley both have their viewpoints. No kidding. Are they the same viewpoint?
John's about that paper, which is he's on a paper chase. Wrong with it. But like I said,
yeah, but
game
God damn it,
game.
dude.
Game
you remember that?
Game, so it's not,
Really? Okay. You know what?
But that's what I'm saying. I mean, okay, I will say this. A lot of times, like when I listen, I can listen to him for so long, but some of the things that he has said to you in terms of like trying to build your channel, I agree. Go off, build your stuff, and get monetized. I've seen your picture. I mean, you're fairly, handsome guy. Get a little haircut and doll yourself up a little. Do like a little.
That. I'm not doing that.
Go on camera, but see, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If you want to make the money, that's the game that you have to play. And everybody else just figures it out.
Yeah, I got you.
If it's not you, it's not you. I'm just saying. But if you want to make that money or get you, look, dude, I'm going to tell you the stuff that I say when these folks make money. Get you like a fine looking chick and put her up on camera, and you hide behind the scenes with a pair of nice. These guys will be up there, cha-ching, cha-ching. That's all they do. Throw money. Come on.
Well,
here is
my business plan. I can't sell my soul, and I understand. I'm not saying, dude. I wish I could be a salesman. Salesmen make shitloads of money. Like shitloads.
Yeah, they do.
But dude, I'm an analyst. I'm an analyst. Did I ever tell you when the first year I got out of the Navy, I worked for Dean Witter. The old
you did. You didn't like it. You didn't like it. I know.
Well, they didn't like me either. Actually, dude, all my clients were like me. They were teaching me shit.
Dean Witter, but see, here's the thing.
Go ahead.
Dean Witter is not Dean Witter. That was a bad experience for you. Dean Witter was not the type of a guy like you type of sales job. Yeah, come on. It's just kind of like I used to have a friend.
Now this is back in like 90.
Yeah, everybody wanted to do right. Everybody wanted to do.
Well, no, you know what? It was interesting and I like numbers and all that, but no, tell me.
Money. A guy like you. A guy, okay, I'm going to tell you. It's the little bit that I do know about you, just listening to your analytical, your like numbers. Dude, you could have been like a consultant or something, or some type of sales engineer. Dude, you're making money, you're getting commission. You don't have to do the sale all the time. You don't have to be the face. You can be in the background. That's what I'm saying, where you just got into the wrong type of sale. Because I used to have a friend of mine, long time ago. We're no longer friends, but we used to have this conversation all the time about sales. And he used to have this thing, brother, where he thinks he could go in there and just like sweet talk folks. I'm like, dude, there are different types of sales, there are different levels of sales, but I'm going to tell you this. Sales is science. Okay, because I'm going to use myself as an example. I have quotas. Like, you may have $1 million or $2 million quota. You better hit that
Wow.
quota because guess what?
Yep.
If you don't hit that quota, you ain't gonna have no job.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm
That's what I
always
ran into.
being measured, metrics. But if you sit down and figure out, okay, if I need to do, okay, I'll show you. If I need to do like, if my quota is 2 million, I have to 3x it, meaning whatever type of pipeline that I have to set up. So I have to 3 times 2 million to make the 2 million. Am I making sense? That's the first thing that I
Well,
have to do.
yeah, but let me ask you a question. I literally didn't have a base. I used to cold call and stuff like
Right.
that. Like I had
All
to
of these other
build
jobs, they have a base. Right. And that's what I'm
Oh,
saying. You're
okay.
doing
I
all
got
that
you. I got you.
cold
Gotcha.
calling straight commission. Nah, that ain't the kind of job for somebody who just wants to get introduced and stuff. You got sales jobs out there where you can go do inside sales. Look out here, a salary, there's different things you can do. I've never had a sales job, well, once when I call myself trying to sell mortgages and
Dude,
it was,
but
I
you
didn't
know
like
what?
it.
I've sold shit with cold calls. it just doesn't happen a lot.
Dude, the money is like not cold. It's not B2C. It's a B2B.
Right.
Business to business. That's where the money is. If you want it, I'm not cold calling consumers all day. Later for that. Ain't no
Well,
money
you
in
know
that.
what
What the
though?
collections?
I didn't
No
have
money in
like
that.
I was literally out of the Navy and
Yeah.
it wasn't the best background.
Right. And there you go. Same thing that we tied into. It's where you're not around people, you don't have the exposure, no one guides you because you don't know about these
Right.
things. You see
Right.
what I'm
And
saying?
and
And it's
us,
just like,
back in the day, they weren't going to tell you. They were just going to, here's a desk and a phone. So yeah.
yeah, because it's
But you
churn
know
and
what?
burn. It's churn and burn.
Yeah, exactly.
I call it a churn and burn. To me, those are like churn and burn jobs because it's like high turnover, the commission. I mean, that's what
And
I want to do. I
but
want to
let
go
me
work on
let me
Wall
tell
Street.
you this. Let me make a quick point.
Yeah.
The people that actually bought shit from me, they just liked me. It's like, hey, let me tell you a story. I cold call this old
White guy.
retired lawyer.
I've heard
And
that story.
this dude, oh, okay, white
I've heard the
hair,
story. You
like,
called him and he became your best
yeah,
friend and you
and the
made commissions off him.
motherfucker wound up like he watched like the dude was a retired lawyer. Yeah, he's the
Yeah.
one who's making 100,000 just to keep his name on the letterhead. Motherfucker,
Right.
this dude, first time I met him, he's like, "Oh, I used to have a suit like that." Now this motherfucker was a white-haired, like he looked like Robert Frost. But you know what? That motherfucker, honestly, he's like, "Hey, kid," So he takes me over to his fucking beautiful. This motherfucker lived in a Virginia Beach neighborhood. That dude, you could go do saltwater goddamn fishing from his backyard. It was some cove. But anyway, hey, this is the missus. Hey, this is Stanley. Let's sit down. Let's watch some, financial shit. This dude literally should have been a stockbroker himself. But those were the sort of people. Hey, dude, if people met me, people met me, they were like, "Oh shit, what do you got?" Dude, but cold calling didn't work. And dude, this is like 30 years later, who cares? But you speak, I wish I'd met you before I fucking took that job.
That's why, like, sometimes when I listen to CT and John, it's like, dude, there are people out here, man, especially there's a lot of white people out here that got a lot of money and they're not household names.
Oh, motherfucker, the
We just
best
know.
clients I had were white.
Right. There are a lot, and also there are a lot of black people too. But the difference is,
Oh,
with the
absolutely,
black
dude.
one, they try to kind of like stay out the light because once you come into the light, you're gonna have your owner gonna try to feed on you and the other folks. That's what usually happens. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, that's the game that you have to play. You have to kind of like do things from a distance, which a lot of them do, and that's what I'm saying. Where okay, when I was growing up in New York, okay, we had a house and right around the corner. Because I mean, John's always hanging out in my neighborhood, like up in Brooklyn. When I was up there, it's like right around the corner. Like I used to live off of, well, I lived in East Flatbush. Go right around the corner. It was like the projects. You know, you could go around the corner and get anything. I could stop here at, 1,001 restaurants, get my dry cleaning, get a bottle, go shopping, all in 1 mile radius, right? So you're used to being around in that sort of environment, but here's the difference that I used to see like a lot of times where when I moved to Georgia, like when a place like New York, and like I said, I haven't been there in a long time. People are always hustling. People are always hustling. You know what I'm saying? They're always hustling. You know?
Right.
Not in a bad, and most of the times you equate hustling with like drug.
No,
they're
dude,
they're
there
hustling.
is
They're
nothing
doing
wrong
stuff.
with hustling, but kind of map it out. You know, your type of hustle is actually brain work.
Yeah,
So,
but I'll give you an example. Like we had like partner. Like how do you think? Like I said, when I listen to John and these guys, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Like you have the Haitians probably have something similar. I know in Jamaica we started a thing called partner because my grandmother used to do it, where people, you get together, a group of people. Some people call it sister, whatever, and they got a hand. They bring a certain amount of money every week, and I mean, I'm talking about literally some of these folks when they got called a draw, they may have 50 grand cash. I think a lot of these black people back then was buying houses because I know when I had to do some stuff for my parents when they were selling the home before they moved here to Georgia. I looked up all the homes on the Aqua system up in New York, and the thing that I saw was like everybody will tell you like 1970 something. These people making like 30K down payments on a home. You talk about like in the 70s, that's a lot of money. In the 60s and the 70s, that's a lot of money back then for a black person because they weren't working those kind of jobs. These people were like cleaning floors. They were probably doing little printing jobs.
right.
That's what I'm saying when they're hustling. But that's the same thing that I
Now
was
look
saying
look at
before.
Brian Nichols here. Every hustler I knew was involved in shady stuff. Okay.
Okay. Like if I was up, like, okay, I'll give you an example. I'm in New York.
Oh no, no,
Okay.
no, no, no. He wasn't talking about you.
Oh,
My
but I'm
point
just saying
was,
in general, I'm gonna show you something. It's like you're Trinidadian or whoever group that you're in. Okay, I'm gonna call. You need this. Boom, boom, boom. You need to talk to this lawyer. You need some immigration. Boom, boom, boom. This
yeah.
is who you go and talk to. Right? You need to make a little money. But it's legitimate. Y'all got yeah. Boom, boom, boom. You see what I'm saying? Like that. They hooking you up to you're doing
But let
things. You
me
ain't selling no
let
drugs.
me like you'll see some of these travel shows. They
Yeah.
will hire someone who's called a fixer
Yeah.
because that's dude, that's a hustle.
Yes.
I
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying.
yeah, and but the thing is this people don't have imaginations. And two because you're my age basically. And I
I'm
can tell you
63.
from the way I was raised, and I literally went to an elite, I had kind of an elite education. It was doctor, lawyer, engineer. There's some other things you can do, but dude, if I had known what my son knows, and I made it a point when he was in high school to make sure, dude, I would have been a motherfucking like material scientist or something. It would have been a blend of chemistry, physics, and engineering. Dude, I'd have been in love.
You know what I wanted to do at one time? I thought I wanted to be an industrial engineer, and I wanted
Oh
like,
yeah,
what's
dude,
for
I've
me?
known some.
Dude, so but
dude,
you miss your mark.
You know what? You do time studies and stuff, but you study stuff. You make dude, it's like process engineering. It's kind of the same thing. You just make something more efficient. Now, I've known mechanical engineers, be industrial engineers. You know, it's more an art than a hard science or engineering. But dude, it's fascinating.
What do you think I do all day? I spend my time talking to a lot of controllers, CFOs, VP of operations, or our process manufacturers, and how to streamline their operations,
Well,
implement new
it's
systems,
to
that
me,
sort
it's
of thing. So
problem
it's
solving.
interesting. Yeah, it
Problem
is.
solving.
The sales. And that's what I'm saying. That's sales. At least the type of sales that I do is problem solving. It's not going in there,
But see,
tapping everything
that's
around.
dude. That if it had honestly, if I'd had you back in college, dude, that's exactly what sales is.
Out of the
You have a
Navy,
need.
I would have told you go and because back then, what the hot thing back then was Cisco with the switches, because a lot of brothers were into like
Yep.
what do they call with the switches? Because as a matter of fact, I worked in this one building downtown Atlanta that the company that I worked for, there was basically there was like a company upstairs on one of the other floors that rented out space, and that's what they did. There was a brother up there. He worked in like the where they keep the servers and all that stuff on premise stuff, keep the server,
Right.
and that's what he did. And how did I meet him? Going up and down the elevator one day, I just we started talking, and he told me that's like Cisco. What's that? So he took me up there and showed me everything that he was doing. I was
Wow.
like, oh, this is cool. And I think at the time, if I remember correctly, they were somehow or another. I think it wasn't AT&T, Bell South. They were like some sort of Bell South
Yeah,
agent. Where
Bell
Bell
South.
South
Yeah,
rented out,
that absorbed. Lucent. It
rented
was
out.
Lucent Technologies in Norcross.
Yeah, but this was downtown.
I
This particular one was downtown. But they
well,
somehow or
yeah,
another, I
but
think
I just
Bell South
remembered.
rented out
Yeah.
like use some of their routers or what have you. But this is what he said. Yeah, I'm Cisco certified. So that's what I'm saying. I'm
Oh
seeing
wow.
a lot of brothers. There's a lot of brothers that's doing okay. Brothers like okay, a lot of people don't know. There's a lot of brothers that okay, people sit up all day and watch football and blah blah blah. Who do you think a lot of those folks are behind the scenes? Not all of them. There are people that actually have to travel around and set up that whole stadium to be wired and everything. And but
Well,
most people
you
don't
mean
think about that.
the ones that don't work on the team? Because I mean, their staffs.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah,
I
they
mean,
don't work
from
on the team.
scratch.
They're responsible for doing all the wiring, especially like they're building
Oh wow.
building out a
Okay,
stadium.
like the initial
Those are your
install.
jobs.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the initial
Yeah.
install, and then a lot of these guys will have, their own probably traveling like tech person with all the
Right.
dude,
Right.
there's so many different things. But again, the only thing we're exposed to is basketball, rapping, shucking and jiving. I gotta be
Right.
the funniest guy. But that's what I'm saying. It's like, dude, there are jobs out here where you can make over like a couple $1,000,000. I mean, if you want to be an entrepreneur, be an entrepreneur. But don't let anyone ever tell you that you can't make money doing 9 to 5. It just depends on what you do. Because like I said, I've seen a whole bunch of white folks that literally 800, 500, 600. They getting paychecks. They work every day. Okay. All of them ain't entrepreneurs and know their own company. And that's not knocking, but I'm just saying, I just think it does an injustice because, as I said, you can't run an economy on just everybody's an entrepreneur. You need workers. Or, I guess if you want to do like the whole
Right.
AI thing, you're probably going to go do like, what is it, basic income when all these people, when all these people start getting laid off and can't get jobs. But that's what I'm saying. We're not exposed to these type of things. Especially if it's so cool. Like I said, I like some of the stuff that Trump is doing, but these factory jobs, dude, this is not 1950. America's
Well,
turning into professional
what do you
services.
what do you think? I don't know if you've been to Savannah, but did you hear
I've been
about
plenty of time. My wife has family down there.
if you're going down 16, that huge ass like 80 football fields big thing, it is it's a battery plant. It's not Kia. God damn it, I can't. It's one of the Korean car companies.
Hyundai? Because Hyundai and
Hyundai.
Kia are the same.
Yeah.
They're the same. They're
So
sister
here's
companies.
the deal though. They literally just arrested like or took
420. Yeah, I saw that. And it doesn't
most
surprise
of
me
them.
because that's what they do.
Well, the thing is most of them were South Koreans.
Yeah,
I
but
was
that's what they do.
Well, my critique is that it's businesses who are it was business, a big business, the Chamber of Commerce type business, kind of started there. And I'm not going to get into the whole rant, but this is business, globalist business, free market folk corporate versus
Right.
America First corporate. This is not a populist sort of fight on the ground. This is
No, it's not.
billionaire versus billionaire.
And you want to hear something
it's
funny?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, no, business got us in this problem in the first place, and not just Republicans, because you remember Reagan, did that first.
Oh, yeah, with the whole
and then
he started it and he trickled down with the whole unions. But the only thing I'm going to say in terms of Republicans, I'm going to tell you this, and just from my experience, you check out who owns most of these corporations. They're all Republicans. Dude, I don't even think I've ever worked for a Democrat. Ever. All of these companies that you see, and they'll sit up and say, this is that and the other we want to bring back. They're the ones that are slashing up and jump. They're the ones that are undermining and taking well the union. But no one ever talks about that. And then you have these idiotic black people.
Better than that, the Republicans have brainwashed. I literally had, it's Brian Nichols. He's a moderator, and I'll just pick on him. He literally thinks like corporations are run by liberals. I'm like,
No.
what?
No.
Dude,
Guaranteed. I guarantee. If like I said, I'm like you, Stanley. Like I told you before, I do. When I used searching for a job, I research. I know everything about that company. I'm going to look at the board. I'm going to look at the CEO. I'm going to look at their LinkedIn profile. Where did he go to school? What did he study? Who's the associate? And I am telling you. And sometimes you might want to Google and see who they donate to. And I will tell you, like I said, liberals ain't the one. Okay, if you want to go liberal, if you're probably more into like marketing, broadcast, but I'm talking about technology, those type of industries, dude, Republicans. Okay,
and worse, there'll be like a Stanley Cross liberal. I'm a centrist. There will be no socialists running corporations.
They're probably
really
low key. They're not going to be. I don't know of any. I'm just saying if they are, they're not going to put it out there. But I mean,
Dude,
come on.
They want to redistribute this. Well, anyway, I'm not going to argue the point. But
no. I'm just
Soros is far left. Not hardly. That billionaires don't. You don't get to be a billionaire being a socialist.
No. And the thing, Stanley, that I've learned is like, and I hope a lot of other people.
Oh, so Brian says
living in America is just kind of like it's a two-party. It's two parties. It'd be great if there were two parties. You cannot allow one party to dominate. It always has to be friction. Balance it out. To me, I'll be honest with you. You know what I like about? I think the Democrats are better stewards of the government than the Republicans. They're too extreme. But those two, the extremes, they can coexist. But you can't have one party because then what's going to happen? The extremism comes in. You have to have another party to offset. So that's why I said I don't beat up on the Republicans. I don't beat up on the Democrats. They both come with their stuff. But when you look at it as a two-party system, they have to have the Republicans. To me, the paradigm that to me where they operate a lot when they're in the minority because they make all the noise.
Well, they're always. It's kind of weird. America is not a leftist country in the first place.
Not extreme.
Well,
I
I mean,
don't, not
you know,
extreme.
well, compared like the labor movement in England, nowhere near.
Mhm.
You have
Some of them.
DSA, that wing, the left wing of the Democratic Party. They hated Joe Biden worse than they hated Trump. That's why they all stayed home when Kamala was running. They couldn't vote for Kamala, so they just didn't vote. They didn't vote for Trump either.
I don't believe them. It's just, you know what I think? They didn't want to vote. Here's the biggest thing, especially when I hear some of these
Dude, I heard black
African
people,
Americans.
especially.
Yeah.
You think so?
I don't believe them. Here's why. I think the biggest thing was, okay, I don't think they wanted another black person. That's the biggest thing. The color. The second thing
Really?
is kind of like
What, black
the
men?
second thing. Yes,
or just
because I told you there's when you listen to it. If you see,
Well,
I've been
yeah,
around
they don't like
YouTube
women.
a long time, and you listen to these guys. Low key, a lot of them have deep-seated hatred. Not all of them for black women, because they think black women took all the jobs. Corporate America favored them because they were a double mind. You have those, but okay, I'm not saying that it's
make
not true.
one quick statement. Even like the YouTube shows I go on, even the people who are more aligned with Democrats, they don't like women either. Black women get shat upon in this blackosphere.
Yes, which I think is awful.
Even the people, even the men who call themselves kind of left, hate black women or think black women should follow. And
And like I said, that's why, to me, and another thing with Kamala, and I'm just going to put it out there with Kamala. See, if Kamala had like the perfect presentation in terms of like juxtapose that with Michelle and Barack Obama, the little black family. She's married to you understand what I'm saying? They don't have any kids. It doesn't play into that particular ethos. Then the thing that trips me out, when I see hear these guys, they're like, well, she put a lot of brothers in jail. If I remember correctly, and I could be wrong, wasn't she like the attorney general? Why would she be putting she'd be putting them brothers that's like they have cases against the state, not at the county. It's like, come on, just
these were
just a bunch of crap.
These were the same brothers who support Trump.
They like, okay, let me tell you what they like about Trump. A lot of these guys that I know, that old John Wayne, I'm the man, the Mr. Big Balls. They're in love with that. Plus, being that Trump has money, a lot of these guys, because I hear him on YouTube and I hear him, just moving around. They actually think in their mind that they too can one day be an Elon Musk and a Donald Trump, and it ain't gonna happen.
Oh yes. Oh,
they have that. Where it's that illusion that exists, where it's like, no, you're not.
Oh, and better than that old time. Well, you ain't black. Dude, Be Brave is an Orthodox guy. Bless his little heart. He has room to grow. These
Be Brave playing the game, man. Be Brave. That's what I'm saying. This guy, it's like a traveling minstrel show. He's a racist. He's a racist, but he's playing a role. He's playing a role.
He is a virulent racist. Right. But Be Brave isn't the problem. It's the black people who, like, now he is African, so I'm not going to pick on Abiola, but there'll be people wandering in here going about, that's 70%. And I literally tell them, don't bring that Be Brave bullshit into my chat. I'll toss you. This needs to be a bit more fact-based than I'm an old racist who got abused by black people when I was 5.
But remember when I wrote in the chat, that's what I find. You see all of the people that you're talking about. Have you ever been in like the real racist side of YouTube, like I'm talking about, they won't even let you up.
Oh no,
Somebody
no,
like
no.
B Break, they're not gonna John Galt, they're not gonna let them up there. So they coexist. This is the only part of the ecosystem where it can be. That's why I said it's a game. Because like I said, when I listen to John and these guys, it reminds me of like literally Stephen Fetchit, like the old Chitlin circuit, like yak, yak, yak,
Oh my,
yak, yak,
oh
yak,
my
yak, yak.
God,
I'm telling you, yak, 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 ah. It's funny to me, dude. It's a
did you
game,
see
and that's
what?
how I look at it.
Did you see John Galt on CT show yesterday? And
Yes,
it
I mean I
is
see it.
like, oh my God, that motherfucker started dancing. Now he was patient and he was smoking, and all of a sudden he got his turn, and that motherfucker just went.
I got respect for John Galt. He playing the role, man. That's what I'm saying. I see
Oh
it.
my God,
It's cool. I don't knock him, but I'm just saying that's when I hear
why?
these guys when I listen. Because it's like I said, it's funny to me. You want to know why? Because as I said, these guys are part of the chitlin circuit. All these folks that you talk about, the B bread, that's why they can
No,
only stay on this side of the equation.
honestly, they're doing it for the nickels and dimes. Where's their goddamn
Yes.
pride? Dude,
Money, dude. Money.
Be Brave is a failure outright. John Galt has young kids. They might see
Yeah. Now you're moving to like a moral argument. It's like it ain't got nothing to do with that.
Oh, motherfucker, of course. That's why I'm saying, dude, at what cost? Be
Doesn't
successful
matter.
on YouTube, but at what cost?
John's justification is probably going to be he's building an empire and he's leaving something for his progeny, right? Which I agree with. That's to me, as a man or whatever you want to call it, and you have kids, you leave.
You know
That's
what?
what they do. That's going to be the
Let me ask
justification.
you know what? You're right. I'm bringing a moral knife to a
And
gun.
this is what these folks do all the time. It's like, okay, why are we having a conversation with like, okay, a man 40 dating a woman 20? Who cares? Because here goes the difference. Those same black guys that sit up there, okay, if he's 40 and a multi-billionaire and he's dating your 20-year-old, they're not going to say anything.
Oh,
Is it
fuck
different?
yeah.
I guarantee you. See how
They're
but
gonna
you're making
go, where can we sign?
exactly. Exactly. So that's I don't know, dude. Let me see how I got introduced to this space. I used to listen to back in the day, Thomas Sotomayor, and then I started.
Yeah, I know.
My algorithm changed, and then I got introduced to like other folks in YouTube, the EGSs, the Angry Men. This is before I guess they went through some sort of metamorphosis all of a sudden, right?
Really?
All of these guys, I've been listening. Come on, I've been listening to all these guys.
No, I had no.
All of these guys for years and years. These guys have been here on years and years and years. Even some folks that used to be around that are not around anymore. And that's why I said when I hear certain people, I could tell, okay, same talking points. The only thing that they've done is kind of like change it around a little bit, personalize it so it sounds like them. Okay. When I first started listening to BGS, Angry Men, it's a bunch of these. They used to have like these coliseums like all night long. All these guys until they all fell out and went their different separate way. They all used to be Kevin. I remember when what's his name? Kevin
Samuels.
Oh, God, please. When Kevin Samuels was hustling Perfume.
Yeah,
And
no,
when he came into Manosphere, I was there. I used to listen to these things. None of these guys wanted to talk to him because BGS always talks about this story. And I was there where he brought him in because all these tech bro dudes, they were always complaining about they couldn't get women, so he brought him in to teach them how to do it. Those dudes didn't want to have anything to do with him. They thought he was G or F. And they used to say it on the panel. Why do you have this? We don't want to listen to that. And then all of a sudden he started off, the metamorphosis. Then he broke off and he was doing, because he used to have YouTube channel Perfume. Then he started talking about black men. That didn't work. And as soon as he started about black women, formula. You see what I'm saying? How it works? This is how you can't take any of this stuff personal. If you sit around, and I listen to all these guys because I'm always listening. And I listen to a variety of things. You know what I mean? But if you know the history, all of these guys, been around. It's like all of a sudden I still listen to BGF, good content. But when I first started listening to Black Gnostic back in the day, it's a totally different person I see now because they all turn into Trumpites. That's why I said you have to be very careful because a lot of these folks
Jeff
could
is
be.
very couched. He wants to talk about some black brain trust. And I'm
The
sorry.
Black Brain Trust. You ever listen to those guys? The Black Brain Trust used to be with them too. Mike Vincent and those guys.
No, but I
All of
mean,
these
were
guys
they
used to be a
ever?
part.
Did they ever? It seems to me, and no, I literally like in the last year and a half.
Right.
But it seems like look, dude has people carved into pedestrians, and he literally has.
That's just his speak. Yeah, they're getting paid. Look, anytime because all of these guys to be when I hear them, it's like they're getting money from some PAC, Republican PAC or something. Get out of here.
Really?
A little talking point. I don't know that for a fact, but I'm so they're getting money. That's the smart thing. That's why I say with the Republicans, they're all in these. They've been in these spaces. They have their little minions that pop, pop, pop. The Democrats, they just started getting, their own little minions. But the Republicans and those left leaning, right leaning extremists, they've always been in these spaces. That's what I'm saying. Alternative
That's
media.
true.
They've always been here. So that's what I'm saying. Where it's just, somebody, Donald Trump got the formula plug in because for the life of me, okay, why can't I hear like someone like an Akeem Jeffries? Why can't he come and sit on your forum or any one of the forums that I hear? You'll never hear these guys. Chuck should. That's what you should be doing because now you're talking to the actual people, and a lot of these people are hiding behind avatars, so they're gonna really tell you what they feel anyway. You understand? Instead of going paying a consultant $20 million, they figure that out. Go sit in. You don't even have to participate. Go plug in and just listen to some of these programs, and you'll get an idea of what's going on. You can't listen. I mean, listen to CNN, MSNBC, Fox. If that's your source of news, then I feel sorry for you, my friend. You have to kind of like be plugged. But like I said, I've seen like a lot of the blacks in this space that I've noticed. It's kind of like, to me, I don't have any facts. Honestly, I think they get money from the some Republican PAC. When you listen to the talking point, oh, it's the Democrats. They're this, and I'm just like, dude, what are you talking about? If you want to go back, that's why I asked you one time how much it would cost to just do a history of like the Republican versus the Democratic Party, just line up all the little things, and you will see how similar they are. Who broke up unions? Republicans. Who's still doing it? Republicans. Great wages. Donald Trump, he's trying to bring back these manufacturing jobs because I was just talking to my wife one day and I said,
yeah,
this is how incredibly stupid the American people are bringing back these manufacturing jobs. Sure, they're gonna put them. They're gonna probably move all of these players in red states where they're gonna pay them like $15. What's a right to work state? I guarantee you, where there's no unions. That's what they're gonna do. You think you can make $30 there? Are you kidding me? I know. I mean, my wife has family work up in Detroit. Used to. You know what they did? They would lay them off of like Jeep and all of that, and hire them back at $15 an hour. Are you kidding me? Who's doing that? Those ain't no Democrats doing that. I can guarantee you. Making those decisions? No, it's your same buddies over there. That's what I'm saying. When you talk it like that, they're gonna be like, "No, that's not true." But I'm saying that just because they don't know, they don't want to know. Like, are you kidding me?
And you know what? The don't want to know part rings true. Kind of sad.
You can knock them over the head with all the facts. Here, read this. No, I'm not going to read it. I don't believe it. It's the Democrats. It's those the hippies into this that are ruining the country. For real? Who do you think started offshoring jobs? That's like we're listening to Donald Trump talking about China stealing. China's not stealing anything. You guys went over there. You corporations went over there and gave them all the blueprints to make this stuff. So what are you talking about? They didn't.
Oh my Lord.
And they just reverse engineered it because you thought those people were stupid.
Did you see the part about as part of this negotiations, Trump is going to let 600, he's going to keep 600,000 Chinese students in U.S. universities? How
Where's
the
the uproar for that?
is
And then like I said, where's the uproar? Where's the uproar for MAGA? You see what I mean? Right, because they
and you know
always
what? That didn't even get caught. That should be huge news. Like he's literally going to deport a bunch of people and then bring in 600,000 uh, Chinese students.
right. But here's what it's that white male arrogance, dude. That's what it is, because they always think everybody's stupid and these people are not stupid. They try to bring them in and say, hey, we're going to bring them in and use them. No, they're getting what they need out of it, because every time that you show them something, they're going to perfect it. You know what I mean? These people are not stupid. The Indians, they talk about he's at fault. I worked
No,
around a
the
bunch
problem,
of
well, let me make one point.
Mhm.
They're not, dude. I was watching, what's the dude? We were just watching this dude, and I'm going to show a video of his probably Monday. This
They're
dude,
also, not to cut you off, something else, and I'll let you go after
no,
that.
go ahead.
They're also very easy to control when they bring these people in here like that, because it's just like
Yes.
how you ever notice like how the baseball used to be like a lot of African American. It's easy to control those type of people because visa,
Right.
any little thing, you're out of here, you're deported. Book. They can control them and keep them on a very short leash. They can pay them whatever.
Right.
I told you, I worked at an Indian company. I didn't know, it's like a lot of times you see this person, like, where's NG? Because they always had an issue. Oh, they went back to India. They're gone for like 6 months because they got to redo their visa. It's easy to control them. And they can pay them. They don't have to pay them. American worker, and here we go again. Who's doing these things? They will not pay American workers the money. I mean, all of us don't want to be millionaires. Why can't you pay us $30, $40 an hour? Well, McDonald's going to jack up. Okay, if I make $30, $40 an hour, I'm going to damn if I'll pay $30 for a burger. So what? It's just this constant conversation that they have, and it's so nonsensical, and they don't see the things for what they are. Because I'm like, dude, come on, man. It's just a game. It's a game. Game.
Let me point out something to you. It's hard to see on this screen. Let me do this. This site here.
I listen to her all the time. Is that
it's called Predictive History.
Mhm.
And I had never heard of it. It popped up into my algorithm, and Ryan, the Ryan, like
Duplicitous Ryan? I like him.
Right, I do too.
Ryan the Duplicitous. That's what I call him. He's cool people. He's very smart. He's a very smart guy. I like Ryan.
Ryan knew who this guy was. This dude is literally, and I hate you missed the conversation a few days ago. This guy is literally talking to high school students, elite high school students in Beijing, and apparently in Canada. He is talking about, some deep stuff, why America's gonna fail. And I assume, and it's all done in English.
Yeah.
Not that it's all done in English. So these are the students that are going to be part of Donald Trump's maintenance of 600,000. These kids are being brainwashed in high school. They're going to be the elite students because only the best of the best are going to get the type of scholarships. What the fuck is Donald Trump doing? How is this first?
I guess he wants to take America back to the time of like the factory workers and like the 1800s. The 1800s where corporations, it's like they could poison the soil and the smog and every place, and they lock you up in the factory and chain you up and force you to work. That's the type of stuff that they squeeze every dime out of you.
You're old enough to remember the Calgon "Take Me Away" commercials.
Yes.
Where they would go. So Donald Trump thinks all these elite brainwashed Chinese students are going to go to American universities to run laundromats. Ancient Chinese secret.
Go work in factories. Exactly. But that's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying. That's where, to me, the level of the arrogance comes in, because that's what I'm saying. Like I would always say, it's just like black people are not stupid in general, especially in this country. They're just so brainwashed to think that they're stupid that they actually believe that they're stupid. You can't see the stuff
That's
that's going on.
exactly, dude. That is
It's just,
exactly right.
if you put a black kid in the same type of environment, they have the same sort of opportunities. And of course, their parents are sending them away to take the SAT test every 100 different times, and they're paying for it.
Dude.
You'd be scoring great too. But that's what I'm saying. It doesn't have anything to do. It doesn't have anything to do with being smart.
$10,000 to get your kid to start practicing the SAT his sophomore year.
It's rigged. It's rigged. You can see it's rigged. And this is not to say that you do have those exceptional individuals. That's not to take away, because you always have those. But I'm saying in general, if you go to college with them, all they do is cheat. But you're not in. See, they don't allow you into that circle because you're black.
I was in the Navy with Naval Academy, Princeton. Motherfucker, I was the best officer there, and they would fucking tell you this. Dude.
They cheat a lot.
That's why I don't fear Princeton or Harvard or the Naval Academy.
They cheat there too.
I was a goddamn naval officer, and I competed just fine. So when I hear John Galt want to talk about how race, dude, you come up to my panel and
They bow down
about race. I will destroy you.
They even worship. They even worship white people, man. Like they're these, like, okay, you think these folks, they came here. There were other folks here. They really built this country by themselves. You want to know why they do that? And I said this to someone a long time ago. You want to eradicate racism in America? Start teaching these kids from day one to respect other folks' culture and teach them the real history. Then you wouldn't have racism, but it serves a purpose.
Yeah, absolutely.
It does.
That's why.
Why they don't want it locks a lot of black people into this, like, I shouldn't say victim, because some of us are victim, but then, yeah, we can overplay it a little bit.
Black kids used to cheat off me in school. Dude, no, they didn't. Look at where you are now, Brian. No one was cheating off of you. Nobody's cheating off you right now.
They're all cheating. That's what I'm saying. It's like, this whole thing, the majority of it is rigged, and most people can't see it for what it is. Yeah, all of these inventions, and a lot of these people didn't invent all these things. They didn't invent. I mean, and this is not to say that they haven't made great inventions. That's not what I'm saying. But when you live in a country like America, if America started out like one of these European countries with a homogenous society and different, but America has never been a homogenous society. Okay, the Indians were here first. You killed them. You stole land from the Mexicans. You displaced all these people. You bring Africans from Africa because your lazy behind couldn't do the work, or you killed off all the Indians and tried to make them do it. But you were never doing all of this stuff yourself. You never did all of this stuff yourself. So it's just like you can't take credit for it. They do because they're trying to whitewash it, but.
At the start of the show, I had a guy from Israel call in. And he wanted to do that crazy shit about white people invented this. And I literally had to shut that down. I'm like, cultures, white people didn't invent shit. Maybe a white man or a team. These people are so stupid. They think white invents. Dude, individuals invent, teams. It's much more complicated.
So it's some sort of collaboration, or you took someone else's idea.
No.
And
what I'm trying to say is, hey, white people put their collective heads together and came up with technology. Dude,
right.
Be Brave. Be Brave hasn't come up with shit other than how to build a fancy outhouse.
There you go again with me. Dude. You remember, I think I told you before that, you see, when I look, I don't study the races so much because it's a social. construct. Race doesn't exist. It's something that them other folks made up to kind of like, put themselves at the top of the pyramid. Okay. The first human being on the face of the earth, we are. I mean, they're a byproduct of us. That's why I hate the fact that, like, there's no such thing as, like, I have white in me. No, you don't. All of these other people that came after you, Homo erectus and Homo sapien and then Homo sapiens sapiens, which are up. I mean, come on. The reason why we look the way that we do because you adapted to whatever region that you evolved in. Your brain is big. You're not more superior than me because, as I said, if you take a black kid and give him the same opportunity as a rich white kid and he has all of it, 9 times out of 10, I think the black person will do 10 times better. You want to know why? Because we just have that natural hustle. We just know that type of people. That's why look at the stuff that we advance and the stuff that they really can't control. Sports, they can control a little bit, but you're out there. It's like they can't manipulate it that much. Yeah, you got referees, but
there are theories. There are theories that the cotton gin actually, wasn't an Eli Whitney thing, and it
wouldn't surprise me.
Who best to perfect a way to save labor than the people doing it, who happen to be mechanically inclined? That white man took something.
And a lot of these folks who are standing like you and I know well enough, they have this perception that the Africans that they brought over here were like some dumb. No, they weren't. A lot of these people were artisans. That's why they brought them over here. The people that set up like in Geechee in South Carolina, they took them over there because they know how to harvest rice. But see, they don't know these type of things. I mean, come on.
Oh my God! You know what? Oh yeah. The rice, the indigo culture. No, they don't know.
I remember one time I was like, because you know me, I'm like, passionate like to cook. We had about 20 folks over the house, and I made some red rice. Have you ever had red rice?
Oh, Savannah red rice.
Savannah. Yeah, I made some red rice, and did I put some seafood in it? I may have not, but everybody was like,
dude,
what that red rice? Dude, I'm just like, dude, just eat it. It's just red rice. Just think of it as a fall jollof. If you ever had jollof rice, fall jollof rice. That's all. Or a light jollof rice.
Literally, it's a takeoff of West African jollof. And dude, I've made jollof. Literally, Lupin, my mother, Savannah red rice. Dude, when I worked my last job in corporate IT, we used to have this Thanksgiving thing, and I made a fancy version of Savannah red rice. It had bacon, like crumbled bacon and all that stuff. Motherfuckers ate it up. I didn't even. It was the bacon was the only meat. That tomatoes and rice done right. That, oh my Lord! It
and
is.
Then the thing that I'll tell you the thing that trips me out when I hear is that people eat. They say soul food. Soul food is such a large genre, and they'll only eat certain things. Do you eat? No, okay. So the only thing that you're limited to is fried chicken. Everything has to be in a thick smothered gravy. Occasional, fried. You're not gonna broil anything. Everything's gonna be fried. Or you're in a barbecue. That's cool, but I'm just saying, but that's just a portion.
Dude,
there's different regions.
Coleslaw. There's look, you would have had to, and I'm not talking to you specifically, dude. There was a proper amount of vegetables when my father's mother specifically, and even my mother's mother, dude, she used to make like okra, tomatoes, with corn, and like all of it was fresh. And she would put some bacon in there to flavor it. It would go over rice. But motherfucker, that's like rice and vegetables. There's no meat. It's meat flavored. And if you're lucky, you might get the little piece of meat.
I'm going to hit you to something and tell me if you ever, I'm going to show you something. Okay, like in Jamaica, we have this dish called turned corn. And what you do is you take the cornmeal, and sometimes people put, you know what codfish is, right?
Cashews?
You know what codfish.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Salted
absolutely.
cod.
Yeah.
They would turn. It's called turn cornmeal. You could either eat it by itself, but sometimes people would put like
Oh.
saltfish in it, and they put okra in it. Think of a dish that's here that's very similar. And this is why I say I hate when I sit here on these panels where you have people talking about, well, I ain't no African. I ain't from the look at the damn food that you eat. You can trace you're from New Orleans, yeah. That's where they dumped like a whole lot of slaves. Remember the French colony? And look at the food that you eat. What do you
One
think?
of the biggest slave revolts was outside of
Thank you. But that's what I'm saying. Where even if you could use food and trace back. When you think you got this stuff for.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? But they don't, that's what I'm saying. It's very limited in terms. Oh, we put coconut milk in it too. I forgot about that. That's when it's like coconut milk, and you just keep turning it and turning it. And that's a very satisfying dish if you're out there in the fields being a slave. Eat that. You don't have to eat anything for the rest of the day.
Yeah, coconut milk isn't going to spoil.
It will, but I mean, this is the type of dish where you don't have leftover. You don't. It's not a leftover type of thing.
Tell
You
me
just
the
eat it
name
all.
of the dish again.
Turn cornmeal. Google it.
Turn. Spell it.
Cornmeal.
Turn.
TURN. Turn. And then cornmeal. You probably say because that's what we call it in Jamaica, but I'm pretty sure you guys probably have a similar dish.
Okay. Yep. Got it. Oh shit.
You see what I'm saying? Exactly.
Shoot.
I had my I'll tell you a little story. My grandfather, his mother.
Look at her.
Okay, she was born in Jamaica, but she spent time in Cuba. And she spoke Spanish. And then, like I said, when I was a kid, we grew up around her, and she was like the first woman that I saw. Like she smoked cigars, Stanley, and she used to keep the lit end of the cigar in her mouth. And it used to trip us out all the time. And one day, I don't know if it's true. One day, you're a kid. You might have been about 4 or 5 years old. So I said, "Why you always smoke your cigar and your cigarette backwards?" She said, "Oh, when we used to revolt and run away from and they call like white people in their background. Look up that word because that's what they used to call white people in Jamaica. They call them background, right?" They say, "Yeah, when we used to run away from background,
Buckra.
Buckra, yeah.
Buckra. Oh, there's a version of it in Gullah culture or even Gucci culture. Buckra,
right?
Like
right.
Buck.
That's what they call white. We said when we used to run away from background, we want to hide at night. She said what we used to do.
Really?
If you smoke it, you put the cigarette or the cigar in your mouth so they couldn't see the ember because they could see from like what?
Really?
Miles away. Yeah. That's from when she was a dude.
Oh, that's the original. That's some gangster shit.
So we hide in the bushes and stuff when they come. They trying to, but if you in the dark, you can see the ember from miles around.
Right, yeah.
And they say, what we used to do is smoke. Just put it in your mouth and smoke. They could see the smoke and they could smell the smoke. They still can't find it because by the time that smoke is over there, we gone. So, and she said, "We gone, like we moved somewhere else. They ain't gonna find you." You understand? See, that's what I'm saying. They don't know. They don't know a lot of things about this history and different things, man. That's what I'm saying.
You know what? I was kind of like, well, why would she do that? And that's like some G shit. That's like
exactly. That's what I'm saying. She was no more than like 5'1", dark with this wavy type of hair. She was Cuban and she spoke Spanish. But she was really born in Jamaica. But at the time, there's a lot of Jamaicans in Cuba. There's a lot of Jamaicans in Panama. There's a lot of Jamaicans because a lot of Jamaicans used to come here and work the harvest, like in Florida and all of them places too.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know if they still do, but I'm saying they be all over the place. Like I tell you, my grandfather came here during the Harlem Renaissance. I was lucky enough to come here because he liked to see it. So you spent a little time, yeah, up in Harlem. Yeah.
Nice. Well, I know right where the Harlem Renaissance happened.
Yeah, well, he's not around
First,
anymore, but they should tell you the
course,
stories.
my mother was into that sort of stuff, and so am I, for that matter.
And then my grandfather used to
I've
tell me,
read me some Paul Laurence Dunbar, and
yeah, all
definitely,
those. He told me all of those dudes were like not Paul
Laura
Laurence.
Neil Hurston was like the
All
best
of those.
out
He
there.
said all of those musicians back up in Harlem, they were all like weed heads and heroin addicts. He said,
Yep.
that's all they should do is get high all the time because he was not. And he said, yeah, man, they smoke a lot of weed and you know, a lot of heroin and stuff. He said, like, if you meet 10, 9 of them, it's like, you know, they on the stuff. So I was like, yeah, that's interesting. But like I said, circling back to this, like I said, if these kids would know half of their history and even all they gotta do is just read. They don't read anything. That's what I'm saying. They look at YouTube videos.
See, that's
all
the
day.
thing. Look, people depend on their high school to teach them history, and I honestly, I was lucky enough. My mother was into history. I mean, hell, I've been to Edgar Allan Poe's like house in Baltimore. She used to, dude, Washington Irving, the guy who wrote The Legend of Sleepy Hollow, another of my mother. I've been to Sunnyside. That was his estate, just above New York City. My mother was into history, and sometimes she literally taught me to not depend. High school is high school. A lot of your extra credit is just done to follow up on something you're interested in high school. And I taught myself the same way. Dude, these people, it doesn't matter how good your high school is. Even if we lived in a non-racist country, high school is just the basics. Stop thinking that it is everything you will ever know about history or English or science. Dude, high school's primary school. It is literally
just teaching you the basics to be a worker. That's really it.
And
An
people
immediate
want to act like it is the end all and be all. College, if you stop learning, you might as well stop living.
Yeah, I mean, you know, some people go to college, like I said, they just take tests to get a degree. They don't learn anything. It's a lot. But you have other people that actually go to learn because, to me, my experiences have taught me how to think, critical thinking skills.
Dude,
soft.
That's the point. And parents need to level set. Dude, it's not a way more expensive trade school. And you know what? I'm fucking proud of my son. I'll bring him up again. This motherfucker set me for a goddamn loop. His first semester, and I think it was a year-long course. I'm like, well, this motherfucker took Japanese. I'm like,
wow. That's a very hard language, dude.
Well, no, of course he made a B in it, which I'm not. But here's the deal. I wanted him, if he was gonna take a language, and thank God he didn't ask me, it would have been Spanish. He was good. Everybody's good at Spanish. Motherfucker. Who knew?
And I'm gonna tell you something else that tripped me out. I mean, I'm gonna tell you something else that tripped me out. It just popped in my head. It's like I remember when I was in New York going to high school, we always had vocational school. You had, you know, schools that if you wanted to be an electrician, you learned. They used to have this high school. Matter of fact, up in Manhattan, it was called Chelsea. You might still be there. Chelsea Vocational. That's high school was the feeder. Like they had because at the time it was known all over New York City proper. If you want, and then they had George Westinghouse High School. If you wanted to go work for Metropolitan Transit, which to this day is a very good job, or get into their apprenticeship program, you go to high school. That was like the feeder, because as soon as you graduate, they're yanking you up, put you to work on the track and go the railroad. But the MTA, Metropolitan Transit, that was their feeder for like those guys. And then, like I said, they're a union. You know what I'm saying? And now they don't have those. They used to have a ship in New York. The high school is called High School of Food and Maritime Trade. If you wanted to be a chef or learn color, it was actually on a ship that was docked.
Maritime trade, food in
High School of Food and Maritime Trades. Yes, it's no longer. It does probably you can probably Google it, but it doesn't exist anymore. Then we had another school called High School of Fashion Industry. Now, if you wanted to go learn
I've
fashion,
heard of that.
that's where you would go. And then for the High School of Fashion Industry, then you go to FIT, which is like the college, their college. And that's all, that's what I'm saying that we had that. And then all of a sudden I was like, dang, they don't have these things. You want to be a carpenter? What you used to teach you at high school. Now you got to go to a junior college.
Yeah.
Listen, you see what I'm saying? Where you don't have those options. And it's so sad because I'll use this as an example. Like in my house, we remodeled our house. Like our house was built in '88, but it's like totally tear down, remodeled everything. And I could say like me and my wife used to be tripping all the time. Like every time we do a project, it's nothing but Mexicans. You never see a black person like doing drywall, nothing like a young and be some young Mexican dudes, the whole little crowd. That's not that. Where all the black people? You know what I'm saying? Where are they? Young black men, like they don't do these type of things. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the thing is in my opinion, it was cheap labor, and that was literally small business chamber of commerce type. My father, literally, and I kid you not, and I'm glad I didn't mention this to John Galt, but he had a leak in the roof, so he just literally said, "Okay, well," and motherfucker, it's so funny. I think that roof had been on since I left home, so that roof was probably on there a good 30 years. But anyway, he literally, hey, got to put a new roof on. So he hired some folks. They did it in a goddamn day.
Yeah, that's like when I replaced our roof. Yeah, they did it in a day.
House.
They came in Saturday about Saturday in the morning about 8 o'clock. They were finished by 4, the whole roof. And we got a big roof. You know what I'm saying? They were done. And that's why I was like, I've never. It's like, where are the black people? Yeah, you get a black guy come out here and talk to you every now and again, but it's like the whole crew is like Spanish.
Well, let me tell you one other thing. The day after he did it, my son and I were in Savannah the next day. And Daddy needed the lawn mowed, and you know what? My son was there. So I'm like, well, and you know what he had me do? He made me go down to the end to weed out. Motherfucker, I'm a 60-year-old motherfucker, and my daddy told me to go weed the bushes at the end of the job.
I don't do that stuff, man. On my back, it's like we stopped doing our lawn. We got a service, so it's like I used to do it.
My father, you know what? I literally said, "Hey, you know what? Save you some money. Trevor can do it." So, but no. Well, while Trevor's doing that, Stanley, you can go do this. So I'm on my hands and knees, fucking weeding. Really? At 60?
Right.
My conceited ass. So anyway, but the story is my father was like, "Well, Trevor, be careful. There might be a nail or two, that accidentally fell." Dude, my son mowed that goddamn lawn. There were no fucking nails. They replaced the roof and didn't drop a goddamn nail.
No, they're very efficient. Trust me. Like, let me tell you something. Like when they did when I got my guest bathroom remodeled, tore it out of the shower, tiles from the ceiling down, and I came in one day and I saw it. I'm like, Dad, this dude, it's amazing. It's true. workmen. They're, I mean, because I'm not handy like that with that sort of stuff. I can do basic, but that stuff, man, when you see these guys, phew. Well, Stanley, I am gonna go. I think one day I'm gonna call you from the man cave and hang out so I can have some drinks.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I was muted. Lupin, always welcome. There, dude. I always enjoy talking to you. We are peers, and we kind of have some of the same cultural references. CKJ3, this lady will get. I've subscribed to the channel. I'll get all her notifications. And I'm very interested. Probably won't get a whole lot of airtime today because I'm at 9 hours or 9:39, and I'm getting winded. So it has, and anyone who wants to hit the link, do it. But it's kind of last call. It is dinner time, and nope, I'm eating leftovers. And all praise out to John Galt, who has finally found his footing. And John Galt will be successful at what John Galt is, no doubt. And we shall pray. It is so interesting to see the people over in his chat. But y'all go over there and give John hell. But you know what? Chris Reed is literally making this worth John's time. And he's going to smoke and drink. And this motherfucker is literally, today's target is Bob. Like, Bob gives a fuck. Bob makes more money than, and is more talented than John Galt on a sober day when John Galt is sober. Yeah, and you know what? CK, you and Lupin and John, by the way, I know I have to fucking move on, but they keep bringing up my name. And they keep fucking making money off of the Stanley bashing. Look, I was okay until John was like, oh, well, Stanley was banning everybody from my channel. Oh, no one's going to ban anyone like Stanley used to do. This is literally Trump talking about Biden. I literally did not have even managing moderator rights. I couldn't block a motherfucker from John Galt's channel if I wanted to. I could time them out, but these morons think a timeout for 5 minutes is banned forever. That's not a Stanley problem. So, but anyway, John Galt has perpetuated the myth that, oh, Stanley wouldn't talk to anyone. He was banning everybody he didn't like. Stanley hates people. Stanley hates. Motherfucker, I have to actually respect you to even hate you. Literally. John is sad. And we are the motherfuckers who want to fund this $2, $5 at a time. They're just enablers. the losers are going to be John Galt as a baby daddy. There's gonna be fallout from being a drunken clown of a baby daddy. And then you can follow that talent or that care, that parenting. Motherfucker, John Galt cares more about his YouTube channel than he does his kids. And that's obvious. So anyone who wants to be a goddamn tattletale, tell John Galt. Stanley said John Galt cares more about success on YouTube than he does the success of his baby daddy children. and clip this, please. So with that, everybody, I gotta sign off. Dinner calls. I actually do get hungry. But I wanted to get in. God damn it! There's just a little bit more meanness I could do. But I'll see y'all in the chat. I'm sure Art is my new victim. Art, that y'all know that motherfucker has a nose piercing. What kind of fucking man has a nose piercing? Yet he can run intellectual circles. Well, the smart dudes don't fucking bedazzle their nose. This motherfucker has bedazzled his nose, as a man will do. So a bedazzled nose sitting on a fucking couch can run intellectual circles. Dude, you don't even look like an intellectual circle. All I can see is the shine of that little bedazzled nose pin you got. So sad. So y'all make sure you go back and tell Art. I think Art has a bedazzled nose. That's what I think of Art. And so anyway, CK, I appreciate your patience. John, as always. And Lupin, the star of stars. It should be Stanley. The Stanley versus the World, starring Lupin Reigen. Brian, as always, you are good for a laugh. And let's see who else. Oh, Diwali, always thank you for being here. And Ryan, you've been a good sport too. And so have you. What is it? Sunshine, Sunbow, Rainbow, some sunshine guy. Dude, I never do great streams. They are always disorganized, but it's Saturday. I'll just be disorganized. But John, you're always welcome up to co-host. And actually, CKJ3, all you plank holders, all you old heads, motherfucker, anytime you want to come up is fine with me. And folks, I have been working, believe this or not, on outros and intros. So this is the latest outro.